So we're going to pick up where we left off with our colony. Don't look in the basement. It doesn't have scary things in the basement yet, but the intention is to have scary things in the basement. I honestly don't even remember what map we're doing. Oh, right, we were doing a surface caverns map, right. And where we had bugs up here and down here. Those are all dead. We still got a bunch of bugs over there that are a problem, but otherwise. So this is another one of the geological landforms map, and it's basically you live in a cave system. So just a couple patches of outside. That said, you can have mech clusters land in these and all that. But we've just been messing with a lot of the geological landform maps and all that. As you can see, we are kind of early game still. And we're apparently basically out of food, which I didn't remember. But is an immediate crisis. Grab you. Let's go over here and get ourselves a muffalo. Right, because this map had a very, had only half a year growing season. And I didn't notice that till we're already into it. Okay, and you're already hunting that one. So hunt the both of these. Raid woman. Neanderthals from woman have arrived and will be attacking immediately. I didn't realize we had a random faction on the map called woman. Alright. I'm gonna try and get these back a little ways. That's an actual faction name? Yep, from what we're seeing, that is an actual faction name. So you want to ignite the wall lamp, which will probably mean the one inside. Let's grab you. Yes, it's just the two of them. Please stop burning my rice. And we have already unlocked Tunneler, it's just we're not doing anything with it yet because we just got it. Okay, so put out those fires. Meanwhile, who is our cook? Yes, is our cook? I think all of you can handle that. I really need to get you butchering stuff. So let's get our food sorted. I remember why our food is in bad shape. Like, it felt like we went from it being in really good shape to suddenly our food is dire. So, well, the first things you do every run is check if the factions tab have funny names. I almost never look into it. Alright, so an insulting spree. Please don't insult the cook. Literally insult anyone but the cook. Because everyone's starving as the cook is your only salvation. Huh. You're uninjured, but you have extreme blood loss. Alright. I'll bite. But you set up your initial grow zones, queue out the shelter to be built, and then check that tab. Yeah, I haven't looked at the tab. So, we have Stulon Treaty. We have Mogug. We have Union of Cannon. We have Woman. We have Nez. We have Roar of the Rockian Yule. Blight Lineup, the Exodus Empire, and Rella. Okay, so everyone's eating now. That's not enough food to matter. We are in our grow season, though, so we should be able to hopefully get that sorted. Alright, you've learned the Relic of the Way of Ethics is nearby. That's that sound. Yeah, and there's a Neanderthal faction named Woman, which is the only reason we realized it was just... Oh, they social fought. Was just because they raid us. It's like, wait, what? Male supremacy? Oh, man. Nope, they're a high life ritualist. Okay. Hey, Snoot. Doing the all endings? Much support reading this. You could never. Yeah, we've given it a good couple attempts. We've been struggling on the very first one, sadly. Did I already activate the monolith? Is the monolith even here? Oh yeah, it's like literally right there. I built a wall around it. Yeah, okay. Let's make sure we actually activated that. So definitely check out Snoot. Give me a moment. Definitely check out Snoot TV. Absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing a bunch of Timberborn lately, but also plays games like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, a whole bunch of other stuff. It's definitely good times. Please, Leafy Pew, I know you've got your amazing sword and you want to show it off to everyone, but could you not destroy all the rooms? Alright, luckily they only destroyed the one light. Check me out, if you're looking for RimWorld learnings, stay here for that. Ritual seems kind of fitting for the Neanderthals as well. I actually really liked it. Was our second win for like for the second time we won the anomaly ending for doing the ritualist tribalist with the highest level of penalties on research. The fact that we barely had any tech at the very end and we took the win just because of how absurdly awful all of it was is just kind of a fun thing. Let's lock that door open so maybe they'll target the stuff in here versus keep targeting my plants. Oh, don't keep fueling that fire for right now. Medical treatment needed on you. Ah, muscle parasites, that's right. Like your monster lockout dead areas? You don't know why, you always put them all together? Maybe that's why you always die? Oh yeah, no, there's actually a penalty if you put them in the same room. They actually have a reduced containment rate, so they'll break out more often. If you actually go to the thing here, you'll say containment strength. It'll actually give you a breakdown of everything here when you mouse over it. So it's saying the average lighting is 5, so that's the reason we have 5 there. The average wall hit point is 40, and the average door hit point is 45. I really think that's your problem. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, you put a wood door on those, the wood doors are so frail, it just really, really hurts the containment as well. And this person, who is now leaving, thankfully, they were here, I believe, for a quest. Oh, good. Oh, wait, never mind. You're the one. The refugees are leaving. Unfortunately, one of them was a drug addict when they arrived. And they're going through withdrawal now. So, yeah. That's the whole thing. Yep, and as a reminder, I am sponsored by Fractal for the next... It's coming up down to like 5 months now. Not quite 5 months, or it's a little over 5 months now. Till that runs out, which they might extend it or not, depending on, you know, how it goes for them. But Fractal is a company that makes computer cases, headsets, mics. Actually, I don't think they make mics. They make headsets, computers, chairs, cases, cooling fans, water cooling, all that. They try to strive to have like the top quality kind of stuff. But I've been using their products for basically ever 2015, so yeah. No, they sent me a new case as part of the sponsorship. I was already using a Fractal case. I was using the Define 7. I think it was the Define 7. Is it Define 7 or 6? And they did send me their new North case, and I really like the North case. Yep. Absolutely. Quest completed because we helped the refugees. We'll help the last one as well once they're done with their go juice. I don't have any go juice that got dropped in here, do I? No. If we get some go juice dropped, I'll get them a hit to get them out of here. Hey, it doesn't matter what gives you the reason to plug. So you're cooking, you're cleaning. So for cleaning, go start breaking stuff. Monolith study complete. Badger Fever has completed their study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links the void, a reality hidden under every point in space-time. The void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence with terrifying complexity that surges with nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Badger Fever believes he can reach through the link and permanently close the conduit, or find a way to harness its dark power. We'll absolutely be harnessing that dark power. Dark power, way cooler than just making everyone a little bit happy. Alright, so we got the ritual room. So, with machining sorted, let's go ahead and start working on getting what I would need, well, what I would need for the plate armor and for actual guns. Because we slept in that way too long on one of our previous colonies, and that came back to bite us in a big way. We're just having Leafy Pew clean up all the car wrecks in our open area here. We don't have anyone missing any limbs as of yet. I've actually been gone relatively well with very few limbs lost in the last couple of runs. There we go. So we got all the junk debris out of there. By the time you get machinings, you always have missing limbs, so basically have to grab prosthetics first. Yeah, I've been fortunate that usually I do relatively well on avoiding needless injury. Actually, let's not knock that down. Let's leave that, just in case the roof collapses. Alright. Yeah, so starting to get lots of brick made. Food is still scarce, but we're getting there. Because as we harvest more of this field, that's more food we're getting in. The big problem is this tile, my grow season is much shorter. It's only about half the year. I didn't notice that before I grabbed the tile. I was just like, okay, that seems like a fun layout. And then I looked at it, I was like, oh, that's no good. But yeah, we're going to keep expanding the mushroom farm so that the mushrooms do their thing. This is intended to be our ritual room over here. Well, not a ritual room. Oh, wait, we've got this one. This is supposed to be our break room over here. So right now, we have literally just these chucked in here. And go to furniture. Grab the table, sandstone table, plunk it back here. Wood chairs. Okay, so gotta leave that alone. But the good news is all these random mushrooms do give us wood. So as they're able, they can go and cut down those trees. Get us a little bit extra wood in here. We'll definitely need a better long-term source of that as well. Another thing we could do is now we've got electricity. Oh wait, we already got you constructed. That was something we were working on. So we'll do the same thing we did in the other one, which is Bill's simple meal, do forever details if it is not vegetarian. Simple meal, do forever until you have, let's make it 20. And the idea being is if we have meat, to always just use the meat and cook it right away. Because meat only lasts for about 2 days without refrigerating and all that. Versus meals last about 4 days without refrigerating. There's actually a really good map. You could build a couple of walls and have so much locked down. Yeah. Turn the entire west of the cave into mushrooms. I mean, you can. You're not wrong. If we get infestations over here, that's gonna be real messy. Yeah, for right now, I'm gonna keep building the way I've been building. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. Like, right now, this is my defensive point, because I fully figure I'm probably not gonna do a whole lot down there. But yeah, we could certainly, you know, put a block point there to restrict, you know, wall it off over here, there, and there kind of thing. If we go way over here, they'll just walk in and cause problems immediately. Mushroom Kingdom. Yep. Alright. But yeah, so the goal is to have, I can make it so I can just stay in the back here and be able to hold as long as we want. The last colony we lost to a Revenant, which was a couple of things. We had 2 people who were going down because of the golden cube we had just gotten rid of. And at the same time, I had 1 person who's out on their own, and the Revenant jumped on them, so I didn't even get a chance to get a piece of flesh out of it, because by the time anyone got there, it was already said and done. So I am going to try and deal with a lot of that. Likely, this farm is going to be broken down to just non-food stuff. Once I've got this built up enough. That's gonna take a minute. One of the things we'll also do is we'll tell you to smooth this out so that we have a high quality rec room. And we'll also go to furniture. Sorry, recreation. Sandstone. I'll have to wait till that's all out of there. Okay, so we've got that, so let's get flak armor researched. Then we will research the stuff for, doing squares and rectangular rooms? I bounce between them. But yeah, no, usually I'll do stuff, like, you'll see here where I just took the corners off. I do that a lot just to keep the rooms a little bit more interesting than a bunch of rectangles. But yeah, no, I usually do that to try and keep the rooms more interesting. It's as well as things you very easily run to the thing where everything's a rectangle and your base doesn't end up looking that interesting because of it. Alright. We'll change the colors of the one up there. That's like the danger room. Now, of course, this is a hospital. So I'll change that to be cool colors. So we got our hospital up there. And then this is the danger area back there. So let's go ahead and make... it's still too orange. That's very purple. Then I have to do, that's the danger room. And what's our ideology color? It's kind of a purple. Well, hang on. Copy color. Paste. 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 So that way we got a little bit of coloring to our base and all that. We'll probably paint the floors and all that later, but we can worry about that when we get there. But basically we're just setting colors, you know, around the ideology stuff. That's already set to be done. Let's go ahead and take that from being used anymore. Because that's a fueled stove versus that's an electric one. So I'm trying to get them off of that. We've got lights in here. So we change their color. That probably won't have any effect during the day, but at night it should appear fairly red. For another danger room. And power-wise, we still got about 2,600. And what are you? We have a policewoman named Megumi. Is crashing a transport nearby. If she survives the impact, she'll be badly wounded. She's not affiliated with anyone. So let's see. Tough, great memory, firefighting, and social. Yes, you live here now. You live here now. Let's see, do you get a lot of drop attacks on this map? Or do things still come from the side? They still come from the side. Any map that has any exposure to the side, you will be able to get the off the side of the map raids, including if it's like shallow water and stuff like that. It's only if there's literally not a means of getting in here do you not get the walk-on raids. Alright, Cheetah. Good to hear from you and all that. Yeah, so I'm hoping that one actually joins us, because that's one I can work with. Also... Wait, are you already associated with us? Cool. So you're basically already one of us. You should just join. Because, like, the only downer is, like, a prosthetic leg, which is very solvable, but tough and great memory, good combat skills, and a doctor... I'll take it. I can work with that. Let's see. But because it's a Baron, there's a good likelihood of it being bugs, right? Oh, from the off-the-map raid? No. Like, we can get Infestation, but I actually don't believe it changes the rate. It said she decided to leave. Of course she did. I don't really have a prison ready, nor do I want to deal with it quite yet. It's fine. I would like that person. But I'm not ready to build a cell just to force them to join, I don't think. Well... I changed my mind. There's 62% chance. You got the highest social. Alright, we're gonna rest her. Bioparrot shaping, so let's get the flares. Oh, wait a second. Hey, wait a... Apparently, because I didn't walk her all the way to the bed, it doesn't count as an actual rest. So let's just go straight to recruiting. No, melee doesn't factor into the arrest chance. It just factors into the, if they don't go with the arrest, you're going to win the fight to, you know, assuming they survive, arrest them after that. But the arrest chance is, you know, convincing them to go along with you peacefully as opposed to wrecking their face. You can see melee being a factor during the actual capture for escape. Well, right, but that's the idea, is when you comes to fight, you punch them and knock them down kind of stuff, which melee already does factor in. But, like, for the arrest, that's considered a social thing, you know, being able to, like, walk up behind them and be like, hey, you're gonna come along peacefully, or else, and having that or else stick. So they're like, alright, man, I don't need no trouble. Okay, so that shouldn't be too terrible to convince you to stay. I can go recreation, poker table. Do we have enough marble? I do. Marble poker table. Furniture. We can get ourselves a poker table. For the record, those are the similar types of recreation between, like, the pool table and the hoop shot are both, like, the aiming. That's both, like, intellectual. But these ones will end up having a higher beauty contribution to the room and yada yada. So I still take the time to get them set up. But do you hate the poker table and its inability to have everything centered? I mean, if you make it so that this is an even space between your door and the wall, it can be centered. Like, it won't be centered on the room, but that's fine. Like, you're gonna have asymmetric... I mean, I could put a second poker table here and have it symmetrical still. There's just no need for it. And Senchi Cookie, their 335 stream streak. Really do appreciate that. But I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all. Thank you for catching the last 335 streams without missing a single one. That's heckin' ridiculous, so thank you. With the table and the chair itself, is it not centered? Like, it's symmetrical. I mean, it seems centered. It's 2x2. 4x4 for when you include the chairs. All the chairs facing towards the middle. Alright. I may not just be understanding what you're saying was centered here. Oh, that's a masterwork chair that actually had art to it. Defeated intestines. The furniture bears a representation of Mongoose Leafy Pew Gobita, gazing in horror as the death pall blankets the land, resurrecting the dead and drowning out his desperate prayers for safety. The encroachment of the death pall fills Leafy Pew's friends with terror. A mega scarab smiles with its upper part of the image. This depiction refers to Leafy Pew facing the encroaching death pall on the 4th of August. Alright, meanwhile we got flesh beasts attacking. Okay, so it's not a big group. Get our 3 ranged people here. Get the ones with armor out front. Ready to intercept. The art in this game is great, yeah. Let's see, you just do 4 chairs to go with the 4 sides. And stacks of chip are impossible to center them. Oh, if you're worried about centering the chips, I mean, you're not gonna have a table that's like symmetrical centered, whatever you want. With that, like that, I'm not worried about that kind of thing. For later, I'm gonna make a little hole in the wall. Oh, good! Our first guest. Welcome to the rest of your life. Okay, you're the one who'll never do doctoring. Let's have you do this. They've got our first one there. Schedule, unrestrict them. Hey, Itchy Tenma. It's going pretty good. Just getting things started for the day. Yes, we've got our very first of the many things we're going to lock in the basement, so that's good news. Eventually we'll switch all this out. We'll want to do the uranium stuff. Unknown Vagabonds. We got 5 people who want to show up, and they're going to stay here for a season. I do actually want to bring them in. Right now, I'm concerned about our food, though. Like, we're getting to the point that food's going to start stabilizing, but we're not there yet. On the other hand, alright, I am going to take it because they will potentially be able to do a lot of work. They are all adults, so they can betray us. So they're all going to drop their weapons. I was also thinking they should be here while we can grow stuff so they can help with that. So you got all that. Work-wise, you're all terrible at everything. You're actually welcome to help Doctor because you know what you're doing. Got another person who can socialize. That won't matter. You're not gonna cook. You're not gonna hunt. You can help with that. Alright, so we basically brought him in and we just told him that it's like, hey, go mine, do all that stuff. Oh, restrict you to Area 1. Don't unrestrict. I'm glad I noticed that. I was gonna go down and tangle with bugs for no reason. At some point it should run down there and mop up the bugs. I've been waiting till we get like a couple more people with decent firearms. But yeah, so with that many here able to help with the mining, that should go relatively well, that we can use them to keep things going. Let's actually take you off of that. Both will be lower priority there. We'll keep them focused on the growing stuff and the mining. Because the mining is the current holdup, is just clearing the space. Alright, so let's plan to need more rooms. Yeah, because we'll have the colleague go over farther this way, where we can put whatever else I need to put back here. I'm not gonna let myself get too caught up into trying to expand the containment quite yet. Oh, right, we can add the bioferrite shaping table. So let's do that. We can actually add a couple things. So we have the machining table we can plunk down. We can go to anomaly, bioferrite shaper, plunk that down. Structure. Sorry, not structure. Grab you. Chair there, chair here, because eventually I'll put stuff here. We can go into ideology. And for our ideology room, we could put the little dying table back there. Oh, I already have one. Never mind. No freezer yet? No, not yet. We're working on it. It's not been urgent because we haven't had food rotting away so much. We've been just consuming it all. And a big part of that is the very short grow season. We haven't been able to get a surplus of food going. But once this room is up, we should have a pretty good surplus. We'll definitely need a freezer soon. I haven't quite figured out where I'm putting it yet. Because we could certainly make a small freezer here. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Putting it way down here would suck, because then I gotta run the whole way back and forth, both for the food and all that. Putting it up here would get in the way, so I didn't really give myself a good spot. I think genuinely I might just be putting it down here. So 1, 2, 1, 2. You always connect it straight to the dining room? I often do, it's just this time I tucked the dining room in the middle, so I didn't give myself a good spot for it. So plan for that to be where the freezer goes. But before we get there, like, we'll end up having ourselves the research stuff. Actually, we can probably move the research stuff over here already. Because then that's the hospital. So you can put like the high-tech bench over here, and I might cut up this way. And then on this side we could put the all like the biotech stuff for like getting genes out of people and all that. Okay, so you're slowly getting converted. Spaceship hack. May not be the worst decision to do a spaceship hack right now. Join offer on Theodos. Quick sleeper, nudist who is iron-willed, has passion for combat and animals. Also has a passion for mining. They are a Neanderthal. So let's remind ourselves, so Neanderthals have the aggressive trait, which isn't my favorite. Definitely should become a melee pawn with the robust and all that. And the fact that they're terrible at shooting. I'm not against that, in all honesty. I usually don't really like going for the Neanderthals because of the social penalty. The aggressive penalty. And then you, Sanguine, who's tough and too smart. Yeah, because that'd give us our three melee pawns, which is usually the most I'm willing to take for. You know what? I'll bring him. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I don't think that's a bad one. We will accept you to the colony. The other thing I'm thinking is if we do get into the biotech stuff, then that gives us a contestant for someone who can do a bunch of that. Go ahead and grab yourself a steel club. Alright, so we have our first person to be named in the colony, so let's go ahead and hit that button. And so, White Jaguar, congratulations, you're a quick sleeper nudist who is iron-willed and is going to thunk things in the head. So you go... White Jaguar, named. And the moment you get yourself armed and dressed, because nudist or not, I'm not going to have you freeze to death for no reason. We will be going into here and beginning a conversion ritual, and you'll be our target. So we've got about a 70% chance of a positive result, and about 20% chance of instantly converting you. Yeah, no, generally, most colonies you don't want... Terrible conversion. Cool, man. Yeah, no, generally 3 is about the sweet spot for melee. Right now, having our colony half melee, half range is not good. You definitely want a significantly larger number of range than melee. But, for the moment, that's fine. So with you... Yeah, so you just became our dedicated mining pawn. So congratulations. This also means I do think... You know what, let's not make it the same room. Trying to think how I want to make the biotech lab, or whatever we want to call it. I think we go like this. We will let them mine out all that. We're gonna go ahead and make a biotech lab where we do the thing where we can pull the traits from people and all that, and mix in all that. Because Neanderthal actually has a decent number of good traits. When we look at it, like the strong melee damage is good, robust is really good. Strong immunity is definitely not bad. Heat and cold tolerance are certainly worth mentioning. Realistically, I'll probably try and get that strong melee and robust as my main targets. Having a bunch of the negatives off to the side are also good as well. Reduced pain is a bit more mixed. And the reason why reduced pain is a mix is because they can go down easier. Let's see, so your containment area is going to be a long hallway that expands to the northeast. Yeah. You found that you need a large room for biotech lab and genes? Yeah, no, it definitely starts small and just grows. Because of how much you need to store all those genes. But that's good to actually have ourselves have a dedicated mining person. Because that means we can have the construction person focus on the construction stuff, and then the mining person focus on the mining stuff. Know that. But yeah, no, realistically, I'll probably make containment go straight in here. You like that your room, you like that the room you laid out, is pretty small for biotech lab? Yeah, I mean, we'll have, like, the gene extractor here. I'll probably have, like, the workbench here for, like, the actual making of stuff, and then a bunch of the data stuff along it. We'll also have, like, the complexity things behind it. It'll probably be fine. I don't usually get to the point with the biotech stuff where I can, like, really juice stuff up to, like, a max or whatever. Yeah, so you're coming along nicely. You still got a lot of work to do. Of the others, who would I accept? Meanderist, you're a doctor, which is Misandrist. I keep calling it Meanderist. Misandrist. You do have good medical and crafting, but I kind of don't want to deal with you. An ugly wimp Gourmand who is incredibly good at shooting and literally incapable of almost everything that isn't social and medical. Oh, I'm sorry. Can't even do research. Can't do skilled labor, dumb labor, intellectual, or artist. So they can... Apparently being medical is not considered skilled labor. So they can talk to people and shoot people, but if anything hits them, they fall down, and then they eat a lot. Yeah, that's gonna be a no in my book. A pyromaniac who can do medical, plants, animals, and shooting. I honestly would potentially take them because we don't have a doctor. And frail back with creepy breathing who can mine. That's gonna be a no. So you want to send a heat wave at me that will last for 9 days. for 4 days, whatever the number is. And you're willing to give me excellent quality recon armor. I actually do want to take that. How long do I have to accept it? 6 days. So I can drag that out about halfway through summer. So no matter what, it's going to be hitting in summer. Like, it's just going to be a summer thing. I'm just going to accept it right away. You need a research project, because you finished the flak armor. Let's go and let's get the xenogenetics. And then meanwhile for you, go put the armor on. Let's see. Is it me or the title and category say Farthest Frontier now RimWorld? Try refreshing it. Shouldn't say those things. Because if it does, a lot of things are wrong. I'd actually be surprised we had 80-something people here and, you know, someone hadn't already told me that. It happens. Like, it doesn't not happen. But I would have expected someone to say some. Ritual opportunities soon for the real celebration. I don't know who does that one. The Way of Ethics. Yeah, no, that's ours. Real celebration. We still need more wood. Whoa. Oh, I accidentally allowed it. That's fine. I didn't think we were going to be planting in there. There's a ceiling there, and usually you can't put trees on a ceiling, but I was like, you know, I never tried. And sometimes you'll get weird interactions like that you can actually do. Over there on the YouTube side, I will say, you're gonna have to keep it English. I have an obligation to moderate. And if I don't know what you're saying, I can't moderate. So unfortunately, because I speak English, I do have to force you to speak English.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. And unfortunately, this thing is breaking out, so we're going to run in there. We want to not kill it. We want to knock it down. Excellent. Nicely done. You don't understand? Well, no, it's not the people getting upset about it. It's just, you know, I have to be like, hey, for a lot of people, they just don't realize we have a literal obligation that I am physically required to moderate chat. Like, it's not an optional thing, literally required to moderate my chat. Because if you say stuff that breaks TOS in chat and I just choose to ignore it long enough, if there's enough of a problem and it gets reported, I can get my channel taken down. Even if it wasn't a full requirement, it's common sense? Yeah. I mean, a lot of times the people are asking, like, hey, do you speak Spanish? Hey, do you speak Russian? Hey, do you speak, you know, Mandarin? Whatever language they speak. Or they pop in and say hello, and that's fine. Because there's a lot of multilingual people out there. So, like, I don't want to make a big stink over it or anything, but like I said, we have an obligation to moderate. If we fail to do it, literally we can get our channel suspended. Not that it always happens, but it is technically a thing that can happen. And so to play it safe, when someone pops in and they're, you know, speaking our language, just be like, hey. Because, like, it'd be one thing if you're fluent in both languages, and even then I probably wouldn't, because I may not... It's hard enough to keep up with one language, like, what people might say that... Oh, don't do the whole ritual thing there. Just do this one. Ooh, right, you're gonna take... Oh, right, your Iron Will. It's gonna take a lot to break your thing. But there's crazy people that believe Twitch chat is somewhere you can say whatever you like, and not realizing Twitch chat is 100% a place ruled by your Lord and Savior, the streamer. I actually was like literally venting that I miss the days of the internet where you would pop into a place and you'd say something like really kind of messed up, and it didn't matter what platform you were on, unless it was like 4chan/B or something like that. Generally speaking, people would just not put up with it. I mean, you've at least got a good offer. We'll keep that there just in case they betray us or otherwise something goes wrong. But yeah. But like, you know, you'd pop into a forum about that, you'd say something racist, and you're just gone. You'd be in a gaming group and you'd say something like really, really kind of messed up, and you were just gone. Like, that was just the default behavior of the internet. And it wasn't like, oh, censorship or anything like that. It's the same thing as if you walk into a bar and you start hassling all the other customers. The bouncers just be like, you gotta get out, man. Even if you didn't break any rules, you still get out. The point is, you're making it a worse experience for everyone around you. And I miss when that was the default way that the internet worked, was when you started being belligerent and all that. You just went straight out the door. There wasn't a whole process. They're like, nah, man. This behavior is unacceptable. But I didn't break any rules. Doesn't matter. It's either up to the same people now are saying that most countries around the world don't have laws that specifically legalize, specify or legalize free speech. Everyone just assumes that their country has a Bill of Rights like the U.S. But don't you understand? Well, that's, yeah, there's a lot of people who don't even understand, like, where it doesn't apply. Okay, so we got, Mohan Rai, is now in a relationship with one of the refugees who's visiting. So Deodo tried to woo Mohan Rai as describing her as an epic star. Hey, at least that's actually kind of like some decent flirting going on there. But yeah. Well, no, and it's another thing here in the US that people be like, yeah, we're the only place to have freedom of speech, and you're like, you know, honestly, if you actually look at what is entailed, a lot of countries actually have even more freedom of speech. So, like, once upon a time, you could argue that it was, like, a meaningful difference and yada yada, but, like, very genuinely these days, it's, like, other than, you know, defaming and all that stuff, most countries have it. You know, in some form or capacity. They might have some limitations being like, hey, you can't threaten, you know, you can't claim to, like, threaten someone's life, and I'm on board with being like, hey, if you say, you know, person's like, I'm going to kill that person, again, outside the context of video game, then I personally don't think that should be protected. I think saying you're gonna kill someone should be like, yep, that's not okay. Again, outside of you're playing paintball or you're playing video games or whatever, and then in the context of the game kind of thing, obviously people understand that. But, you know, you're just in your office, you're like, I'm gonna kill my boss. No, maybe we should be like, hey, not that a person should, like, go to jail for, like, trying to murder someone or anything like that for saying it. But it should be like, well, it's things like, hey, that's unacceptable behavior. If that's the banter you gotta do, get better banter. Does he keep seeing freedom of speech brought up here in Australia? And to my knowledge, you don't have any laws that specifically give you the freedom of speech. Well, it's like, in the absence of something that says you can't do like, say certain things, you know, a lot of times you're kind of free to just do whatever. Oh, you won't do hauling. You'll also never do hauling. I forgot this colony has, like, literally a third of the people won't do hauling. Out of appropriate context statements like that will legally threat bodily harm towards someone, which in many places covered by law, in the way that you'll get arrested for threatening something. Yeah, at least, like, you know, someone's like, hey, I'm gonna kill this person. At a minimum, give them, like, whatever that place is equivalent of a restraining order and being like, yeah, very clearly this person made a threat. I dislike the whole idea that the threat must be credible and all that for... It's like, nah, man. Just don't make the threat. Being decent is not that hard. But that's like, people in Canada screaming about the Second Amendment rights. You're like, you do understand Second Amendment Canada has nothing to do with firearms, right? Isn't it like recognizing the existence of a province or like the sovereignty of a province or something like that? But you'll still have people going, you know, I got my Second Amendment rights. Like, actually, you don't. I mean, I guess you could choose to not recognize this province as part of Canada, but I mean, that's nothing to do with your gun ownership. You check the freedom status of countries on sites like Freedom House. I have no idea what that is. I always get skeptical of checking anything that mentions freedom as part of its name, just because it's like such a political thing that people get all weird about. Dealing with those folks? Oh yeah. Cool, so we are gonna get Megumi here pretty soon, as long as she doesn't break out in like the next 10 seconds. Well, and this is me not saying anything against, like, negative against people who, you know, wanna be gun owners and all that. It's nothing like that. It's just people who quote law and all that sort of stuff and have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Do you convert? She was already converted. Cool, and she has joined the colony. So let's get her in here. And that was Megum. And this is the reason we want her more than anything, because now we don't have to worry about everyone being failed doctors. We have an actual doctor. And she's got social. She's not really good at much else around here, so I'll put her as low priority to mine as well. But as far as social and all that, she's good. So most likely we're going to give her the role of leader. Let's say, as someone from Australia, you have the opinion that the U.S. Second Amendment, but also someone who's not for the U.S., the opinion should carry about the same weight as a sneeze in a snowstorm, as it is meaningless without impact at all. Same goes for your opinion about nations' laws other than my own. Yeah, basically. Like, it's certainly fine to have opinions and all that, but it's kind of one of those things. Unless you're, like, involved in the whole situation, it's difficult. I definitely know I have my opinions, which I'll keep to myself. Did so many people make their entire online personality about US politics and laws when they never set foot in the country? Yep. And have basically no understanding about any of it. Alright, we'll make a marble bed. Okay, so we get our first bedroom starting to get set up. That works both ways, though. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely cheetah. It does definitely work the same way, where you'll have people here in the US and they'll start talking about, like, what laws and such another country should or shouldn't have. And it's just like, but you, like, especially again, like the freedom of speech thing, you'll have these people claim it's like, oh, you know, we're the only country that has it. It's like, but we're really not. This other person who complaining about their censorship arguably has better freedom of speech laws than we do. So like literally you're complaining about them being better at the thing you're upset about than, you know, whatever. But you know, that's people being informed and all that, and that's hard. You can't fight willful ignorance? Not individually. But there's a lot you can do around with that. Like, when you have willful ignorance within your profession and discipline, obviously you could be like, hey, you know, for like a medical practice, and, you know, you have a doctor because like, well, you know, they're against vaccination, like, alright, well, you can't work here, because we do that. It's like, we do that thing because the science behind it is really solid. So if you're going to be like a hard no on this, sorry, that's what we do here. Or like, you know, when it comes to like people who are required, like the clerk of courts who does stuff like marriage license and all that, they actually do like the legal paperwork of it. And you're like, oh, well, I don't believe these people should be allowed to be married. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't matter because it's your job. And if you're unwilling to do it, I'm just going to replace you with someone who is willing to do their job. Like, why are you working in this very specific thing that your personal views are incompatible with? That is a choice you have made. Can you make better armor yet? Yes, I can make plate armor. Right now, we have all of them in that. Right now, the reason I'm not focusing on it too much is 25 components is really not much in the way of components. And when you start making flak armor is extremely good, and I highly recommend getting it. It also obliterates your components, because each person will have flak pants, flak shirt or vest, and a flak helmet. Each one of those takes a component. So just giving my initial pawns, or just the pawns we have here, just giving them flak armor is going to burn down like 15, 20 components real fast. It's something you want to do, but usually it's those things that I try to get a hold of fabrication first, unless I'm sitting on like 75 components or something like that. But you have a friend in the forces who has a story about, I don't know what, oh, basic training, gotcha. Where fellow soldiers didn't have their vaccination history, so they shot him up with all of them, and he had to do basic with all the side effects. You heard he was not a happy camper. Yeah. Well. That's fine. So let's go ahead and get the Electro Harvester. That way later on I can get the bioferrite generator. We'll want the proximity sensor. Yeah, that wood's just gonna get burned. If it wasn't for the literal opposite, you are lighting a lot of fire for one go. Usually they get a good fire going and then they stop real quick. Yeah, so that wood's all gonna get burned. It's whatever. Do you have any predators in the map? Not predators at the moment, but I do have a lot of bugs. We have had predators on the map, but there's none here at the moment. What about Dead Life Dust? I might do that at some point. Dead Life Dust is very powerful. You can make some pretty ridiculous traps. Generally speaking, I don't use that much. Because for those who don't know, what I could do is I could pile a bunch of corpses in here, put like a Dead Life Dust mine in there, and you just pop it and suddenly there's a whole bunch. And it's a really good way of tying up a bunch of dangerous enemies, just, you know, overwhelm them with shamblers. Even if the shamblers don't kill them, it just keeps them tied up in combat so much that your ranged people can just do what they want, and if they friendly fire the shambler who really cares, the shambler just dies again, and you'll just dead life dust it again the next time. Yeah, it's basically a necromancy kill box. It's one of kind of the meta kill boxes right now. That's just, it's a very powerful thing. Let's go ahead and grab those components we put off earlier. Yeah, we've already got all that stuff that I'm gonna build. Eventually we'll get a smelter, but right now it's just the one geothermal. That smelter takes 700, so I'm not gonna sweat it. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, and the heat stroke kill box. What difficulty level are you playing? I play at Strive to Survive because I like to do a bunch of different wild challenges and I don't like to feel forced to do meta stuff. I used to do like 500% naked brutality before streaming, like I've got plenty of wins doing that. But, generally for me, I find it way too limiting to do that. How long will it actually take you, though? So it'll be about 3.4 days each, you know, total. That'd be good because we can get a whole bunch, but 3.5 days is a long time to be gone with a group of refugees here. Because if they betray, and you're unlucky and they catch one or two of your people on their own and knock them down real fast just by numbers, that can really be a problem. And sure, I can zone them to keep them away, but that's the kind of micro I don't enjoy. Like, I enjoy the micro about deciding, oh, I want to be behind cover here and here. Oh, they started flanking around that way. Let me move my people to get to a more advantageous position. Oh, this is a fight where they've got a bunch of grenades, so I'm going to basically throw a bunch of damage at them. When they start to close the gap, we'll back off, you know, get ourselves to a new spot to fight from. I enjoy that kind of micro, but like the constantly rezoning and unzoning and switching zones and doing all that left and right gets really old real fast. I'm glad I just remembered that this is available. Because, like, wait a second. We do want to go and keep our ideology moving, because I make it a rule for myself that I'm not allowed to do more than one change. That's going to be a boring one. At least it better be. Beautiful. Cool. So we got 6 points for it. And we didn't even waste the wood from all the other lamps. Wasn't a strategic thing, it was just the wood was too far away because we're cutting down everything on the map, but that's a separate issue. Oh yeah, we have an ancient danger over there. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. So I like to do a lot of really weird challenges, like we have a maximum pollution challenge I like to do. It's just one of those things that when you turn up the difficulty too high, it really kind of limits what you can do with those really weird challenges, because now, instead of the challenge being about whatever ridiculous conditions you put yourself in, the challenge is now just 500%, the typical garbage. And don't get me wrong, 500% is brutal. But that's the whole thing, is once you do that, it kind of dominates your whole run and how it's going to be played. It's like playing RimWorld and when you turn on Anomaly versus not turn on Anomaly. If you actually do the thing, you activate Anomaly, Anomaly kind of takes over the entire playthrough and everything's framed around that. Okay, so we got another thing there. So wait a minute, you feel like you remember a voice of yours somewhere? You joined out of nowhere? I could support them? Because of boredom? Maybe. I don't know. The colony's going pretty good. Yeah, that's what you really like about Anomaly? So that's the thing. I think Anomaly's fine if you don't activate the temple. If you're looking for something to not be dominated by Anomaly in the game, just having it, like, present but unactivated, I feel like that does strike enough of a balance where you only get the occasional bit of Anomaly. But yeah, once you activate the thing, you're just doing Anomaly. Like, you'll get other encounters, but it'll be, like, 90% Anomaly. Is it what you meant to say? Let's see, are you speech text? Because you don't really like to type? You meant boredom? Let's see, are you speech text because you don't really like to type, and I mean boredom not to support them. That's not... What? You use speech text? The only thing I will say is it's totally fine that people use stuff like speech text for accessibility reasons and all that. If it does end up being a thing that it's like constantly, you know, wrong to the point that's not very useful, then that ends up being its own problem. Like, again, if it's an accessibility thing, I totally get it, no problem, but if it, like, eventually if it gets to the point if I have to keep asking like 8 or 9 times for someone to repeat themselves, like, again, it's one thing if it's not English as their native language, yada yada yada, but there's definitely a point where it's like, okay, like, actually this is disruptive at this point. Let's see, I know, but it's just at times you speak too fast because ADHD mixes up the words. Yeah, well, it's just something to be, like, if you're using speech text, like I said, if it ends up being a thing that it's like every other time you say something I have to make you repeat it, there eventually becomes a point where it becomes too disruptive. Not saying we're there yet, it is just one of those things. And again, I get it if it's an accessibility thing, but it's more like make sure you proofread your stuff and all that before sending, which I know speech text can be set that way, is all I'm asking. Yeah, no, my Ask Gavin is more just like very, 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 very quickly. If I have to ask you to repeat it again and again and again, that'll get tiresome. Like, there will be a point that'll stop being okay. Like, and I advocate for people with accessibility and all that kind of stuff 100%. But it's also one of those things that if it gets to the point of being actively disruptive because I have to keep asking you to repeat yourself, there will be a point that I'm just like, alright, you know, love to have you, but like the text is, you know, the speech to text thing is a big mess. Yep, no, it's all good. Like, you're definitely nowhere in a problem. I'm just kind of prefacing that because I've already had like 2 messages like back to back that I'm like, I have no idea what was being said. And again, it's totally fine, like, when people deal with a language barrier, I'm not going to hold it against them, that kind of stuff. Like, I try to be very understanding. But, like, when it's speech to text just in general, it's like, okay, is there a need for it? Because there often is, and that's, again, totally fair. But there's always a balance you do with any of these things about making sure considerate and understanding of people, and then going, okay, but also, you know, is this in itself disruptive and creating another separate accessibility issue? Let's see, when it's Google Translate from a Google Translate, everything becomes more wonky? Yeah. Nah, because it's actually very hard to get good voice dictation.
What's the worst that could happen?
Like, I do the subtitles on the chat, and I put a lot of work into getting my subtitles to be at least pretty good. They definitely sometimes get rough, but it is really tricky to get your subtitles to be in a good place. Let's see, that'd actually be a great feature for Twitch to have. Having users set their language levels so mods can take that into consideration. Yeah, I think that would be reasonable. I think it'd also be good that, I think there could be a level using machine learning that when you say things, that you could, on your end, turn on saying, hey, if the thing I'm saying doesn't make sense, like, try to guess that. And obviously it won't understand context, it'll be watching for patterns and such. But it could potentially save you from sending something that you're like, oh, literally what I said is incomprehensible or whatever. You'd be able to go in and kind of get that sorted out where it's just like, okay, little flag. Yeah, no, day's been pretty good for me. Just been streaming for a little bit. Got about 20 or so minutes till my wife gets home. At which point, usually I'll take about a 5-minute break just to run downstairs, welcome her home, throw some food in the oven kind of thing. Because usually I'll toss it in the oven, she'll pull it out of the oven kind of thing. That way neither of us has to carry the full burden. And there's times she just beats me to it and cooks dinner. You just always try to be fair to your partner. Alright, so let's get the pool table up. So you have a raid coming immediately, so you've got their impids, and there's 4 down there, 2 up there. It is an immediate attack. So of course we just had a social fight, so we've got people who are injured. Let's see, so one of them was a doctor. Ah, of course, it was the doctor who got beaten up. Well, you are responsible for dealing with your friend. And meanwhile, you get to help out in the fight. Alright, so make sure all of our ranged people are standing behind cover. So I do want the imps to shoot at our people in armor. So we're going to take hits. It's on armor. Oh, you're probably going to light my fields on fire, aren't you? Because you always do. I'm not seeing that. Okay, it looks like they all targeted the furniture. That's the reason I... Hey, buddy. Not a good place to be, friend. We'll definitely want to get the sentry gun there so they register in combat. Later on, we will have it where that'll be our range. Okay. Alright, let's check everyone's injuries. So just some bruises on the armor. You got into fist fight. We did down one of them. What are you offering? You have Bloodlust and Combat. Well, do you have gear I want? No. Well, actually, I take that back. Yes, you do. You have uranium armor. That's not nothing. Let's see, by the way, if it's premature custom character type, or as you could say, custom xenotype, every bad effect but no sun exposure, UV radiation thing, but you're also able to have a run 3 of your own choosing good xenotypes, aka 3 genes that are good, and these specified by a couple of genes. You'll be able to give other people tumors type ability, but everything, bad you have to expect UV? If you want to do that kind of challenge. Oh no, I'm not interested in that. Yeah, no, it's that's not a typical challenge I do. I have done challenges, but a lot of times with stuff like that I'll usually just did like literally no one wanted to do the treatment? Cool, man. Whether you want to or not, you're gonna do it. But yeah, no, it's generally when it comes to challenges, a lot of more of like the environmental situational, like choosing choosing maps that are like customized to be pretty awful, so it's like where almost all the ground is mush, so you have to, you know, really heavy depend on moisture pumps, which you don't get to late game. Doing stuff like the Swamp Hill map, where you got like a little chunk of usable land in the middle of the swamp. Doing stuff like we got the pollution challenge, where I give myself like a normal map, max out the pollution so the whole tile is pollution except for like the tiniest little sliver in the middle, and I'm not allowed to like export the pollution in any way, so I can't just drop pot it out or walk it off. You know, I gotta clean it up on the map, and I can't choose anyone who's like immune to the pollution or anything. You get the idea. That's usually the kind of stuff I lean into. Right now, we're going for an all endings run, which is very not necessarily in line with the stuff. I also have done sometimes, like when Anomaly came out, we just wanted to go for a straight up Anomaly win, which is pretty straightforward. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, but generally challenges that lead to just kind of frustrating gameplay, like choosing xenotypes that are just gonna constantly social fight. A lot of times I'll end up avoiding a bunch of those, just because I don't want to deal with it. Very, very bluntly, I just don't want to deal with it. Okay, so start getting our biolab set up. That's, it's pretty rare I will take people with the aggressive trait for their xenotypes. Because I would say that of the different types of things you run to your colony that can be deceptively bad, lots of social fights will kill your colony so many times because everyone's partly injured when they go into a fight, so one tap instead of being like a minor injury ends up being fatal and all that. And so that's like when you do the all Neanderthals like runs and all that, it's honestly keeping them from killing each other is honestly the bigger part of the challenge than anything else. Because even if you keep them entirely happy, if they have the aggressive trait, they'll just one salt the other and immediately kick into a social fight. And there's stuff you could do to cheese around it, like removing everyone's tongue so no one can talk so they can't insult each other. But that gets kind of into that, the not fun kind of micro of, oh, I got a new person, cut out their tongue immediately. Alright, so slowly getting our place built. We're starting to get some bedrooms. We're not using them yet because they're going to complain about the rooms being awful until we start getting that smoothed out, versus this is already smoothed out. Yeah, so very impressive barracks versus I put them in here, it'll be a negative because it'll be a terrible bedroom. Got their tongue, would they still fight? They can still fight for other reasons, but when it comes to fighting for like one insulting the other and such, they won't fight for that. But it also means you won't be able to do like conversions and stuff like that. But you can mitigate some of your people who are going to constantly pick fights with each other. That is one way to deal with it. Have you done any humanized run before? Yeah, no, I did the, I think it was our first anomaly win. We went from ritualist to eventually dehumanized. Honestly, like the dehumanized trait, for the really powerful bonuses it gives you, it honestly, in my opinion, is a bad trait because all of the lack of opportunity stuff you get, like social stuff does give you a lot of opportunity to make your people happy. A lot of those things it takes away end up being worse than it is beneficial. It's strong though. Like it is strong to be able to ignore a lot of mechanics. But like if we look at any anyone's trait at any time, a lot of these get invalidated, both positive and negative with the inhumanized. And some of these positives are really big amounts, so it's really tricky to like juggle that. Bloodlust is a great trait, and that's the way you don't have to deal with the main drawback. Yeah. No, if you deal with what is it, like Bloodlust, misandrist, misogynist, these ones that lead to social fights quite a lot. That is one way to mitigate it. It's not one I typically do myself, but if you ever want to just not deal with that crap, you can take the pawn and cut out their tongue. And when they have no tongue, they can't insult and all that, so they won't typically get into social fights. Technically, someone can insult them, and they can go into a social fight, but they won't be the instigator. I haven't done that in a long time. Because these days, most of the time, when we get, like, Misandrous and all that's like, nope, get out of here. That genuinely, I see that as, like, worse than Pyromaniac and all those traits. Like, a Pyromaniac is pretty easy to manage, but, like, people running around insulting each other all the time is rough. It's real rough. Alright. So getting all that sorted, we've got the food. So the food is all in great shape now. Oh, health. Oh, actually, I need to have this installed in this room. And I'm putting in the back of the room deliberately so a person doesn't stand in the door and do it, because I've had stuff break out because the character stands right there, taking the thing out right there or over here, and then it considers the room open for too long and giving them a very high rate of escape. Is it too many pyromaniacs ends up with a big ball of fire and no one wants to put out? Yeah, no, if you have an unreasonable number of them, that could be a big problem. Alright, so we're gonna stop bothering trying to do the conversion. Well, probably not. I'll probably keep doing it anyways. But, getting White Jaguar to convert is gonna be real tricky with Iron Willed. They were one of the people who just asked to join us. But, if I can manage to get the landing on a conversion ritual, we might be able to get them to flip. But yeah, no, when it comes to traits, there's only a handful of traits I'm like absolutely not, no, never. Generally speaking, chemical fascination is in that absolutely not, no, never. Chemical fascination can be utterly brutal to deal with. And then I'll also try to avoid a lot of the traits that lead to, like, you know, people social fighting a lot. Oh, I see Beautiful as an objectively bad trait. I just see it as literally just period negative. That's another one of those ones that leads to lots of social fighting. Because everyone hits on that person. And then on the plus side, they'll usually end up in a relationship, and they'll get all, like, the mood bonuses and all that for that. But then, even though they're in a relationship, everyone keeps hitting on them anyways. And so you still run into the problem where everyone goes, jealous and greedy can work? I don't like them. I'll take them sometimes. The big thing with, like, jealous and greedy is, like, okay, what's my best bedroom? Alright, the jealous and or greedy pawn, get it. You don't want to have more than one, though. If you have more than one, then they can be pretty unmanageable for jealous and greedy. But yeah, misandrous and misogynist usually are a deal breaker for me. I gotta be in pretty bad place before I consider that. It's not that I will never consider it, but it is usually one of those things that things are real bad. Okay, well, that's half my colony who now has malaria. So that's great. That was a pretty bad malaria for it to hit 6 people. Alright, so far we've got good 10s. Yes, the worst 10 out of the group was down there. Where are you? Get that person. Alright. So we opened up with just the regular medicine. I do have a lot of industrial medicine. So what we're going to kind of sit here and do is see who ends up starting to do well, who starts falling behind. We have one person we can preach health if they're just simply way behind. Yeah, so you're doing really well. You're doing really well. You're doing really well. Leafy Pew's doing decent. You're on the fence. Like, you're leading, I think. No, you're losing ground. So we're just going to open up... Oh, never mind, I can't open immediately. So I'm going to bump you up to Industrial Medicine for the next 10. Because it doesn't do me any good to hold on to medicine. I'm actually bump you up as well. You're only 1% ahead. You're 4% ahead. You're 3% ahead. You're 8% ahead. That is one nice thing about the Neanderthals. They're not fully immune to disease, but they can handle disease pretty well. Alright, next round. Gonna prioritize my people first. 94. 94. Okay, so everyone's tended. Yeah, so you're still at 3-4% ahead. You're only about 3% ahead. You're 7% ahead. You're like 13% ahead. You're 7% ahead. You're like 14% ahead. But the 11 anomaly, you just wish they would get stuff that isn't just, oh, this is all Archotech stuff. Yeah, Archotech is just RimWorld's, you know, hand-wavy future tech. Oh good, the refugees are leaving. That actually works out for us, because that just means we got rid of, I think, 2 or 3 people have malaria that I don't have to manage myself. We still do have a bunch that are ours that have malaria, so like Leafy Pew has it. Wait, Jaguar has it. Mohan Rai has it, and Illicit NZ has it. So we still have 4. Betrayal offer retracted, that's fine. The betrayal offer was a decent amount of plasteel, so it wasn't like a real bad thing so far as that goes. Blowback operation, gas operation. We'll probably want to go to microelectronics after that, I think. Okay, so then let's drop you back to the herbal medicine. Drop you back to herbal medicine. You're doing fine. Yeah, and you're doing fine. Marauders camp, that is a Neanderthal camp. That we are able to attack it. It's not a very strong camp. Oh, that's not where I want. Oh, right, I have to agree to it before it shows up. We'll see. First, let's deal with our malaria. Let's see, you'd love Anomaly more if there was a nicer way of activating it, for some of the tech, but not having to completely take over the end game. Yeah. They're not wrong. Oh, for Neoformer, I probably wouldn't worry about it. We could just go to the tree and do the tree things if I really want to. We are a tribal start. So we can just find somebody who's got some availability and have them pray to the tree. Yeah. But it really, like, if you have one person who's just like your dedicated meditator, you can power level psychic abilities pretty aggressively. I've done that in 1 or 2 runs where we sat there, we just had like the one person who just was always meditating at the tree and just feeding powers to the other one. But it's also those things that, like, you give the one person, like, you max them out, and when it goes to, like, the next person that you start to give the psychic abilities, then you can kind of get that all sorted. Yes, most of these 10s are still pretty solid. That's another not great 10. Let's bump you back up to Industrial Mess and just play it safe. Wait, what am I doing? You're living... My eyes are playing tricks. I thought it was only like 5% ahead or something like that. I'm like, oh no, you're like 16% ahead. You're fine. I've just made the mistake many times in the past that I'll have someone who's got like malaria and I've got some glitter world or whatever, and I'm trying to not waste my glitter world, and I'll not use it when I really should, and suddenly everything's bad. You know, you get like that glitter, you get like that really bad like 0.09% tend, and now suddenly things are dire. Honestly, the big negative about this is the fact that I got 4 of my 7 pawns are just sitting in here doing a whole lot of bumpkus while they recover. I keep seeing that, and it's unfortunately biocoded. We'll ultimately melt it down at some point. Yes, you're ahead about 25%, 24%, 23%, about not quite 20%. Yeah, so it should be good. Like, even if we were to hit like a 0% tend, I would have time to go and try and fix it up. But yeah, now out of the rewards for the Marauder end camp, I probably wouldn't take the Psyformer. I'd honestly probably take the Goodwill. Like, the Psychic Animal Pulsar is a very useful thing, but don't underestimate the power of having allies. They're unreliable for a lot of things, but just the extra trade caravans that can roll in with it and all that, that'll go a long way for a colony. And you never know. I've had a couple of times where you have like that really bad raid and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna be able to win this, but it's gonna have some casualties. And then while that's going on, it's like, you know, the Empire's shown up to help you. I'm like, thanks, guys. And, you know, you'll pick off the ones that break away and kind of force them to split their group and be able to, like, clean up and all that. And then usually between the two fighting armies, there's enough loot on the ground that you actually got it paid for that you could literally just give them back their equipment and probably come out ahead in standings. Yeah, we got almost everyone in helmets. Just regular ones, not flak. I'd like to do the flak. We do have a decent amount of components. But I'm trying to beeline towards fabrication so I can start making my own components. Because once I hit that point, everything starts to become a lot less of a major concern. Cool. And Alyssa was the one in the riskiest spot, and like I said, they're 25%. So you're immune. You're about to be immune. You're immune. And you're about to be immune. So it looks like we're solidly handled that malaria. We used about, I think it was like 4 industrial medicine and a bunch of just the weaker stuff. And then pretty soon... Yeah, so I think we're at the point that we probably don't need to be doing that anymore. Just switch you over to all be heal route. Those ones can all stay. You can probably get rid of the rice as well. I have to decide what I'm gonna put there. I don't have any use for that yet. Okay, so for the advanced stuff, which we haven't had available yet, we can do that. Let's get Void Provocation... Well, actually, Proximity Detector. So I'll probably do is I'll get that out of here. We can put the Sentry Gun over here. I'll also put the Proximity Detector over here, so if we have anything invisible show up, we get a warning well in advance. And all that. That'll be another good thing. Yeah, so I'm moving away from a lot of our food out here in favor of the mushrooms since we are tunneler. Yeah, because then what'll happen is we'll put a sentry gun there. We'll keep that door locked shut, and then back here we'll put a proximity detector. And that's the gun is just to get stuff considered in combat before they get all the way in here. I could honestly probably put it farther up this way and it'd be fine. I'll probably just... We can just figure that out. Because one thing that's going to happen is as time goes on, I'm going to need to go out here less and less. That might even be what we do. So might just put 2 of these here. So I have like the sentry gun there to trigger them to be in combat, so they all only one enemy can fill up one space. Why is the ceiling collapsing over there? That's like actually like the second or third time we've had something like that where a meteor has landed in the open where the roof's not attached, and then the roof collapses when I mine that, even though it really doesn't make much sense. I just always worry with that one because, especially when it's new to the game, the number of pawns I lost because, like, I would build the monument and then tear down the monument, forget that the roof was still there, and lose pawns to that. Okay, so we got another another attack by flesh beasts. That's like our third one or something like that. So I'll pull everyone back inside. We'll definitely need a shortcut through here eventually. Because as you can see, with how fast that triggers, with Jaguar doesn't get a whole lot of time to get into position. Okay, and you go capture that. As we have a new guest living here. Welcome to the colony. You want to play somebody you don't know how to play? Oh, you're not a doctor. Oh, right, because we changed the doctoring. That's right, because everyone used to be able to do it. RimWorld launch is too slow for you to have any time to meaningful progress. That is the point. You really need to get rid of mods. When it's literally I can't play this because it takes too long to launch. That's time for you to start getting rid of mods. What are your opinions on psychically dull versus psychically sensitive traits? It can be good to have someone who's psychically dull or psychically sensitive, depending on what you're dealing with. Like if you're doing ritual stuff, it's good to have psychically sensitive because it makes them stronger. But when it comes to dealing with a lot of the other stuff, it tends to, like, since I don't do a lot of the psychic power runs that much, the psychically dull ends up being fairly advantageous because then, you know, you have the psychic drone go on, you're like, yeah, don't care. Psychic drone doesn't bother me. Like, genuinely, if you had a whole colony of psychically, like, psychically deaf pawns, you could have, you know, the ship land with the psychic thing going off that goes to high, and that might actually work to your advantage on the raids popping in and them losing their minds because of it versus you having to worry about it. Never get rid of mods, just build a supercomputer. It's not a hardware thing. It's the same thing that happens in Project Zomboid, that you can have no shortage of extra processing power, no shortage of extra memory. There are engine limitations you can run into. The same thing does happen to RimWorld as well, that you can get to a point that, like, it doesn't matter. You could have NASA's supercomputer, but the way the game is developed in itself, you can't scale to take advantage of the hardware. You can't just download more RAM and make it all better. We already have the AC? Have I been skipping on that? No, we have the AC. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get our freezer set up. It's not going to be a very big freezer, but that's okay. It's probably good that I don't have a huge freezer. Hosting an ally, you want me to keep them for 11 days, and you're willing to give me 2 advanced components, 7 glitter world, or some goodwill. In this particular case, do I have advanced components? I'm going to take the advanced components for when we go to get our fabrication bench. Schedule. You have that. You stay on this schedule. Your area 1 restricted. You won't work, so we don't care about anything past that. We can set you to smooth up these rooms as well. Little by little, we'll get everything nicer. It's just gonna take time. You and your 900 meals? Yeah, I mean, I have too much food now, but that's already a reason why I'm starting to cut back and say, hey, these need to be other things. So let's make that a cotton field as well. Let's actually get rid of these ones. We can go across here. Make that into cotton. So I'm not eliminating all of the fields, but we are currently cutting back on the ones that give me food out here. Since we are tunneler, I'm not gonna worry about it. Since we are tunneler, my people will get mad about eating not mushroom vegetation. And I've got myself a pretty sizable mushroom room back here. So using stuff like cotton and all that out here, or dealing with the limited grow season, like this area down here is now all heal root. And honestly, these are probably going to die in not too long, so they're not going to get more there, so we'll make that more heal root as well. Maybe make that... that, because there's other things you can use that for, other than just drugs. We can just leave that alone. Okay. But see, whenever you do tunneler, you tend to shove mushrooms in whatever unused space that's too small or poorly shaped for normal rooms. Yeah, you can do that as well. I mostly have them bunched up because it's just more efficient for my grower to just go in and have the room they deal with versus, you know, running into random hallways, and the random hallways have it along the sides and all that. But yeah, there's definitely a thing about using spaces that way. Let's go for the microelectronics. Then we're gonna try and go straight over to like multi-analyzer and all that. Yep, so we're starting to get the bioferrite out of them. We don't have the bioferrite shaping table because we don't have bioferrite yet. We're working on it. That's compact machinery, so let's mine that up. And meanwhile, we can go here. Part of me wants to get the auto doors. A lot of times I do like getting the auto doors for my freezer, just so they're more durable doors. The downside is the auto doors do gradually consume a lot of components. They do have a high rate of breaking down, which isn't that bad, but it is annoying that they have to be repaired so much. But also, if I switch these to a bunch of slower growing plants, like the heal root and all that, I shouldn't have to worry quite as much. Yeah, that's the thing. We're working our way over there. I'll probably grab precision rifling here. We'll probably grab the deep drilling and ground scanning. Oh, actually, the ground scanning's gonna be hard to use, isn't it? Because they gotta get an outside space for it. We'll probably make like a little closet along here somewhere that, you know, they could just duck in and all that. It'll have to be someplace that doesn't have overhead mountains, so it'll probably be like way over here. Just make ourselves like a little closet with the ground penetrating scanner in it. Okay, so I need more marble before we get that. We got lots of marble chunks. I just don't have a crafter that's dedicated right now. And so as a result of that, during the winter, I've had a decent amount of being able to work out. For right now, we're just going to go ahead and just use wood doors. Okay. Keep that wood coming in so we can keep making doors. Meanwhile, I will need to fill in that hole I made in the wall. I don't need to, but I'm going to. And the reason I'm doing a lot of this is I want to make the wall too thick and all that. It can't be undermount. I believe, I could be wrong, I believe the ground penetrating scanner has to have, like, it can't have a roof over it, if I remember correctly. If I'm remembering correctly. Essentially used by researchers to search for buried resources. The chance of resource depends on the operation research ability. It consumes a lot of electricity. It doesn't work under a roof. Yeah, so it doesn't work under a roof, which means if you put it inside the mountain, it can't be a thing. It's just the way it is. It's a balance choice. Yeah, it's fine. I could just tuck it in there. It'd be something nice to set up. That way we have, like, limitless materials. The ground penetrating scanner and the drill are really good. Alright. So chat, I'm going to be stepping away for about 5 minutes for my break to stretch my legs, welcome my wife home, quickly use the restroom, get some food happening, all that kind of good stuff. I'm going to take a quick break here for a couple minutes. In the meantime, I'll put up my clip reel and all that, and I'll be back. So thank you again for tuning in the stream, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. That is a real bad hit. Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so. Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. I don't know know how to make you take off your pants. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having the emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? That's one of the things that irks me is, like, I do try and keep right, but, like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just, no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with their performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, and if after getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees, that's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. You're showing me that this is perfect. Don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect.
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
All right, and we are back. Okay. But yeah, now I was just ran downstairs, welcomed my wife home, got some frozen pizza tossed in the oven, that whole shebang. It's all good stuff. And just continuing to expand our grow room. This honestly wouldn't be a terrible room for the mushroom. Well, actually, so walk speed 93, walk speed 87. Technically, I could put down the fungal floor in here as a means of slowing down the people attacking. Which feels a little dirty. I'm also absolutely doing it. I don't intend to actually grow the mushrooms in it, though, because then that makes that whole hallway flammable, and we will be in the same room as the flammableness happening. And I don't intend in making the kill box where you just chuck in the Molotovs till the whole room catches fire and superheats and kills everyone inside. How much longer till I could do another conversion ritual? Oh, I can do it right now. Yeah, so you still have like a 20% chance of instant conversion on it. Because that's what it's going to take to convert White Jaguars, to just land a masterful conversion. With Iron Will, that's the only way we're doing it. Ineffective. Well, that's fine. We'll just keep building up our social skill. Eventually we'll get there. Yep, so like I said, I'm going to tuck the invisible detection back here and then a turret back there. We're not actually using the turret as a weapon. We're going to use it to flag the enemies as in combat, because until they're in combat, you can have like 3 or 4 of them all pile into one square. And so you can run a thing where just they go through here and they just all pile out as one giant group. But if we get them to flag as in combat right away, then we get the ability to instead have them feed in one by one by one. Alright, so we've got that going. We'll get Void Provocation. Let's see. You want a bunch of tribal wear. Ooh, a Psychic Emanator? Do I have enough to make that happen? Maybe. It's really spread between a bunch of different ones. Because an anti-grain warhead is a dangerous thing to have, but also a good thing to have. The Psychic Emanator is really good, though. So what we're going to try and do is we go to our tailoring bench, and we're going to change the priorities on here, and we're going to say tribal wear. And details, we're only going to do it until you have, how many did you want and what quality? Normal or better 15. So we'll go here, and it needs to be 15 of at least normal quality. And do we have someone who could commit to crafting right now? Leafy Pew is going to start crafting like they've never crafted before. You always hunt some buffalo? Yeah, we could hunt stuff if needed. Right now, the big bottleneck is just going to be actually making them. So we're not a huge rush for it, but the thing is I do need to get it. We have 6 days to accept it. The estimated travel time is 10 days. Wait a second. Never mind. Never mind. That's literally like a multi-day trek. Disregard that. I did not pay attention to the fact that the travel time to it was so ridiculously long. All right, let's try and So we go through and put all of those on one, then that on one, that'll work. Yeah, so that's as much as I want those, a 10-day trek means even if I accept it, most likely we will fail it. And then even then, 10 days there and 10 days back trek. Let's see, if I were to accept, and let's just pretend Leafy Pew is the one to go, it's actually longer than that. It's 12.2 day trek. I could get it down to about 10. Yeah, that's just... That is the one downside about doing mountain bases like this, is way too often. Let's see, if only we had a spaceship to travel there rather quickly. Oh yeah, no, Oh, Muffalo is just an animal in the game that's like, sort of a buffalo, sort of like this woolly mammoth, sort of like whatever. It's kind of in the area of a bison, but like it's its own thing. Sort of cow, sort of buffalo, sort of woolly mammoth. It's these. They're just a big thing covered in fur. Like a big cow thing with lots of fur on it. Intense pain, ravenously hungry. Ah, major food poisoning. They're supposed to keep your mood up, and that's not going to help you. You're a body purist who's very squeamish about your cochlear implant, so that's lovely. Insert person, well actually, how are you doing so far as your food and all that? Get into the gene extractor, because they're trying to get some of those genes out of there. Because that's kind of the goal for the moment, is we want to start getting some of those genes, see if we can't get any good ones to give to other people. There's Robust is a really good gene. The immunity stuff is pretty good. The melee skill thing is pretty solid. The reduced pain, like I said, that one's a mixed one. In some ways it's good, in a lot of ways it's just really dangerous. Because it means your people won't go down nearly as easily, but it also means the likelihood of them dying instead of going down is much higher. A Muffalo is self-tamed. A Muffalo has chosen death. I think we'll try and always keep 6 of these available. We extracted extra strong melee and poor social as a combination. Honestly, that's not terrible. I also don't see where it went. So we got strong melee and poor social together. So technically we can use that in Leafy Pew, and that would definitely not be a big issue. So that still ends up being a metabolic rate -1. And for those who don't know, basically the more negative it is, the faster your hunger rate gets. Having a really fast hunger is really rough, because it just spends so much time running to and from getting food. Like, ignoring the amount of extra food they ate, which is neither here nor there, that's manageable enough. It's that they spend so long actually doing the part of grabbing the food and then eating it. Yeah, so we're penalizing the movement speed here by putting down the fungal dirt. So for attacks, because like I said, what we are going to do is we're going to gradually move less and less to being out here, with the intention of trying to make it so that our pawns don't need to run out here very often to force whatever problems we have to go in here. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to put the proximity detector there. Because I put it here, that means while we're in there, anything like a revenant or anything that comes in here will detect. And again, as I'm back here more and more, that should be my way of detecting stuff coming in. It wouldn't be a terrible idea for me to run a power line over here and like tuck in the wall. One of those as well. But that's another thing. Like, do it both down here and up here so we can detect stuff invisible showing up as well. The big thing is that's a lot of power cable I gotta run over there. Yeah, so I put it in the wall, I should be able to detect stuff. That's fine. Okay, so I have an absolutely absurd amount of stuff there. Okay, and then we go right here. Mine 2 into the wall there. Tuck a invisibility detector over there. We can deal with that later. We definitely will want to unhome zone that whole area as it happens. Now, once I get that set up, we'll worry about the next one. Yeah, I'm just doing that to practice social on the character. You can set that to fill in. It'll eventually collapse on its own, but that's fine. Yeah, it's starting to get cold enough that the plants are starting to die. Go ahead and harvest whatever's there. Most likely it'll die any day now, and that'll be that. Yeah, so this isn't going to make a huge difference. It's only a penalty of 6%. But, you know, every little bit. Gonna go back to PoE farming too? Yeah. I bounced off PoE 2 for right now. Like, it looks way better than PoE 1 and all that. There was just kind of too many things. I'm like, oh, this is, like, even for Path of Exile, it's, like, really not balanced yet. And a lot of design decisions, like the Ascensions and all that, that's like, you know what, I'm gonna wait till it's a little bit more baked. Which makes me sad, because Path of Exile is one of my most played games of all time. But it was just one of those things. Let's go ahead and make this a sandstone door here. That should help it so our people can get through there a little faster. What's the issue with Ascension? It's dealing with a new version of the Sanctum and then Ultimatum. And they could be, the Ultimatum and that, like, both of them are pretty rough with the changes they've made to how the movement and everything is in Path of Exile now. Oh, you are going to... Oh, but it's just going to die because of light exposure. That's probably okay. I didn't think about the fact it was going to grow the Timber Shroom automatically in here. Oh, yep, I can adjust. But, like, so for example, with the Sanctum thing, which means your health in that just kind of gives you a certain amount of honor pool, and then when you run out, like, that's just what happens. You get instantly kicked or whatever from it. If you're doing, like, melee builds, it can be extremely difficult because of how it works. And then some of the enemies in there are pretty overtuned, where people are getting, like, 1 and 2 tapped by white monsters and all that. So where I like the Sanctum mechanic, kind of forcing you into it is not great. So that might be taking too long. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you.
I love you more. Let's see, one of your crew is a Thorns build? Oh yeah, no, that's So I've been messing. The first character I did was a warrior that I was doing that new, like, rolling slam thing, which is a fun skill, but, like, mechanically, if something runs straight at you, it's really hard to land the hits because it runs straight up to you, and unless you have enough AoE, area of effect attack, what ends up ultimately happening is you just miss because you kind of shoot past it. And that's somewhat manageable, but it just makes the ability feel real clunky. Your grenade merc? Yeah, but that was where I was kind of going into the whole... There's kind of a balance issue going on right now. Yeah, that should work as long as I don't block up that side. We can go over here. Go to furniture, shelves, sandstone. You can roll an animation, cancel a second hit. Yeah, but then you still roll, which still means you're changing your position a whole lot. Like, I don't think it's bad or, like, unsalvageable or, like, oh, dead game or anything like that. But just one of those things like, Okay, so I'm not gonna worry about getting power to it yet, because we don't have anything right. Like, basically I'm deliberately turning it off. We'll need one there, and I will need one in the hallway here. Because if we have the Nocturnal event, I do need lights everywhere. Okay, so the freezer will be ready as soon as we get those doors built, which is depending on wood. Yeah, so it does kill it, but it's taking longer than I thought, so maybe we will be growing mushrooms in here. The only reason I was hesitant to do mushrooms in there... yes. With the way RimWorld does the mathematics behind rooms, this will be treated as its own room and not able to spread out. As long as I have at least one open side, it literally just deletes it. So think of it making like a flume that you could just dump the heat out. The way I was doing it beforehand is I would go over here and say like that's the side and that this is open. I would have something like this. The ACs would point out here. I would have two barricades and then just no roof it. So it's kind of the same thing, which is the reason I don't feel bad about doing it, because I can make, like, literally I would just make this my freezer, where, again, I'd just probably put the ACs there and have, like, a little opening there. And then because of it, they wouldn't be able to be attacked, kind of thing. But I kind of got to the point where I'm like, you know what, I'm over it. Yeah, and you'll have people go, it's like, but it's unrealistic. I'm like, it's RimWorld. Did you boot up the game? Congratulations, it's unrealistic. Doors used to generate heat. They fixed it so you couldn't use door hallway to maintain 1,000,000 degrees by making the doors delete heat. Yep. They can never win. No matter how they adjust things, there's gonna be some way to abuse it. I'm pretty sure you cannot climb in. Yeah, you're a guest. I guess I might make that into a grow zone. I didn't realize the timber shrooms could grow just on the fungal floor. It makes sense. It's just not something I've tried to do before, because it's normally like 6% movement speed penalty. It's like, okay, that's actually something. But at the same time, But if I plant all the mushrooms in there, well, it will give me more of a grow space. Well, actually, because the mushrooms all die. Kind of wish there was a like, that I could zone this area as I always cut. And I know you can kind of do it. As long as Cassie adapts to counter us, we'll adapt to counter her. Well, I mean, it's very specifically as long as Tynan adjusts the rules of the game to nerf whatever things we're doing to abuse the game, we will keep finding new ways to abuse the game. That's just the reality. Because a lot of decisions you make in these games, you kind of like, I add this, and then to add this, I have to remove that. And so you might nerf my way of abusing your game here, but in turn you create a new opportunity for me to abuse your game there. And genuinely making it so there's no room for abuse is almost impossible. Let's see, put a pen marker in there and you can designate it as cut. I'm interested. I haven't tried this before. We'll tuck it over there in the corner. No, it's not the sewing that's a problem, Burning Sun. It's the timber shroom is growing there on its own, which is effectively a tree. So I believe that will give, so we'll give a 40% cover. So I definitely don't want it to accidentally have some trees grow over there, and now it's cover-to-cover fighting. Barricades are fences, so it'll be a pen. Yeah, that was the reason I put it out there. I was just double-checking to make sure it would take the way I expected it to. Or we go and we keep like an army of boom rats in there. Not really. I wouldn't want to deal with it, because these lights will kill, and I don't want to get rid of the lights so that if we deal with the Noctil event, I don't have to worry about that. Alright, so let's temporarily turn off where we expand the housing zone. The home zone, whatever. Just because I don't want them building the home zone the entire length of that wire. In the meantime, that is home zone there. That's fine. Let's see, does the shroom dirt overwrite normal ground penalty to walk? Like rough granite and all that? Yeah, so if you look at the rough, if you look up here, I'm getting a 93% walk speed on the rough granite. Our smooth floor is 100%, and then this has its own penalty of 87%. So this is about 6% slower than that. That was the whole reason, like, oh, I never noticed that there was that big of a difference. I'm like, you know what? 6% movement speed penalty, while not huge, is definitely enough for me to be considering for all that. Because I haven't messed with this. Oh. Just go back to finishing. I know someone stepped through you. Auto cut. So auto cut literally anything that grows in there. We're just waiting for those to very slowly give me bioferrite. And we're getting all the wood because Mohanrai is running around doing that. So that'll give us the wood we need to get our doors, and once we get the doors, then our freezer comes online. And now suddenly this is up. I forgot I had a book. It's always a hard call where I want to do my book. Because on one hand, you can put in your rec room because it's recreation. But on the other hand, it gives a boost to your research. So I'm going to put in with the research. So bookcase. So you put the pen marker out in the corner outside end, just so folks don't have to step through it. But you don't know if that would matter. We can... Yeah, no, it's probably fine, because it's unlikely they'll attack, and if they do, all I'm gonna lose is a little bit of stone that I'm gonna be up to my eyeballs in by the time it's done, so that's fine. And we still don't have uranium yet. I've got a bunch of it marked on map to take care of. We'll get there. Such a tease. I just saw that. I was like, wait a second, where did I get you from? I was like, aw, it's a bio-coded one they told them to not pick up earlier, and I accidentally allowed it at one point. Alright. Yeah, we do need to get people crafting. That's what I'm gonna need here, is I'm gonna need a dedicated crafter. I'm gonna honestly put you at 4 for crafting in case you do find any availability. Because, like, we're making all these marble beds and all that. We do actually have way more enough marble. It's just still in chunks and still needs to be cut. But that's also the reason I'm not making them out of wood, is because wood is another resource I'm low on and all that. Alright, chronophagy, so if we have anyone starts getting up there in years, we could deal with it. Okay. Just double checking some. Shuttle has arrived for you, so get out of my colony. And that gave us the 2 advanced components that I was going out of my way to... Why does no one in this colony want a haul? That way we have our 2 advanced components I need to get the fabrication table, so that we can make more components later. Psychic ship. Alright, so we've got a Lancer, a Pikeman, and 3 Militars, and then a ship part that's going to Psychic Drone the others. This is one nice thing about being a very melee-heavy colony right now, and actually having armor. I feel like, genuinely speaking, I can run my melee up. We can tie up all but one of them with just the melee charge, and then just shoot the last one and go through. So we're not going to drag this out because mood breaks are going to be a thing. Let's get everyone down here. So Leafy Pew can be the one that ties that one up. You can tie this one up. I don't want you to actually bang on it yet. We do actually have a lot of cover over here. So I have White Jaguar over here. We will disregard all of that because this is a mood break for Leafy Pew, so we will deal with that after Leafy Pew has their mood break done. Because Leafy Pew is our primary melee combatant. Like, they're the most jacked of all of us. But yeah, so you get the idea of how I'm going to deal with this. I can put one melee person here. They could tie those two up. One there. And then probably put the last one on this one and leave... It's kind of either way. Like, because I can either target that one or that one. And just get them through real fast. With the armor, one Militar probably won't do too much. That's a guy I worked right before the meeting who needs to use restroom. Ah, you know, usually the person running the meeting. In my experience. That's usually how that rolls, is whoever's the one person who absolutely cannot be the one the meeting can run without, it's usually the one who's like, hang on, I'm gonna use a restroom, and it'll take them like 15-20 minutes. Where everyone sits around, they're like, I got another meeting in half hour. So like, I really need this sorted. Yeah, so Pikeman and the Lance are the ones that worry me the most. So that's what we're going to do, is get in position and start melee hitting those two. And then, like I said, I'll have the last one just choose one of the two Militars, and everybody else are going to just try and Death Star that last Militar. And then we'll just work our way around. Should go fine. I'm not too worried about it. Which means my luck is someone's going to take a head hit, but even with their helmet, they're going to get one tap by a Militar. That's just how this works. I don't make the rules. Okay. So we're going to need to give you a minute with the sleep because you are super exhausted. As soon as you wake up, grab a meal. We're all going back out there again. Okay, and with that, rally again. So take 2. Because the melee's goal isn't even to actually get the kills. It's fine if they do. Melee's goal here is just to tie things up. And honestly, that poor accuracy will probably work to our advantage. So Leafy Pew's got the best armor, so we're going to grab those two. You can tie that one up. We'll have you tie this one up. And then all of you are going to try and Death Star this one. Actually, you know what? We can make this even safer. You three are going to try and Death Star this one. You're going to get in position ready to punch it. So literally, we'll tie them all up in melee. Know that. Hey, Rual, thank you so much for the 7-stream treat. Catch the last 7 streams. Did not miss a single one. What is your deal? Oh, you're on a wooden foot. Get down here. Before someone has a mood break. Okay, so with that, hit that target, hit that target, hit that target, melee this target, and shoot this target. Alright, first one done. So move over to position here. Shoot that one. And sorted. So I'll have you get out of here, and you go smash that. And everyone just has bruises. Ooh, we got hypothermia on someone. Who had hypothermia? Alright, yeah. You get out of here. I can't have you getting hypothermia. Alright, so we can allow that. You hold that back. Then you hold this back. You're sad that we didn't get, like, get the muffalo on us from a stray bullet. That was the reason I actually ran people really close. Is so the odds of friendly firing, because you can only friendly fire if you're a certain distance away or more. Oh, you're gonna need self-tend, aren't you? Yeah, so you still got reasonable temperatures in a lot of these rooms. Okay, and you're almost done. Cool, and it did remember. Alright, so that should keep that room cleared, that's fine. We've got that all sorted. Yeah, so they should heal up relatively quickly. I'm pretty close to getting this all sorted out. We'll definitely need to get like a heater back here. Try and help out these rooms so they're not quite so cold. Okay, so with that we can toggle that on now. We tell it to keep it at freezing. Alright, little by little we're getting that all done. You still need time for your genes to regrow, which is our only non-baseliner. I literally just destroyed a psychic drone ship to prevent it from causing us to have a significant penalty against the men in the colony, and the game's like, no, you don't get to stop that. I'm doing it anyways. And hit us with a psychic drone ship. It's fine. The game's just trolling. I'm thinking we move the machine table down here. And I'm thinking we do that. That way I can put the fabricator up here and still have room. So I can put like 2 fabricators up here if I need. I still got some room for some more benches over here. Cool, and we got our bookshelf over here. Storage on the bookshelf will be critical. If it's a book, it can go on the shelf. You get the idea. Alright, and we're working on our microelectronics to get that set up. Then we'll get a research bench here, we'll get the multi-analyzer over there. And then we can go straight into fabrication. Get our fabrication bench set up, and there we go, start backtracking, getting the other things filled in. Because I got enough advanced components, I believe, to do it, and I should have enough regular components. We have an attack immediately from Drop Pod. So I can get back here as quickly as you can. You're almost nothing but boar. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Boar, why would you do this? Oh, you have EMP grenades. That is certainly a decision. So I definitely want to get those EMP grenades before you get away. I think it's gonna be too little too late though. Oh, unless you keep going right. Oh, you're coming my way. This is perfect, actually. We're gonna get ourselves some free EMP grenades. Express delivered to our doorstep. You are a durable one, you know that? Cool. That was a very strange attack. Most surprising part is I don't think they really did hardly any damage to the insects at all. Like a bunch of like minor scrapes and bruises, but nothing meaningful. Ambrosia sprout. So it's more components, we'll mine those out. Okay, and that collapsed, so I can fill that in. Alright, so not a whole lot to be done out there. Just keep our research moving as best we can. We can also go back here and say furniture. We'll make a small shelf back here somewhere. Maybe right there. And that way we can put a place to put like a smoke grenade launcher and EMP grenades, those kind of utility equipment. Grab them that way in a pinch and grab the EMP. I'm already at the killbacks. It's like, too bad the wild hives are inert instead of keeping the same number of insects they spawned until the hive is destroyed. That way they could stay as a permanent blockers. They don't die over time. The big issue you'd run into with that is eventually, because you're not getting in enough fights, once you finally get to something strong enough to just overwhelm them, you would then find yourself behind the 8-ball on combat skills. Because like these days, most of the raids aren't going over there. Hey, technically I made a single point of progress in converting them. It's been a long time. that iron-willed is doing work for White Jaguar. We'll wait to fill that in until I get that cleared out. There's nothing urgent there. Yeah, so that'll be enough to keep most of those bedrooms reasonable during the winter. Now we're just basically sitting on the lack of people doing a lot of things. My hope was during the winter... Yeah, that's the good and the bad. Now I can actually grow stuff year-round in the cave, which is really good. Oh yeah, you've been doing pretty good. You are our lone Neanderthal. You are a quick sleeper who is iron-willed and a nudist, but you've got a passion for causing damage and you can mine. So you are the person who stands in front and goes thunk on anything that causes us too much grief. But we're also using you to try and get the genes out of you to try and make better pawns and all that. Who needs higher thought when you can bonk? Yup. Well, with that, I'm going to try and get PST4 and them to both have robust and the better melee. I'm going to need some negatives to go with it, though. Bonk plus pet doggo? Yep. And you'll mine that out and then we'll wall that off. I just want to trap him in there and deal with that garbage again. Yeah, so far we got bad social and strong melee. Gene-wise. Poor shooting I would like. Poor shooting and poor intellect, those would be other good ones to get. Robust would be a good one to get. Strong immunity I would not complain about. Likely that won't be my priority. Okay, so while we're getting that built, let's go over here. Let's grab the auto door for going for the secure doors later. In the meantime, we're going to go production, high-tech bench, plop that there, and that'll be 10 components gone. And how's our power doing? Still have 1,300 watts of power extra. That's going to be a little bit more. We're going to have the detectors here, which I think are like 50 or 100 watts each. I can't remember. Okay. And anomaly, proximity sensor. And then structure, sandstone door. We will make this a tiny little home zone here. Just so they repair it. They'll probably queue it up to repair the walls around it as well, so that as they get damaged from fights and all that, we don't have to worry about it. Now once that's established, we'll go ahead and, you know, do the same thing, but down this way, like around here, put another one. And the whole goal here is just so if, like, a Revenant or something comes through, that pops up immediately, so I don't have to wait for it to be on top of me before I realize we're under a threat. Alright, so we've got you made, so I want to make one nerve spiker. And we want the disruptor flare packs. And you're still mining steel over there. You've almost got that cleared. Yeah, the cold's just killing everything. Oh, it wasn't actually toggled. Okay. dealing with the various animals working their way into my place. I actually have a dangerous animal on it. Oh, it's not really. It's a red fox. But technically an animal that'll hunt stuff. Meanwhile, we could also go here and change a plan to stove. Do it forever. So pretty much we'll take any and all food and we will just process them in the meals and put them in the freezer. It's fine. Okay, so with that, we can go here and say sandstone wall. And we can go to doors, wood door. Just keep expanding, keep doing all that stuff. Got a little bit to mine there. That's still missing stuff over there. Okay, so we do have a proximity detector here. And the grid is now down to 790 watts. Cool, and just a little biofair, we can get that done. They'll have to wait to the next unload, but that's fine. Meanwhile, let's go to you. Drop the priority of that, drop the priority on that. So that way they'll cut first, so you should clear this first. And then they should circle back and doing that. At least I didn't break off a limb. Okay, just bruises. Get everyone all patched up. Biofairs is so strong for swords? Oh yeah. That's actually that's fair. I should probably go for the long blade tech once I get the other stuff so I can get my bioferrite long swords. Genuinely, even with having the plasma sword, I would probably replace that with a bioferrite long sword. Because the plasma sword, for as good as it is, it does have a issue of it starts fires, and that can end up being a real negative. Because like if you single target someone, you hit them and they catch on fire, now your pawn's just chasing theirs around while everything else is attacking you, so people get out of position and all that. Like the plasma sword's one of those things that's like, it's good until the moment you get any of the other stuff involved in consideration. Alright, so critical, EMP, grenades, and smoke. Where are you at? Smoke grenade launcher. That's what goes on that shelf. That way, if we have mechs roll in here or anything else like that, I can just grab it and go. I probably should actually have a way to get over here and have like a little closet that someone can chuck in from the side. I didn't design it well for that. It could be a thing that later on we end up filling in this spot. And that gives us a place that I can, you know, throw EMPs into the area to deal with mechs or whatever. Okay. Alright, so we do have this room fully finished as far as the mining goes. And then with that, we'll have that all implemented. Can you make any sword out of bioferrite? I mean, there's long sword is the only sword you can make. The plasma sword isn't one you can craft yourself. That's when you gotta trade for. It's a special thing. And those, I believe... I mean, there's also a gladius, and you can make that out of bioferrite as well. But yeah, they don't bother having like a whole thing. There's not like katanas and long swords and Zweihanders and all that. Because in game mechanics, there really wouldn't be much value in them doing that. It'd be mostly graphical. Oh, monosword? Yeah, no, monosword's another one you can only find. You can't craft it. There's mods enable that, but then the answer would be, what does the mod do? That's your answer. Let's reinstall that to shove that in the corner farther. Okay, so you're actually getting time to craft. Not a lot of it. But you are getting some time to craft. That's the thing I need to work on, is we need to get ourselves an actual dedicated crafter. Paid toxic fallout. Okay, hang on. So have a toxic fallout for 13 days, killing all outdoor plants and animals. For heal mech serum, done. No farther thoughts required. Like, no farther thoughts required. Yeah, buff her pawn and TTK. Yeah, no, monosword's pretty good. Oh, wait, I didn't see where we got. Okay. Let's do one of these where I'll make ourselves like a little cubby in the wall. And that little cubby in the wall, we're gonna go put our valuables and we're gonna seal that. So like anti-grain warheads, heal mech serum, mech resurrection serum, those kind of things. We're gonna put those inside the wall, and that'll just be a way that we can grab those things in a, at a pinch. Protect them from things like fire, mood breaks, that kind of thing. So link those, storage, critical, clear, serum, mech resurrection, because I figure where the mech, there we go. And then with that, we go back over here. Tell them to haul these chew chunks out of there first. But yeah, so we're making basically a tantrum-proof room to put like our most important, most valuable stuff. And then we seal it off. And then the idea is if I need it, I knock down the wall, I grab the goodie, and all I lose is a couple units of brick, which we're not going to have any problems having brick in stock. Considering this whole base is just littered with rock chunks right now because I don't have a dedicated crafter to make the brick. It's fine. And we're still waiting on bioferrite for you. In the meantime, I think what we could do is go down here, drill 2 spots in there. Alright, and that'll be our second detector. Is that fire still a meeting room? Is that fire still a meeting room? I keep telling him to stop fueling the fire, but I think it keeps getting destroyed. Gather spot? Shouldn't be, but it is. Alright. So with that, we've got all that set up. We are getting random animals in here, which kind of works because it means I can hunt inside my base. Not particularly good things to hunt, but, you know, we can hunt. This will also work out later if I decide to try and use these steam geysers. It is going past 2 of the steam geysers. The downside is these will be tricky steam geysers to use because it's overhead mountains, so venting the heat becomes a little bit harder. I could grab those components. Don't allow sewing. The other good news, we all have face masks on, which gives us 50% resistance to toxic fallout, so it takes a lot longer for it to build up to the point of dangerous. Says, can you make a large area because of cave-in? And then will it open to air? So the cave-ins will never open to air. Like, if it's overhead mountain, I can keep collapsing it again and again and again, and it will never, ever open to air. What I could do is, say, for example, this one, is I could make it, like, attached to the wall above, and then poke a hole through the area until we find an area that's not got overhanging ceiling. So, like, we look here. So this one doesn't have any nearby, so I could potentially surround that with a wall, and then make a tunnel that goes straight up here. And then when I'm up here, I can poke a hole in there and then close it off on that end. That wouldn't be particularly good. And we have the other one down here. This one wouldn't be too bad, because I could, like, make it right here, and again, just make, like, a little hallway that goes over there. And just poke a hole over here. The detector has detected an invisible creature near the entrance of our base. All hands on deck. Unfortunately, I do have one person separated out from the rest of the group. You all pile in here. Who is the one that's separated out? That's illicit. I'm going to guess that we're dealing with sight stealers. Okay, good. It showed up on their side. That's workable. Alright, so you get in position to try and take as much damage into it when it goes to retreat, because that's what you're going to be able to contribute here. The rest of you, drop back for a moment. You've got a little bit of a lead on it. We can gather around. Okay. Melee, get in there. Range, just open fire. I want to see stuns. I saw that headshot. It's just too late. Illicit NZ, like, I'm not going to be able to guess where to burn the fire. That's fine. Okay. That's fine. So what we could do is study that. Get them rescued. We did get them to go after our slowest melee person, so that should help a bunch. It's still in range around here somewhere. It's probably right there in that path there. You finished analyzing the Revenant flesh chunk with the biosignature Core Grip V8. He learned the peculiar Revenant biosignature how to identify the fluids it leaves behind. This Revenant will now leave a much longer trail, visible smudges when it flees. Perhaps you'll be able to find a way to kill it while it sleeps. You can track it with smears left behind and reveal it with disruptor flares, explosives, EMPs, fire foam, and all that. And we do have EMP this time. Still, so for right now, what we're gonna go ahead and do is I don't really need to go out there anymore, so we're gonna go to schedule. We're now sealing everyone into the home zone, and we are not considering that home zone or this home zone. It's also probably good to do this anyway since we were in toxic fallout. But basically, by enclosing us to this area back here, they should always be able to get a warning before it arrives because of the proximity detector. I wonder if you can have the toxic fallout, like if the Revenant's immune to it. So like if the Revenant went here and just sat there in the toxic fallout, would it get buildup? I don't imagine it does. I imagine it's got immunity. But that would be comical if you're just sitting there and you suddenly see the Revenant go pop and collapse. It's like, oh, it just stayed out in toxic waste. Okay. Mad Boom Rat inside the base. Alright, I mean, I could live with that. It won't be in the base much longer. Alright. One thing we will do is let that door close once we finally get the rock chunks out of here. Yeah, so they're starting to cut brick and all that. Right, they can't take the brick anywhere because they didn't allow them to put it here. It's fine. They're going to use it immediately. There's the automatic doors. Oh, did you get the... Yeah, so you got the better bench made. So let's go for the multi-analyzer, because we are trying to beeline to fabrication so I can make my own components. How are you out there? Ah, I see. You're going to clean that spot. I understand. Get back inside. Also make that not part of the home zone. Are you trying to... If you mean like the landform thing, it's geological landforms. If you do exclamation mark mods, it'll give you the exact name. But it's geological landforms, and this is called Surface Cave. It's a fun mod. There's lots of different landforms. Some of them are much harder, and some of them are much easier. Oh, yeah, okay, so two people use it at the same time. Yeah, that's all good. Amusingly enough, if the Revenant attacks while they're here, the Revenant can target them. And if the Revenant does, there's a very good chance the Revenant will just die. Or they can leave because it's too cold. Cool. The warg hunted one of them and they immediately put it down. Alright, so we're finally getting marble brick cut, so we are getting our bedroom set up. I still just have more and more to do over here. Yeah, so if we get those 6 rooms smoothed out, that'll give me enough rooms. Well, actually, it won't, because we've been growing as a colony. I was going to say because that'll give us enough to deal with this. Yeah, so we're basically waiting for that to pop. Once that pops, we know it's time to fight. Hey, you know what? go ahead and put them in there while you wait. While they're unconscious, they might as well get their genes pulled out. Okay, what did it say for brain? You have a stab scar in your brain? Hmm. Okay. That's one of those ones that genuinely considering something like a heal mech serum isn't the worst idea. I'm not going to use it for that, not unless it's looking real bad. Protecting an ally. You'll have 2 raids of a decent number of enemies. What has Olaf got? Ugly, nervous, nimble, and you're only good at shooting. Or some goodwill. I'm dealing with the Revenant, so no thank you. Give me better options next time and we'll talk. You've had some splitting headaches before, but whoa. Yeah, no, stab, scar... Okay. We extracted heavy jaw and strong immunity. Honestly, that's not bad. Because the jaw doesn't do anything. It's just cosmetic. But the strong immunity is a pretty good one. What I need, though, is I need to pull some negatives. Flesh Beast Attack. I'm already dealing with an anomaly thing, so, you know, wait your turn. Alright, well, I guess we're fighting this because that's where we're at right now. I do not want to see that pop because that would be very unfair. Because these are just the events triggering themselves. None of these are a quest or something I've done. Oh, I see. They're all beelining down that side because they want to destroy the stuff in my other room there. Okay, so you have a minor scrape and some bruises. All right. Get ourselves another source of bioferrite. Starvation on you. Deal with that in just a second. Actually, feed them. Get back to tending. Patch you up here in a minute. Okay, we're getting pretty close to what I'm going to be able to take care of the rest. And you're taking care of Leafy Pew now, so that's good. Alright, so I'm expecting to see that pop soon. The good news is no one went down, no one got seriously hurt or anything. But yeah, so the reason they're all running down the left side here is they're trying to get into this area. So that's just the shortest path is to cut left and run along the side, as opposed to they're trying to get into here, then cut right and go along the side. And it's very unlikely to go back this way. There's probably nothing of value they care about. Alright, just waiting to see that detector kick off. Moment it does, we gather everyone. My luck is a component's gonna go in that while we're here. And it'll attack while I'm fixing it. We have a Masterwork double bed. So Masterwork double bed. This furniture is engraved with the artwork of Bormanco Badger Fever Sibian Ball, conducting experiments seeking to understand the secrets of the tough spike, while consulting the ancient tome. The steady work of the bioferrite harvesters can be seen in the background. A cottonwood tree near the edge of the image suggests the concept of sadness. This depiction relates to Badger Fever studying a tough spike on the 4th of August, 5502. I was curious if it was like gonna be like Revenant Spine that like died to toxic buildup or something. I don't think it can. But it's never a thing. That's Badger's bed? Probably. I haven't been moving them over until they smooth out the floors at least, because otherwise I'll be like, this bedroom's terrible, I hate it. So instead of having a +1 bonus for a nice barracks, I'll have like a -7 bonus, or -7 penalty for having a crappy bedroom. But once they get smoothed out, it'll be like +8 or whatever. Blind Healer. Yes. Cringe. Cringe, friend. Get here as fast as you can. And you're a dirt mole as well. And you're super immune, and a mining person, and a crafter? This person, if they try to leave, they're not leaving. Okay, you. Go out there, talk to them. And they're 55? Hey, we can de-age them if we've got to. That's an easy to solve problem with Anomaly. Allow Cringe to join. Yup. No farther considerations required. Unfortunately, yet another melee-focused pawn. That said, melee-focused or not, they're not getting to stay melee-focused. So immediately get into the building. You here. Schedule, we got all that, so work. Alright, so you should probably do this. What was Dirt Mole's stuff again? What were your stats, friend? Dirt Mole, so you're great at mining, strong melee. Fast healing is really good. I should have them mine, but I really do need someone crafting. Do they have a penalty against crafting? I mean, I guess the nearsighted, but otherwise I think they're fine. Okay, so I'm not gonna name them yet. We're gonna wait to see what their negative stat is. We have unnatural healing, which is perfect, because you have a brain scar. Oh yeah, they're nearsighted and they have no eyes. I guess the having no eyes is a little bit more of a limiter than the nearsighted. But regardless of the fact that they're very oriented towards melee, they're too valuable of a pawn. I will be keeping them out of fights as much as possible. Because unnatural healing is one of the most cheese-overpowered things in the game there is. Meanwhile... Oh, we could do a real good job of converting you. We can get that done pretty quick. Yeah, only take like 1 or 2 goes. Okay. So that'll cure your scar. I know that won't cure the Revenant thing. It'll probably cancel the shock. I'm hoping it'll fix your brain scar. So let's try it. Because it's on cooldown. Unnatural healing. They fixed the brain scar and they got this cool flesh tentacle to go with it. Hope at least he can't look in the basement. The Revenant's due. There it is. Alright, Revenant is on its way in. Grab everyone. Same plan as last time. We are just running everyone back here as fast as we can. It's going to take it a bit to get through that box. I'm going to bring everyone back here. The idea is I want to put as many hits into this thing before it has a chance to actually get out. And I do want to bait it with the melee people. We're going to try and have it jump on PS deliberately. It might target someone else, though. Alright, the door should pop open any time now. There's the door. That's fine. Don't strip off your clothes, please. Okay, so with that, you analyze, you rescue. I don't really care about that. Because what we can do now is we can hunt with EMPs. If it stays in here. If it gets out past there. Alright, has finished analyzing the Revenant chunk signature, has learned the more specific biology and vocalizations, makes it Economist will be able to hear the Revenant when it's nearby. So we're not going to drag this out. Go grab that EMP. Grab everyone else that is not you. Start running down this way. Yep, so just got in range of that. Okay, so grab you, because now we have everything I need to hunt. So it's going to be in this maze here. It's already out of range. And unfortunately did not see which way it went. Okay, well, that's fine. There's enough area here where it's split out that way. I'm not going to be able to find it in a timely manner. That's okay. We're just going to be ready for the next time it comes after us. We can just deal with it. And that door needs to stay open. I forgot I made it sandstone. It's too slow opening and closing to be worth it otherwise. Put a comfy chair right there for the book. Alright, the next one I'll just reveal. So should Cringer have the EMPs? No, I'm keeping Cringe out of the fight entirely. Even though like it can't hurt, I'm just making it a habit now to keep Cringe all the way out of every fight. That unnatural healing is just that valuable a thing to just keep them as safe as I possibly can at all times. And I could probably run around hunting for it, just my luck it's gonna be in this mess. Well, the good news is they're just EMP grenades, not grenades. Alright. Get more containment rooms up. Because every little bit of that's contributing even more to our stuff. And the good news is I'd already agreed to basically not going out of our base with the toxic fallout and the winter being here. Alright, so we got another masterwork. That one doesn't have art, sadly. New lovers? Badger Fever tried to attract Illicit and Z by joking about the meaning of life. Illicit and Z became aroused and has agreed to become Badger Fever's lover. Aww. Love on the rim. Alright, Cringe, go ahead and climb into the machine. So we can get that fast healing. I'd love that. Pretty soon I'm going to need a second bank, so let's get that lined up. Because now wouldn't be a particularly terrible time to pop that in. We got a little while longer till that Revenant should make another pass. It's a shame we don't have the nerve spiker. Getting the nerve spiker over one of those revolvers or that other bow would be a lot better for putting damage in on the Revenant. Just because it could line up getting a stun on it, which means getting a couple more hits in every time we reveal it. Now I'm torn whether I have Leafy Pew catch this one so that they get hypnotized, or if someone else I deliberately target to get hypnotized. Great mining. I mean, that's fine. Not really what I'm looking for, but at the same time, it's not bad. I could see potentially giving that to one person. How's their power? 450 watt grid excess. So we're burning our power down pretty fast. Seeing if I can't eject the contents of all these. If it'll be enough for making a nerve spiker. It should be. It is. So we can have you, when you get up, we can have you take a moment to deal with that. I'm just trying to let him get a moment to recover stuff. Get the nerve spiker. And I'll put on whichever, either, like, it doesn't matter, Badger Fee or Meihan Rai. And whoever it ends up going on. Who's the better shot? Alright. You'll get the nerve spiker. Because we get that nerve spiker made real fast before this goes down. That's a stun we can keep on it. Can you sell gene packs? Yes. They sell okay. They're not amazing, but they sell for an alright amount. Probably gonna have the Revenant attack soon. Unfortunately, you craft. Hidden Revenant was revealed because the meteor hit it. It ran off somewhere we didn't see, but it was chilling there, and Cassie went, never mind, screw this thing, and dropped a meteor on it. So it's dead? No, I don't believe so. I believe it just got hurt. Okay, here's the attack. We didn't get enough time to get that sorted. Same plan as last time. We run all the way back here, last one through the door, pop it behind you. Ooh, Illicit's way back there. I think that'll be okay. You're not slowed, are you? All right. Yeah, you're gonna be the one I'm gonna try have intercept the hit. All right, it's in the room. So it's still actually very hurt, which is surprising. Normally it heals up between a lot of these. So it targeted the melee pawn anyway for some reason. I'm surprised it's still stunning it. That stun should have ran out a long time ago. Can I get it off? Nope. Okay, so everyone stop for just a moment. We're gonna have you quickly research the flesh chunk. Because we quickly research that flesh chunk. And give people just enough time to recover. Alright, let's finish their analyzing of the Revenant flesh chunk with the biosignature. We don't care. Has learned about the specific Revenant's biology and the method of hiding from sight. Your colonists can now see the when the Revenant is nearby. Perhaps you'll be able to find it while it sleeps. Just making sure everyone eats really fast. And then we hunt. Okay, they're all cooking and stuff like that. So grab everyone who can go, which is just you. Revenant scene. Did you just, like, run back in? It's almost downed. And everything's good. Alright, so you... go ahead and grab whatever the heck weapon you were using before. I think you just had a bow. Leafy Pew can go grab their sword again. You just had a fancy knife. And you were just using whatever club I had. Ooh, there's an Equa. Grab the Equa instead. You capture Revenant Spine, and with that, we are no longer restricted back here. No one way better than last time? Yeah, because one, we got the early detection from that, so I got warned that a Revenant was on their way. Or at least it's something. I was surprised it went this way, because we could have been in a lot more trouble, because Illicit NZ was back here. And it could have very, very easily gone differently, where Illicit and Z got grabbed by themselves. It still probably would have been fine, but it would have made it more thing. Revenant has reformed in here. We will go and add this. Okay, so containment in here is at 119. And you need... Oh, 80. That's very doable. You're still thinking it's funny that Cassie threw a meteor at it? That was the funny thing, is just sitting there and being like, wait, what? Might need a few random sensors along the way between you, while you already have power done. Oh yeah, no, we're already doing that. We got a sensor I'm putting over there. I'm adding another sensor down here. That way we watch the place where people come into the place, so we get an even earlier warning. We'll also need to go here, because that's far enough that it was out of range. Just popped in. You see toxic falls still affecting mountain colonies as usual? Yeah, no, it's fine. It was actually, like, deliberately... Yeah. Well, it was one of those things. We had that, and it happened for the winter, and so it's just like, whatever. Avoid sculptures, that's fine. Let's grab the Deadlight Dust. Alright. They're getting all those sorted. Pretty soon I'm going to need more power. Which is okay. And then with that, the Revenant's going to be giving us a pretty good bioferrite. Is there anyone else ready to pop in here? Probably not, right? Nope. Okay, and the bedrooms are coming along nicely. Yeah, honestly, I've not had any issues with the, toxic fallout even outside mining colonies. Or underground colonies. It's just a very counterable thing. The big thing it does that keeps you growing stuff from a while. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How many bug breaches have we had yet? None. If you have a single spot of mountain exposed, you have the same chance of having it. Like, unless I miss something otherwise. The bigger thing with having a large area of underground mountain exposed is it's just there's more places it can target. But yeah, no, definitely if you have the fungus, toxic fallout doesn't matter. But yeah, and I've not had to worry, because usually I always have more than enough food that even with toxic fallout, it's kind of a nothing. The only one we had problems with is we were doing those gorge maps, which are a custom tile. Those gorge maps in the early game just have no grow space available. So that's a whole big thing. You don't seem to be upset about your tentacle arm. Oh, looking at the wrong person. Wielding a steel equa, and you're upset about it. That's fine. They delivered me a bunch of jade, so thank you.
Thank you Randall for 1812 for subscribing for 36 months. Morning.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 3 sub. That is incredibly generous of you to do all the way up for a tier 3. Means a lot. And then on top of that, for 3 years you've been subbed to the channel, which is also absolutely ridiculous. So thank you so much for that support. You have been an incredibly generous supporter of the channel for a long time, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you again for that support. And also, morning. Let's see, which is the last infestation you've had like 30 hives? It was the strip mine next to the mountain over. Oh yeah, no, it's if you ever let your wealth get out of hand, it doesn't matter what events you run into. You start getting these events that are just so over the top. Wealth will get you. I say as I'm ignoring the fact that we're slowly building up wealth because, you know, it is what it is. I'm aware wealth gets you killed. It's not going to stop me from making colonies that have all sorts of fun stuff going on. Alright. So yeah, so we've got you and you can mine. We've got you set up to craft as well. I definitely need someone to become a dedicated crafter. Like, right now we have Leafy Pew doing. So, honestly, we could probably get Leafy... Yeah, that's what we could do. So, you can switch that you are now dealing with this. Leafy Pew is getting bumped up in regards to their priorities, so that they can now become our dedicated crafter. You're a dedicated hauling/cleaning person. And I think that'll help us out a lot to actually be able to more reliably have that. It's super out of hand for you. It's great. You have almost 40 pawns. Oh yeah, and events will also scale based on the number of pawns, regardless of wealth as well. RimWorld does a lot to rein that in. Oh, did I miss Sui popping in? I mean, it's fine that we have a shout out for Sui anyways, but Sui's absolutely fantastic content creator. I didn't see Sui pop in. Did I miss a message? It could be while I was hunting that. No, I don't see it. But yeah, Sui's our fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. You can see them either? Gotcha. Yeah, Sui is great. Hey, Allison, how's it going? It's good to see you. But it's honestly your fault. You tell yourself you need like 2 or 3 pawns for each job. You made nachos? Nice. I've got some pizza here that I'm itching to eat some of once we get to the ad break. And we also have Allison Adventures here, who is also a absolutely fantastic content creator you should be checking out. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid. Does occasionally play other games as well. but does play a lot of Project Zomboid. Definitely one of those things you can find out there. Good times. Definitely fun. Has wonderful little Froggo emotes and all that good stuff. It's cheese that's not yours. Oh, get out. Hey, 620. You're asking for a lot of money. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna be salty about it, though. It's enough money, it takes 2 trips because of the weight. And thank you, Randall Thors, for the Gigantify on that. I probably need to change the sound that I put for that. But the Gigantify, showing off one of said Froggo emotes. Okay, so we got Unnatural Healing available. So we can fix the brain scar. Sorry, fix the leg scar. We already fixed the brain scar. And Sentient Cookie also doing a Gigantify, so definitely good times there. We could also technically take off that prosthetic leg and put the leg back on. But right now we're going to start with Leafy Pew's leg scar. With Unnatural Healing, I'm going to spam that thing constantly. Alright, so Leafy Pew got themselves a cool flesh tentacle. So that's pretty nice. They seem mildly, severely upset about it, but you know, flesh tentacle. Can you call it the flesh tentacle? Yes. You can surgically remove the flesh tentacle. That is if you have people who have the thing where they don't like their body purist. You can technically sit there, do the healing. If it gives the tentacle, cut off the tentacle, and then heal them again. I usually don't care. And then heal the surgery site with Unnatural Healing? Yep, that does work. You can do that. I have done that with when I had a pawn who was becoming just inconsolable because they were just mad about it. Alright, so we have that. Right now I'm not gonna give those. The Gaunt Head isn't worth doing. A bunch of random junk melee weapons we can go out of here. A bunch of junk range weapons we're not going to worry about. The frag grenades we're going to get rid of. We'll get rid of the mask. A Zeus hammer would be nice, but we have nowhere remotely that much money. Oh, take the drugs as well. And I'm going to keep that. And we're going to start doing something that's going to be a long project. That should be somewhere around the right amount of silver for what I've got. So I can slowly start making the hospital better. Light there, so if we have Nocturnal event, people don't get hurt cutting through there. Dark visions, don't care. Or just linking those for in the future. Right. And I've got you set up for this. Because I'm letting that sit where they'll mine out here, because there's uranium over here that we want to mine. They've actually started mining that. Unlimited supply of tentacles. Well, the problem is when you cut off the tentacles, they do fight back. They are semi-sentient. They will defend themselves. But just another thing to deal with. Like I said, it can be worth it if you've got someone who's like a body purist and they're throwing an absolute hissy fit over it. Alright, so we've got a raid that's attacking immediately. It is a melee focused raid of impids. So we'll drop everyone back here real quick. Oh, where are you? Okay, you're not too far out. Why did that cave in? Weird. Mad Wild Boar. You choose to ignore that for a minute. You take care of you for right now. I don't want you in this fight anyways. Like, get your food sorted. Okay, so Leafy, Pew, you. That's fine. The impids can waste their fire on the boar. And apparently each other. Honestly, gonna pop the combat thing. It's probably overkill, but it's one of those things that if they get down onto the actual combat line, can very quickly go bad. Because they can breathe fire around and then scatter you. Okay, so the one that went down, what's your deal? You have a bit to die. You have chemical interest and you are a dedicated crafter. This pawn is probably going to die on our tile. Trying to keep them here. But I am willing to give it a shot just for trying to get the genes out of them. I'm going to capture you. Those spears will be upgrades for your little swords. The little knives and all that, so go ahead and grab that. Meanwhile, you're the only one who took a hit, and it was pretty negligible. Oh, stop cowering. Are you... Okay, you are patching them up. That's a prisoner. Work on converting. And before we do anything else, I'm immediately popping them into the machine. Alright. So I can go here. And chuck them in there real fast to try and, again, get more genes. They've got the fast run gene, which is really good. I think they have faster healing. What else do you have? No, you have slower heal. So you have very fast, which is really good. Weak melee damage is one I can put to use. Poor plants and poor animals is also pretty good. Those are all very usable things on this tile. You didn't miss much. They literally just walked up and got shredded. Oh, the food's overflowing into here. That's honestly fine. They're practicing their cooking. You know what we could do? We have so much food. Let's change the way we've got that. So take this off here. So clear those. Cook meals. Do until you have 100. Cook vegetarian fine meal. Do until you have 100. If you get that far, lavish meals do forever. Alright, so let's take them. Let's pop them in here. Yeah, no, they burnt this pig out here a little bit. And then when they came in, it was just... I went ahead and used the commanding shout just because, as well as things, that infants can get really dangerous pretty easily. So I just didn't take my chances, and I pretty much immediately was like, yeah, let's just use it, be done with it. Alright, so real question here is, do I go for trying to hit one of these R1s? Let's also go... Compacted machinery. We're just trying to grab a bunch of materials, keep them rolling in. Been trying to decide is where I want to set up my next geothermal if we go that route. Then go down here. Security. I don't even need the barricade now I think about it. They can't drop pod in. So make enough room that they can walk around it. And we will need to go here. This is what I could do here. And go right like that. And go to zone. And they won't be able to remove the roof from all of this. Just those tiles on the end. But that'll be enough it'll be considered outdoors. Or like no, like the roof isn't in place. Let's see. So we don't care about the loyalist ideology. And go here, go power. And this will become home zone to repair stuff in. Okay, so you can do a smoke spewer. There's a smoke spewer with a bunch of people around it. So problem is, a lot of the areas around me I can't really go to. The rewards here are good. An orbital targeting beacon would be nice. The social and plants book, honestly, I'd probably take that. That'd be really good. And like what we're fighting here is no biggie. But the question then shows up, where does it appear? Oh, that's not what you want to see. Repair that. Not in the home zone. Oh, you can You can rezone this all as home. Don't be far away. Okay, so we can form a caravan, go there, come back. So it's a 5-day round trip. Alright. So we're not gonna do that just yet. Let's get the goodies. So for you, you're gonna run out there and slam that into your eyeball. And then you won't haul because, of course, No one ever hauls. You'll haul the book, and I think those are the two things they cared about. Yeah, because we need to get the power back online. Who's our warden? Oh no. We definitely don't want to bank that one. It's weird that you won't let me carry them back right away. There you go, now it will. Okay. We got the giant smoke cloud. We got that all set up. Okay. So with that, Cringe and Magmium or whatever are gonna stay behind. We will have Leafy Pew will be one of the people who goes. With the amount of food we have, we could send PS. Oh, actually, that's gonna be a lot of melee. Alright, so we're gonna send. I'm not excited about who we're thinking about sending. Let's set Megium. We'll set Megium. We will send Megium, Illicit, and Leafy Pew will go. Okay, so let's deal with that right away. So boom, do that. Accept. So we'll have Megium, Illicit, and Leafy Pew will go. So it's a 2-day trip there and back. We do have 4 days of food. They will rot on the way out there, which could prove to be a really big problem. We're gonna just see how we can do with it. Worst case, we do these things that we have a caravan that meets them part of the way back. Speaking of which, we've now got Cringe converted to our way of thinking. Alright, so they're trying to get there as fast as they can. Okay, so it's only saying 1.4 days there, so we should be okay. So I'm gonna go over there, destroy the smoke spear. It just had some wild animals at it. The rest of them are all gonna hang behind here. Oh, I didn't realize we had already opened up light machine guns as an option. That's fine. One of the things we could also do is electric smithy. That way we can make the bioferrite swords. Because those will be ones we end up turning on and off as needed. So we still have 240 watts extra. Very clearly we're going to need to expand that. We are already researching the bioferrite generator. But I wanted to always have like 6 of these extra available. So that'll be the next 2. I haven't decided yet where I'm going to put the bioferrite generators. I'm kind of tempted to shove them in the wall over here. And the reason I'm thinking that is because it will put a mood debuff on whoever's standing in here. It shouldn't really matter. The likelihood of someone having a mood break just standing in that room while you're in a fight is pretty low. But still. Okay. So honestly, the next one I'd probably do is we would remove the Woodfoot and then have them heal White Jaguar from that. That way we can get you full movement speed again. And right now I'm not going to worry about getting the lights and all that hooked up back here. Yeah, because I could see tucking the power in. Well, no, because that'd be the freezer side. Because the big issue with the power is it makes people angry who are nearby it. I could also see tucking it back in here. You know, or realistically, we could just... where's the boundary? So that's the boundary of the map. Who did we convert? Oh, are you already converted? Holy crap, man. Hold up a little bit, at least. I am gonna recruit this person. I probably shouldn't, but I can make them into a dedicated crafter, which we've been hurting on. And I do want to keep using them for trying to get genes to make, you know, make some, like, solid pawns. So we're going to bring them into the fold. Because we are going to try to abuse the xenogenetics a lot. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is don't worry about connecting all this. I'm just trying to space out containment. And this back area will be the bioferric generators. Okay, so with that we could jump here, zoom in. So it should just be a small group of man-hunting animals. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you take point. Cool. That went about how I hoped. Let's zip on over here. And really quickly pop the door. Start banging on it. Start shooting it. Then from there we can caravan out of here. So there, reform the caravan, send it home, accept travel supplies. We grabbed all the food we could. Grab the components and the plasteel. Don't worry about the tiny little bit of steel because we're already going to run out of food on the way home. So we don't want to be lugging more weight. And then more than likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to send one person out with some extra meals to meet them to give them a little extra food home. A doe has self-tamed. The doe has chosen death. Alright, the only reason I didn't necessarily want to do that is I just didn't want Illicit NZ to be gone that long since they're our building person. But someone had to go. And it was like, alright, well, That's fine. We can have them circle back. It'll be good when we get this person to join our colony, just because they can be a dedicated crafter. Their problem is it's a cold tile and they're an impet, and those two things don't go together well. Okay, and how are we doing so far as being able to upgrade you? One more basic. That's fine. You have you have 1.4 days worth of food. This 2-day trip. They'll probably be okay, but like I said, if they start getting close and they're running out of food, we'll just send someone out there to meet them with a couple extra meals. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna get on the end here. We're gonna get bioferrite generators set up and all that. And I think a Revenant will be able to support that with a couple of extras. We'll definitely want more locked away in here. Yeah. Can you make the freezer bigger? Not particularly. Like, I mean, I could cut out a little bit more. I don't really need to, though. Because when we consider the fact that in this freezer we have between there like 300-something meals, I would rather those meals keep rotting away. Just because that is a dangerously large amount of food. It's a lot of wealth. So I don't actually want to save more meals. It's one of the things you actually get yourself in danger in a big way in these runs. It's something I've done to myself many times as I hold on to, like, literally thousands upon thousands of meals, and then you look at your wealth and you realize you've got, you know, 50, 60, 70,000. You could sell them. The problem is, where would I caravan them to? I've got them over here, but they have to go the whole way around the mountain to cut through the pass there, and then they're all the way over there. So I don't really have a good place to trade them to. I could drop pod them once we get those set up. And you probably could sell them at that point. But yeah, if a trade caravan came in that wanted meals, we could definitely sell them. Yeah, so it still says you've got about a day's left, and you got about days left, so you should be fine. Because even if they run out of meals, that doesn't mean they're starving at that moment. It means they don't have food to eat after that point. We should start seeing them getting the flare packs and all that done, which will be nice. And I'm waiting to do the conversion ritual until they get back. And I'll sort it out, and we're gonna try again to get the master full on converting White Jaguar, because it's like that's the only way we're doing that. Because like pulling 2.8 down each time is nothing. I got a distress signal. Yeah, so I'll be about 5 there and back. Like cumulatively 5 for the round trip. We'll definitely need to research the packaged meals for if we go to do any... Well, I mean, we will need to because we're doing all the endings. So when we go to do the ship, we'll want the packaged meals for making the trip not quite as terrible. Because I'm probably not going to do like any of the type of cheesy things. Like, we're not going to build the ship and launch the ship at the same time as the anomaly thing to disable the raids from the ship or anything like that. We will do them in sequence. You know, and no judgment for anyone doing that, especially if you're doing the speed runs. That's how you do the speed runs. But for me, I'm looking for the challenge of doing all the endings successfully back to back to back. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of hunting done. Yeah, I don't care too much because that would alternately you'd be mining. So he should be here any second. Okay, so you need a little bit of food. And then once we've done that, we should be about ready for the conversion thing. Cool. So begin conversion ritual. Yup. So again, roughly a 20% chance of just masterful instant conversion, about a 50-something% chance of just generally being somewhat effective. And then really, like, all the rest of the chance is just we don't do anything successfully. Masterful! Cool, so they are one of us now. And so with that, everyone's the same ideology, which is good. Alright, so reform. So, there was something... We don't want to go transhumanist yet. I could see going transhumanist for all the tentacles, because with the tentacles, what would happen with transhumanist is they'd be like, oh, I've got this, you know, altered limb. Let's see if there's anything else we can do, because I usually allow myself one change per time. We can add a mining specialist. That'll probably be our one change for this time. So that'll be the change for this round. And that's just an arbitrary rule I give myself, is one change per time. Now, it'd probably be you. Yeah, so you get an increase in mining speed. Oh, but no, you can't craft. So that won't let you handle, cook, construct, grow, plant, cut, smith, tailor, or craft. Basically, you become a mining person who can mine, and that's it. So the candidates would be Cringe there, or White Jaguar. Now, in this particular case, I want you to do that, so it'd be White Jaguar. So assign role, mining specialist, congratulations, you get to mine. I just realized we haven't had that set to so this whole time. Which is fine. We've got tons of food. But this is where all our like medicine and cotton and all that's coming from, so we need to make sure that's sorted. You haven't got that built yet. It's probably still waiting in bioferrite. That needs to be handled out there. Okay, got the multi-analyzer all set up. I don't think I have everything I need for the multi-analyzer. So in the meanwhile, let's research precision rifling and get that going. And we'll go here and say miscellaneous, multi-analyzer. Yeah, so I'm missing the plasteel and the gold from the looks of it. So there is a spot I can mine gold over there. We probably won't be able to reach it because I probably have that done. Alright, we've got... Actually, we do have enough plasteel on the map. It's just not in my storage room. Yeah, so we might be getting to that point that I need to consider clearing out some of these nests. We've been putting that off for a while. But we're getting to the point that's no longer seeming like a thing to deal with later. Bills, add bill. Oh, I don't have longswords yet? Okay, so turn that off right now. Let's actually do a quick adjustment. Let's get long blades. We can do that super fast. And with that, I can go ahead and make ourselves some bioferrite longswords, because those will just absolutely demolish compared to those spears. Yeah, because I only got like 200 watts available, so I gotta juggle my power a little bit. And meanwhile, anomaly stuff, you're still working on those, that's fine. We also haven't set aside a ritual room yet. I should also go here real quick. Toss a light on that side for our ideology room. And the big thing is I'm going to need more stuff I can lock up back here. Oh, one thing I can work on. Let's mine out this space. And the reason I want to do that is I want to start, say, making my really extreme. Did you set those? They were set to that, and I just unset them. They were set to don't so. I did that during the Toxic Fall, and I forgot to unset it. But it's corrected now. Alright, that's fine. I wasn't going to open these up, but I think we might as well. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to mine this out. I'm going to line it with uranium to give it as much durability as we can. And then this will be for keeping stuff like the Revenant, the stuff that breaks out much easier. We're going to start making ourselves proper containment. We'll also want to get the secure doors, but that'll come later because those take plasteel and power. All right. Okay, so we got the long blades. Is there anything else I feel like we need here right now? Getting the harps and all that would help with moods. We're not gonna deal with that yet. We'll want prosthetics eventually. For right now... I could see going for the shield belts. Let's just keep grabbing stuff that's good while we wait to being able to do the multi-analyzer. Alright. So what I am thinking is I do think we're going to take this group down. We're gonna kill the bugs. It's been overdue. We've got armor. We've got solid melee weapons. We've got decent enough ranged weapons. Oh, I was not expecting you to open fire immediately. It makes sense that you'd do that, in hindsight. But let's grab all of you, and instead of having you do that, shoot that one, drop a flare just to stun them. Oh, Right, they were close enough. They did that to me last... Or not to me, but they did that last time we had someone attack. So you move down here. Give room for PS to block. Okay, so we've got all of them knocked down. There's just one Mega Scarab running away over there. He's apparently beelining to attack my stuff. Okay, so let's go to our assignments real fast. We'll send them back. They can take care of that scarab. You go over there, and with schedule is unrestricted. There's no longer a reason to keep them locked away. Are you all gonna stay down? Some of them might. You probably are gonna get back up, actually. That's fine. We'll get you taken care of. Okay, so undraft. Hunt. 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 And allow all. Okay. So the reason I wanted to go out of my way to do that is I just wanted to clear it up so we grab that gold and all that. Because with that, we have now cleared out all the nests on the map. So I no longer have to worry about anything restricting me from going where I feel like. Meanwhile, for you, you just got some bruises. You got a couple scrapes on you, which of course our doctor did not decide was not worth tending. That's actually really good tending for one go of herbal. Yeah, so you got the plasteel, you're missing, you got the components there. Alright, so with that, we can go silver. So mine that. There was no plasteel on the map. We can go uranium. Mine that. Mine that. Mine that. I didn't realize in that spot I accidentally cut into the uranium. It's fine. We can just go in wherever and just poke a little place for us to hide the proximity center. So we got the gold mined already. Yeah, but all that was to try and get all that stuff online. And I don't think we have anyone else for you to do anything with, so that's fine. Don't set you to hunt. I don't want you leaving. Dead Life Dust, okay. We can go skip abduction next. So minor change for you. You are restricted to the home area. Which, you'll do that down there. You're just too expensive a pawn to have running around. Meanwhile, operations, add bill, remove wooden foot, left leg. Because with unnatural healing, we can get you an actual foot there. Which, until we get bionics, having a natural foot is going to be better than any other prosthetic. And we have, like, chances of failing and wasting materials and all that with bionic limbs versus the unnatural healing. Alright, so quickly operate. Okay. And then with that, we can go up to you and say, hey, put that foot back on. And just like that, you've got yourself one less movement penalty. Okay, so that's more uranium. We gotta wait till they get that starting to be enclosed off. How long until you are converted? Or not converted, recruit. You're still working on it. Not getting much done so far as smoothing out these walls. I just have my one construction person. It's getting stretched too thin. I'm probably gonna have to turn a machine off once we get this turned on. No, we have 25 power to spare. So I'm gonna do is completely and utterly stop what we're doing over here, which is deep drilling, go straight for fabrication. Because once I get fabrication, we now have they'll then have a source of components, and then once I have that, we'll just get our fabrication bench. We can just keep expanding. By the time we finish that, I should have the bioferrite generator researched to deal with that. We have a sanguiphage wants to stay here. They're willing to give us recon armor or glitter world. I don't want a sanguiphage itself, but I will take the recon armor. Alright, buddy. Just get out of there. Because you can actually have, like, vampire hunters or whatever show up to stop them. And then you have to fight it. So I definitely don't want my most important person out in the boonies if that happens. Alright, just go home. Everyone go home. You have nothing to do? Oh, because the research bench is shut down. Alright. Now once they get that one built, we'll do the next one. How are we going gear-wise? So right now we only have one flare pack, but we'll get there. Pods have arrived with the recon armor. Okay, so who is in the plate armor? Ah, you're in uranium plate armor. So let's go ahead and have you switch to that. Because we want to get the best armor we can on our melee team. Hopefully extend their lives as much as we can. We can expand the area. And haul that back for anyone who wants to equip it. But the point is now, all of my melee people are wearing recon armor of fairly good quality. And then Badger grabbed that, that's fine. Speaking of which, did we ever get that nerve spiker made? We did. Where did you go? You should be in here. There you are. So let's go grab you the nerve spiker. And you can grab the revolver. Okay. And everyone's back off restriction, doing their thing. Oh right, I want to keep Cringe set away. Cringe is probably going to be the type that just sticks around and eventually leaves the colony. I would have expected them to betray by now. We are arresting them, for the record. That is. I normally don't arrest and hold a bunch of prisoners for recruiting, but in this particular case, a blind healer, we're arresting that. I'm honestly, just as a precaution, are we ready just to arrest you and be done with it? 40% chance. That is going to be messy. Well, actually, wait. 100% chance. I'm going to arrest them now. We're going to play it safe. Get to the home zone. So we're able to arrest them without event. And recruit them. Because with that, they shouldn't be able to leave. Because if they had the organ failing stuff, it would have happened by now. The marriage is on. Badger Fever has proposed a marriage, Alyssa and Z, and they have agreed, and two are now engaged. At some point in the coming quadrums, they will have their marriage ceremony and invite all the colonists. And we are under attack immediately. Can you eat the healer? No. Yep. Alright. We already happen to have everyone restricted to the home zone. So he did get scattered, and it was attacks immediately. Okay, so grab everyone. All of you, get to the back line. All of you, get to the front line. So shotgun, auto pistol. Auto pistol and grenade, so it's not a big attack. Critical fire. One guy with a bolt action. Don't be a jerk. Alright. So the first wave, I honestly think it's in our best interest to draw them into close combat. So let's drop back here. So instead of trying to engage them at long range, where that bolt action is going to have a pretty good advantage in the fight on us. We're going to sit back here. Kill him fast. Kill him fast, get out of the way. I would really like your bolt action. Get over there. Now you two get closer so you don't friendly fire. Same deal. You put out that fire before it starts getting hot in this room. Okay, so with all that, we got ourselves some upgrades in this room, so that's good news. You grab yourself a nice bolt-action rifle. You have the revolver. Let's go ahead and grab the auto pistol there. Meanwhile, for you, Body Purist, Depressive, Quick Sleeper, Psychically Dull, You can cook, research, and all that. What does the Yetkin get me? We already have strong melee and robust available. And really, I don't care about anything. So unfortunately, they're probably just going to be left to die. Yeah, no, it's not a good map for the Animal War Cry. Oh, come on. Oh, there's a second one here. I missed that. You got 3 hours to die. Sickly, you lost me there. Sickly, you lost me there. No farther comment. Sickly was present. You gonna pop that in thrombos and stuff, you think? Oh yeah, no, you can. It's very powerful, but it's a very expensive one too. So it is one of those ones that's a little bit trickier to do. Go ahead and get everyone unrestricted. You still don't have you set up. You're still mining that out. We've got that. Crisis of belief. Disease infection on my doctor. That is not what I want to see. So we're going to immediately turn around to say, hey, breach health on you. And why are you cleaning? You're a doctor. You have an infection. Go to bed. No, but seriously, go to bed. I will intervene if I have to. Not glitter, I've got industrial, but I also have breach health. So breach health should do enough. And I'll bump him up to the industrial since I got 20 of it. Cool. So with that, I've now got an invisibility detection thing over there. Let's actually not worry about smoothing that wall out. So yeah, so if anything invisible comes in from this side, we will get the warning from that. And the next thing is to work on getting this down here. Actually, I was mining that out. Why would I not just plunk it right in here? We'll also pause that till they get the wall built, since those take components and bioferrite, so it's more valuable than the brick. Summer has begun, that's fair. You're already on it. Well, 60% tend. Also, in a pinch, I might be able to just let that person out, the unnatural healer, and I might be able to just deal with that. Let's see, you can't seem to find the bubbles that show the pawns around the map. Not sure why. What do you mean the bubbles that show? Do you mean like this where you zoom out and it shows that? Because that's just literally the base game now. Like there's no mods or anything. If you're talking about the mini-map up here, that's a mod, that's a mini-map mod. If you mean these, I don't think that's a game setting. I think that's base game nowadays, those. It could be a setting that I'm just forgetting I've set. Could be character highlighting all, maybe? as opposed to just enemies. Yeah, but no, it's also very possible you have a mod that's interfering with it. That happens a lot. Because a lot of people, when the new version of the game comes out, they just grab the mods they've always used and just leave them on, and then you have like weird interference between the two. Alright. Cool, so ready for that one to get its uranium wall. Like I said, we're going to go over here. Same deal, we're going to carve that spot out. Replace all that with uranium wall with the intent of putting the security door and all that. Let's see, why are you just building that floor one row at a time? That floor one row at a time. You mean this? Like doing a row of this and not going over in one more? I mean, really... Oh, because I don't have enough silver. So I'm just basically telling it to do a line when I have silver and all that. So I don't have the materials to do the whole room. I mean, you can just queue it up? Yeah, I just don't want to stare at the squares forever. I say as all of this is queued up forever. It is what it is. Yeah, so you're closing that all off. I can check here, so there is a hollow spot there. And so I believe that is enough that this will, like, if I leave the, that on there, then it shouldn't overheat, because it will vent out. And that give us another geothermal, because right now I've only got 50 power left in the geothermal before it's, like, actually maxed out and all that, and I won't be able to do much with that. New recruit. So we did get the Impid to join us. So let me go ahead and do the drawing for the Impid. They're going to be a dedicated crafter. They have a chemical interest, which is going to be obnoxious, but we're doing that. And that'll be Kick KG. KJ, not G. And meanwhile, there should be at least one more gun in here. So give them 2 blocks of recreation work. Okay, so you will be able to do those other things, but you're going to focus on this. You're probably going to give us food poisoning, but you're going to be our dedicated crafter. Oh, actually, take that shotgun. Meanwhile, who is our hauler? That's you? Yeah, for the moment, get these out of here. I think that's more urgent to avoid risks and mood breaks on it. Do you have a food book? Yes. They probably won't end up doing it anytime soon. And if they do, that's fine. I'm willing to accept a little food poisoning to get us to where we need to be. And once you get the bodies out, we'll have you refuel the fire. Oh. So refuel. Oh, no, I've already got it. So begin a celebration. So we can get some more ideology points and all that. Please stop lighting my stuff on fire. Beautiful celebrations has 6 points. Now I'm going and doing the recreation. We're getting more bioferrite, which is mostly going and just becoming more more disruptor backpacks. Because like low-key disruptor backpacks are my favorite piece of equipment in the game right now, because you got a big group of enemies, you tag with a disruptor backpack, now they get stunned. Remnant tries to run, you can reveal it and stun it. That there's just so much opportunity those things give you. We're just waiting to get our healers back online. Let's deliver food to you so you don't get all mad. Oh, you missed a body. Because I need to not have my people running through rot stink. Alright, Shan, bear with me. I'm going to be right back in just a minute. I have got to use the restroom. It's about to be an ad break anyways, so I'm going to do that. And I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies.
All right, and I am back. Yeah, that rate of like, what was it, like 40 or 50 people who showed up the moment the lantern party was about to end is like, oh, I guess this is a bad experience too. Just a very different kind of bad experience than the other ones, which were just, you know, all sorts of like things not going great. All right, so we're doing good at actually getting stuff carved. We got a bunch of equipment here. We still don't have spare bioferrite because we are making the flare backpacks, and the good news is we are starting to get a decent number of people with those flare backpacks. Should have like 3 of them now. Apparently I'm a liar and I don't have them. Let's see, have you ever used the ornate door? Yeah, they're not worth making, in my opinion. Oh, there's components there I missed. No, I just realized I don't need that going down there anymore. We'll make that part of the home zone just so you could run back and forth without much issue. We want to make this part of the home zone. Alright. Yeah, the ornate door is like a door that adds a lot of beauty. I want to say it's a little bit more durable than a regular door, but I'm not confident on that one. Okay, and how are we doing on our anomaly stuff here? Yes, we're still working on that. We are working on that one as well. The only person that should be restricted is... Oh, never mind. They're a prisoner, so they're very restricted. But once we recruit Cringe here, we'll get them brought in properly. And all that. Was either clear out the bugs or did the caravan? So the caravans cleared out the bugs on this side, but I did ultimately go down and hunt these last couple of bugs myself just to be rid of them. Okay, so we should be good to do that. It is more durable than a regular door? Yeah, I thought so. Generally I haven't seen much need for it though. Okay, so I'm gonna take the hyperweed and plasteel for right now. And the reason I'm doing that is I want... Oh, hey. Where are you going? Digging compact machinery? Yeah, how about for right now, you get back to the home zone? Because we're right about to be raided from either down here or up here. But I would like extra plasteel for making the big security doors. So we keep the really dangerous stuff better contained. Alright, so you've got 3 people. Honestly, the Empire could probably more than handle that by themselves. But just in case, let's pile ourselves up in this garbage. There we go. And be ready to react wherever they go. Oh, it's more than 3. They have a bunch of boars. That's fine. I'll focus on this right flank first. Okay, they're fleeing. Cool. And then we can go back here, unrestrict everyone. Oh yeah, you're not assigned to... Ah, we don't have the defaults changed, do we? Oh no, we do. Weird. Okay, so we could put you on attack as well. Yeah, because I set them to start fighting back. The only thing we gotta watch is to avoid friendly fire. Oh, there's another one! Where were you hiding? Was this clan of ninjas? I don't know what you're referring to with that. Okay, so we've got those. The Empire will do their thing. Cool, and a pod has arrived with some plasteel and our goodies. So we will haul the hyperweave back first. Since it rots, the plasteel will get to it when we get to it. We will want to change our research after fabrication to the security door. New recruit Cringe has joined. Alright, so the blind healer. The COVID masks? Oh no, they're just masks are good to have in your characters in general. I mean, they're just masks. So Donkey Duff gets to be our blind healer. But yeah, no, if you actually look at the stats and the masks in the game, they're really worth having on your characters. Because we look, for example, so you get a little bit of armor on your head. It's 5.8 sharp, 2.9 heat. That's not a lot, but it's something. You get an extra 0.6 or 0.3, depending on what your units are doing, insulation, which isn't a whole lot. But you also get toxic environment of 50% resistance, which really helps with a lot of stuff. So when you have those raids come in there trying to throw the tox grenades, it means you get twice as long before those things get really, really bad. So they're just hands down all around a positive. So genuinely I go out on my way to always have them. Because like it also works against toxic fallout, so when the toxic fallout goes, you can just short of ignore toxic fallout as far as your people running around in it with those things on. And you have your permissions, fine. I need to get you a weapon. Alright, so with that, we have Donkey Duff able to run around and mine. They can also work on crafting. We've got Leafy Pew helping with crafting. We have Kit KJ also doing crafting. We've got Unnatural Healing back on the agenda. Let's see if there's anyone else who has like a prosthetic or something else who can improve. Okay, so we're gonna go here and we're going to do surgery. Ooh, can I even do the surgery? Yeah, no. We might wait till we have someone who has like any amount of doctoring, because Mega's the one I would want to remove the prosthetic leg from, but Mega's our best doctor. And I don't have really a second doctor. Let's go ahead and decide on someone to be the second doctor. I'd love it to be Donkey Duff, but they're blind, so that's kind of a very big limiter to them. Meanwhile, insert into the pod. We're going to start going through everyone, start extracting more genes. Oh yeah, I know you're all good. It was just, I didn't know what you mean by the clan of ninjas. But yeah, I know you're all good. But yeah, no, the face masks are really useful. I highly recommend running them in your colony. They're cheap, they're easy to make. 50% tox, resistance is really good. The tiny bit of extra resistance they get, all those times you walk away with 1 hit point wearing the masks, that was the mask saving your life.
And they do add up. Alright, clear out the next one and get it ready for better containment. Oh, hey, brick? Oh, it's block, that's right. Block, don't store that here. Because now we're just filling that up with block. What happens if you remove the fleshy arms? They become flesh beasts. Like the little flesh beast. Slow runner is probably not one I'm going to consider. Do not auto-load that. Next one, we can go to the dirt mole. Let's also check. Do we have any terrible stuff in here? Yeah, get that out of here too. Do not auto-load that. I'm never going to take weakening yourself to disease. Disease ends just way too many colonies to take that risk. Yeah, it's going to take time for us to smooth out those floors and all that. Uranium walls. And little by little, we're just going to get all those built up. But yeah, and that's what'll end up happening is we'll put the revenants. You know, if we get, like, the flesh heart and all that, we'll put those back there. Because those are ones you want to keep from... Actually, I'm sorry, the flesh heart doesn't break out. But you get basically the most dangerous stuff. The, Chimera would put back here. Stuff like that. The stuff you want to keep it in its cell as much as possible. The Devourers you'd want back there. Dark Vision and Nearsighted. That's a maybe. We'll keep that one. Because I could see using Nearsighted on the melee pawns. That I don't think that impacts our ability to fight. Muscle parasites. Love it. Everyone gets to be in pain for a while. Okay, so we were going to decide on who was our second doctor. It's not going to be one of the melee. Let's make it Kick KJ, I think. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to deliberately have Magnum not doctor for a little bit. Is food poisoning a disease? In what way? Like, it's not a disease in the sense that you don't catch it from infection in the game or anything. Mechanically, I believe the way the game works, it treats it like a disease in a lot of ways, but it's like, okay, are you wondering if there's something that cures diseases that works on it? Or, like, what are you asking? Because in real life, food poisoning is a general term for just any time you eat something and it gets you sick. Which means it could be bacterial, it could be viral, it could be, you know, you ate something you have an allergy towards. You know, it could be a lot of things. Oh, it's because you're in the pod is why it's saying there's no doctors. Like, what do you mean? I just assigned one. Very fast runner is what got extracted there. That is absolutely one we're banking. In RimWorld, no, I get that. But when you're saying a disease, what is the thing you care about with it? Like, treatment method? Like, that's the question. Because, like, it might be a disease in the code, but as far as playing going, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, gameplay-wise, I would actually argue it shouldn't be considered a disease in the sense that you don't use medicine to cure it. You don't... No, and I get that you're talking about RimWorld. Like, in RimWorld, all other diseases you use medicine to treat them for the most part. With the exception of ones you can't cure. A unique offer for EMP grenades. You'll give me a Persona Core or 44 Goodwill. I don't have those components. I'm gonna ignore that for now. But yeah, so it's like, I don't know what it's categorized in the background, but as far as diseases are concerned and how you gameplay around them in RimWorld, I would actually argue I would not call it a disease in the sense that you don't do any of the things you'd need to deal with disease with it. Okay, so geothermal is online here. That should be fine now. And with that, I should have plenty of power to turn this back on. I can probably also go over here to the smelter. Plunk one of those down. Sure, treatment method takes long to cure. Yeah, that's the things. I think if it's, you know, is it a disease in RimWorld? I think that's more subjective than objective. Like, in the code, it might be literally under the class group called disease or whatever, but it's just one of those things that, you know, even that would it considered a disease for our things, because you could also have stuff that is very clearly not disease that would have that same flag or whatever. And I have no idea what is in the code. You should have more than enough power. Is the power connection not there? Why is there one tile that's not built? Run down there and build that real fast. Because we don't get that, those will all rot. Your treatment method, it takes long to cure, set in bed for 3 days. I mean, getting someone with poison, food poisoning to stay in bed in RimWorld is the difficult thing by itself. Usually I just kind of let them do their thing, because it's just a timer. It just sorts itself out. There's not much play counterplay. It's mostly you do what you can to prevent it, and when you get it, you just have a pawn that doesn't work well for a while. Alright. That's for colonists. Eventually, we'll get that all smoothed out. We're getting there. As soon as we get enough bioferrite, we can get that sorted. Okay, so you've got a spare simple helmet. We can definitely make ourselves better guns. You love Football Manager in case you can't tell? I mean, I didn't really have a way to tell. Score your goals could be just about anything. It is interesting that with just mushrooms, you can make fine meals, where most of the other things you needed to have multiple different types of ingredients, which is kind of interesting to me. I'd like a trade caravan who wants food to come by. Oh, you know what we need to be doing? Now I've got more power. We put the orbital trade beacon in here. I'll put another one in the freezer. And then we can put a console. It doesn't matter which room, really. I think for our purpose, I'll shove it back here in the biotech room. Okay. We don't have to be in bed? So what doesn't have to be in bed? Oh no, for food poisoning? No. They usually won't stay in bed anyways. They'll get out and want to do whatever their things are, get their recreation, get their food. So you end up dealing with a lot of that. Anyways, let's get back to components. Mind that, that's a very dangerous set of components.
Mine that. Mine that. Mine that. Gotcha, and there's a bunch out here that need to be hauled still. Yeah, they move around and throw up everywhere, pretty much. But I'm having our person with terrible doctoring practice doctoring with all the gut worms. Or sorry, muscle parasites. When we have like actual fighting injuries or a serious disease, I'll get our good doctor back onto it. I'm just trying to get a second doctor trained. We'll get there. I would have made a Donkey Duff since I'm keeping Donkey Duff out of the fights because they're my blind healer. Oh, you know what? I could literally just heal them away. Yeah, it's fine. I'll put you back on it. I'm gonna take my chances. Remove prosthetic leg. Rest until healed. Try your best. Try not to completely jack it up. Why are you in the caves? I mean, it's just, you can build your bases anywhere. Caves gives you a lot of defensive, areas. Being underground gives you a lot of resistances to heat and cold changes outside, because underground tends to be more consistent temperature-wise, all that kind of things. There's negatives, too. Alright, well, you messed it up. You almost killed them. But that's fine. You'll get better at being a doctor doing that. And we'll just keep trying till we get it right. Alright, is there anything we could do? So for the most part, we're getting just the good stuff, which sounds like it's a good thing, but with the way the Xenotech works, is if you have too many good points versus bad points, your character just needs to eat that much more. The idea is our metabolism just gets higher and higher, which becomes very obnoxious to deal with. Not from they eat too much food, but literally the time they spend eating the food becomes a problem. Alright, so we got a weather control machine nearby. What weather is it causing? Forced weather. Fog. Alright. So it is right over there. So, who is going to be going to deal with our weather machine? We're going to put you back on doctoring. So, it's a good season for Kick to be out there. So I could send Kick, Leafy Pew, and we'll send one more. Kick, Leafy Pew, and... I think Kick and Leafy Pew are just gonna duo it. Alright, so here is Kick. Here is Leafy Pew. We have enough food to get there and back without running out, so get out of here. Butt infections. I mean, you could put sterile floors. Like, I don't even think caves really impact infections that bad. Considering you have, like, dirt, is bad, and, swamp is bad, and all that. Like, anywhere you go that you haven't gone out of your way to do that, infections will still be the same kind of thing. Like, genuinely, it's stuff like tropical forest, swamp, oh, that's gonna be way more impactful on infections than cave. Okay. Yeah, because they didn't want to send illicit NZ this time just so they would have time to actually go and work on the other stuff. Okay, so smelt slag, do forever. Smelt weapon, do forever. If it is bio-coded. It'll start with that. You're really enjoying the stream? Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Cool, so we can now trade with anything in either of our storage rooms, whether it's the freezer or the other one, and we've got our place to trade stuff. So that'll be good. We have 2 slots available, so let's go ahead and build another one of these. Okay, you're still researching, you're still building, you're harvesting food. You'll never do hauling. Okay, so you are hauling components and all that already, that's good. Get those one over there, and those ones down there. And those ones over here. And those ones down there. They're trying to haul all those components inside so they don't just rot out there. Because we're getting pretty close to getting our fabrication unlocked. I'm not going to worry about the advanced fabrication. We're just going to get fabrication unlocked. Then I'm going to drop back and start filling in a bunch of gaps like precision rifling, start getting our assault rifles produced, start producing our flak armor, getting all that stuff. We're going to want the deep drilling and the ground penetrating drill. Which, like I said, I think the idea for that one is somewhere around here. Oh, it's up there. We've got a number of these. I might try and make an area over here that's the ground penetrating drill inside it. And then, you know, all that. Just the means of dealing with it. We'll see. Okay, and you've got that one sorted. So mine the next one of these ones out. We can also circle back and get our security doors. So that way we can potentially move the Revenant into the security room before it escapes to just have it be a lot less likely to escape. Draw animals, summon flesh beasts. Because we're just going through all those. I think we're missing the ghoul still. And we are tending to everyone. Pretty soon, once we get the walls smoothed out there, we're going to start getting everyone out of this barracks and into their own individual rooms. It's taken entirely too long to get that done. Like, it's always slow to smooth floors, it's just... normally have more than one person capable of doing these things. I also usually don't just keep queuing up project after project. I say as I'm queuing up another project. I'm not worried about someone potentially stealing the uranium. Or that silver, for that matter. I actually have a bunch of silver over there. Just watch to see if I have more, like, components just sitting off in the corner. The gold's fine. Even if it gets stolen, I'm not too worried about it. Caravan has arrived at the weather controller. So zoom in.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright. It is actually a shame that I didn't bring, like, a smoke... Disease malaria. Well, I'm glad I went with the way we went with this. So you two start dealing with that. Is it easier to survive caves or woods on higher difficulty? You're talking about your primary threat being the raids and all that? It's going to most likely be the caves. But, There's also, again, pros and cons of any of them. Please tend to people. Let's just go ahead and go right for the industrial stuff. And who's the third one? Stop cooking. I never understood that, where you have like bed rest set really high and they're just like, no, I've got to cook. You don't understand. Reform caravan, go back, accept. And we got our travel supplies. We'll grab the components and the unstable power core, because we never woke it up, and the plasteel. I'm probably going to have someone meet them part way. You know, I don't understand is why didn't you use the industrial medicine when I told you to here? So you're not keeping up yet. We'll give that a minute. You're doing fine. I'm trying to see who I want to preach health on. I think it's going to be you. So we're going to go ahead and grab... Oh, that's literally... Of course, the one who I can't preach health is the one who needs it most. That's very typical RimWorld. Well, in the meanwhile, you might as well preach health them. Because let's try and just secure as many people against malaria as possible. When Kick gets back, we definitely don't want Kick to handle doctoring with malaria. Surprised you're not winning more. Okay, now you're using industry. Alright. And we're hitting them all with the industrial medicine just to secure it. Malaria is no joke in this game. I've certainly lost my fair share of colonists to it. Alright, so you've got a half a day of good. It says you have an estimated 2 days to arrival. So we are going to form a caravan. You start them going out this way. We're going to accept that. And for right now... Do you have malaria? I don't believe you do. So Illicit's got to be the one to go out there. Travel supplies. We're going to override that. We're going to tell you to bring 20 meals. And so Illicit's going to run out there, meet the other caravan, and bring them the extra food. Since they're hauling more back, and their food's not going to last long enough to get the whole way back otherwise. I really wish you weren't going to sleep right now. Alright, Kendra, you have a good one. I really wish you'd leave. You're literally going by yourself. This shouldn't be a battle. Alright, so it looks like you're finally getting out of here. And we have a mech raid. And it's a bad one, so... cancel forming caravan, get everyone back home. The other group's just gonna have to fend for themselves for a minute. Donkey Duff, I still want you to stay out of this. So you stay home. This is an EMP kind of situation, so let's grab the EMPs. I'm worried it's going to destroy that and just cause me grief. As opposed to actually coming after me. Oh, schedule, everyone stay home. Alright, so far so good. Oh, you're just attacking straight up sandstone. All right, hold up, hold up. Everyone get ready. They're just breaching the wall. Okay, so you've got a Scyther, a Lancer, a Pikeman, and another Pikeman. All right, so we're going to try and just initiate on them. Okay, so we're gonna be quick about this. Step out, drop the EMP. Not give me a line. Someone give me a line. Okay. Drop that. You need to not be here. Get out of here. You start running up. You go for that one. You go for this one. Rest of you start opening up on that. Where's the flare? Where was the flare? That was the whole point, is the flare was supposed to drop, get the stun off, and we could do something, and it never happened. And as always, the opening shot immediately killed the first person. So we did just lose our planter, who was a quick grower and everything. That also took out one of our, like, our stunning person, so that's lovely too. This is really bad. So get away from the Scyther. You need to keep those shut down. You kill that one, because it's free to do what it wants. You run up to you. Let's drop another flare over here. No. Keep shooting the one over there. That's the problem right now. Well, that's really bad as well. All right, change of plan. You got to shoot this one. Hurry. Well, that's gonna be a colony wipe. Just get out of here. I'm salty because it wasn't the person who got downed that was the one who was firing the flare. So literally, we just didn't. I'm assuming what happened was I told it to fire the flare and then I accidentally moved the one time it's supposed to do the flare. That's what I'm guessing happened. going great. Trying to keep you in it. Don't we have a caravan? The problem is, most of my people are already dead. Where did your weapon go? Where did... Alright, well I guess you just go away now. Or you just get shot on the way out. Keep in mind, we also have malaria. You lose an arm? No, it's just his ability to carry stuff got knocked down enough. And the problem is you can't force a caravan to go anyways. Resettle? Oh, I never resettle. I'll quit a game before I resettle. It's just not my interest. I don't like to do, like, the reset your colony. I don't do Man in Black. I've done those in the past, but we commit to the tile. Revenge against Synth? I don't know what you're referring to there. If you're using references, you gotta make sure they're relevant and people would even remotely get that. Yeah, the worst thing is my entire plan was to drop the flare. You move the pawn after running the drop flares. That's exactly what I think I did. Because the whole plan was drop the flare, get the stun, get the EMP into position to keep the 3 locked down like they did for a long time, get the melee on the other 2, and then I should have been able to clear everything with not taking hardly any damage. But unfortunately, the actual reality of what happened was I accidentally canceled out of using the flare. That's my assumption, is I canceled the person out of using the flare, and they didn't get the stun. And then the fact that we got tagged and instantly one-shot through our... Oh no, that was not one of the ones with the recon armor. I was about to say, like, through our recon armor. No, the one with the recon armor's over there. Yep, and you're going to die here. And they're dying of starvation out there. Because we were sending a caravan to meet them when the raid showed up. Yeah, no, I botched the flare. So when you throw flares, it's a good habit to do a half-second unpause to set the orders. Yeah, and that's not a bad idea. It's interesting that they're not destroying anything, because normally they go through and they destroy all your furniture and all of that. And weirdly, they're just kind of doing circles in there. Like, we might be dead. I got 2 more pawns. Okay, weirdly, they just suddenly decided to go back to attacking after all that time. But the problem is they're actively starving, trying to caravan home. So they genuinely might collapse on the way home and die. And if they do get back, they have to immediately attack those and try their best. Man, I'm still salty. I think they can't eat raw food. They can if they had raw food. They're not here. They're caravanning home. They ate all their food. And we're in the mountains, so there's next to nothing to forage. We would sit there and slowly starve to death trying to forage a tile. That's what we were actually working on when this showed up, as Illicit NZ was trying to carry food out for them. Like, had already gotten to around here-ish with the food in their pocket to leave the tile.
still salty I canceled the flare. That would have been fine. We would have maybe taken like a couple of solid hits and that would be about it through the whole thing. It was mostly that Scyther I was worried about. Because we could tied up the Thumper pretty easily. Stop trashing my walls. I know it doesn't really matter because the colony's basically dead. But on principle, stop trashing my walls. Okay, immediately draft. What's your malnutrition at? Only minor and moderate. That's still not great. So immediately get over here. You need to rush. Now, good news, there's pretty good cover here. Which we have immediately... Oh, you weren't... why are you the one in the lead? Get Leafy Pew up there with their armor. Actually, here. Will it follow us? Be fast. They will not follow us. Okay. You lead the charge. Get in there as fast as you can. You've got recon armor. You've got a helmet. You got everything that can work for you to try and save your life. You try and skip past there. So that we got both of you tied up in melee at the same time. Go eat. Why are you... Eat food. You're starving to death. You can carry stuff later. Alright, so what we've got left in the colony is we've got a wannabe doctor, we've got 2 people who can kind of craft, no one who can grow stuff, and no one who can do construction. So that's congratulations. Those are your jobs now. You now do this. I will need you to haul the bodies out of here. Win or lose? Oh no, we basically lost, because the problem is it's going to take me so long to recover our numbers that if I don't resort to cheese, the next meaningful raid is just going to do us in. Like, that's the issue when you take this kind of a hit. Is the ability to recover is near impossible. It's not near impossible, it's just really tough. Especially considering we have no doctor, we have no cook, we have no person who can grow stuff. It's just short of cheese and oh no, if it gets to cheese, I'll just quit. I don't want a cheese. Not because I have anything against it, I just don't have interest in that style of gameplay. Grab the Hellcat, that's the best gun we have. Oh good, catatonic. Well, oh, you can't, doctor. Oh yeah, no, and with Randy, yeah, you can get left alone enough that it can work. I am going to strip you because you have a flare pack, and that shouldn't get marked as tainted. Rescue you. What do you consider cheese? Trap mazes, burn boxes, using the, like, the Resurrect Dead thing. It doesn't work anymore, but... Oh, Christ's Belief. Go ahead and have both of them break. Where you used to be able to do the thing where you could melee stuff and they couldn't fight back. We're saved for a minute. Oh, the Scyther Blender? Yeah. So they're gonna starve to death because Leafy Pew will not feed. Kick KJ there, refuse to doctor. You can't They can't doctor. They're physically incapable of doctoring. No doctor. So Kick KJ is going to starve to death while they're catatonic. And they'll just be Leafy Pew, who the, I can't imprison or do anything right now. We're broken. I have no pawns to control at the moment. Because right now, if we look at this tile, I'm still sitting at... Actually, we're only at like 100,000. We're really not that high up, all things considered. Wealth-wise. That's not quite a third of the way to, Arco Nexus. Yeah, no, I just screwed myself with that flare. I'm pretty salty about that. I feel like that fight would have gone perfectly fine. Dropped the flare, got that immediate stun, got my melee in on top of him. Oh, right. Wait, will you Warden? Yeah, you'll Warden. What difficulty? Oh, it's only Strive to Survive. I just had a fight I misplayed. It is what it is. It's all it takes to lose. Misplay a fight. I just accidentally canceled my flare, and when that happened, I went in with the expectation of getting a stun, and instead I got insta-gib because the mechs always insta-gib. It's always been my luck. Whatever the opening volley of the mechs are, it's something like... If you took, like, the last 10 times I fought mechs in that type of an exchange, it'd probably be, like, 7 or 8 out of 10 I got one tapped on one of my characters. And I've had it where I have, like, the flak helmet and everything. Recruit? Oh, no, I don't need to recruit them. I'm literally just going to release them. The only reason I threw them in here was I'm not allowed to feed them as they're catatonic in there because we're not allowed to doctor. But we can feed them as a prisoner because apparently, because it's not caring for someone, it's okay. Because right now, if Leafy Pew's on their own, the very first time they get a bleeding injury or any type of sickness or infection, they just die because they can't doctor. This run's basically over. That's kind of the thing when you get to these levels of losses with this map, because what's going to happen is either that Revenant's going to break out, it's actually getting pretty close to due. These break out, Leafy Pew can solo them. But that Revenant breaks out, it'll be tricky, because Leafy Pew will have to just chase it around. Put on the Flare backpack. Just a precaution. Don't worry about any of this down here for right now. And actually, for that matter, don't worry about that either. Just do your best to fix up what you can, to at least close the holes in so next raid doesn't just storm in and destroy literally everything.
Yeah, I'm still salty about that. What if you go to the woods and recruit? That... I don't know what you mean by that. There isn't a mechanic that says, I would like to go recruiting, and you get more pawns. The way you recruit in this game is you'll either have events that will randomly give you people, or you have to knock someone down and capture them, bring them home, and recruit them. So, like, there isn't really a way to say, oh, I'm short on people, let me go get recruits. The closest I could do is attack enemy stuff, but usually the enemy stuff actually has a decent amount of defense, and Leafy Pew running in by themselves with a burning sword is thing. Oh, it means party stuff? Yeah, I don't have anything there. Yeah, no, if you have a ritual that does that, we don't have a ritual that does that, unfortunately. Entity escape on the tough spike. I was waiting for it to be the Revenant. And with this, it's probably the end. Don't get a bleeding wound. Don't get a bad wound, Leap. You can't be doctored. Nicely done. Still salty about that flare. I mean, I did it to myself, but I'm still salty about it. So haul that back, haul that back, haul you back, haul you back. Haul that back. We'll see. I'm curious if we'll get like a group of refugees or something, because sometimes you get lucky if you get a group of like 5-6 refugees pop in, that you can actually manage to recruit 2 or 3 of them away pretty, you know, if you're lucky. The odds of it are terrible. But technically, those odds do exist. I need you to not be catatonic anymore, please. Yeah, because what would likely happen is if we bail on this run, most likely I'd be switching over to Farm Sim, since that's the other game is debating playing today. Let's see, are there any work camps you can recruit from? The problem is Leafy Pew can't bandage themselves, so if they take a single hit during the work camp attack, they literally die. And also the closest we have is way down there, which is about a 4-day trip each way. So Leafy Pew can't carry enough food for both them and the other person. Like, we're kind of boxed in right now is what's going on. Like, if we can get KJ back and carry a little bit more food, that might be able to help. Or, you know, KJ at least is able to bandage. Because they're not dead, they're just catatonic, so we can wait for that to break, but that can take a little while. I'm just waiting for that Revenant to escape and just finish the job off. But that shows how fast things can go bad. We had 2 people away, and like I said, I came around here just to drop the flare. Accidentally canceled out of the flare, and so where I meant to stun them all, instead they just ran loose. Had I gotten that stun, I think that would have been fine. I don't even think we would have taken a serious injury. Let's see, some of the best stories cover nearly ruined colonies. You're able to get some... Oh yeah, no. I've done that before. Like, I've definitely taken the Man in Black and come all the way back from that to rebuilding a whole colony.
But the unfortunate reality is, for as often as, like, the rare times that that happens, while it can be good storytelling, a lot of times what you end up with this is you're literally just waiting for that next raid to show up with, like, 10 people to finish off your one remaining person kind of thing. That, you know, it's one of those things that, outside of leaning hard into cheese, again, like if I were to convert this into a burn box. Okay, so we can release them. Then you basically put yourself in kind of a trapped spot. And I've found in the past that, at least for like content creation and everything, I think it's just better, instead of dragging it out for, you know, 2-3 hours waiting for the game to just put the last hit in. A lot of times I end up wrapping up early, just so, you know, we can get on to the next thing and not drag that out. I haven't quit on it quite yet, but I'm accepting it's pretty close to done. Like, the odds of coming back from this are bad. Surprisingly, none of them are having serious mood breaks. Like, for all the... Oh, you know why? Because they weren't here, it didn't show up as colonists died, and they had, like, the mood penalty across the board. So they're upset that their friends died, but we're not getting a lot of the debuffs you would normally get, because they weren't here when it happened, I guess. Alright, Kit KJ is desperately trying to farm. No, it's a healing mech serum, not a resurrection mech serum. If it was a resurrection mech serum, I may have been able to bring some back. So we got Poppy would join, Too Smart, Sanguine, who can mine and research. Hey, you know what? Right now, that's a winner. I realize it's a child, but right now, that's a winner. Because each person we get, we can try and recover. We'll see. How long do you have to take care of the dogs? Too long, 13 days. A whole season, basically. The good news is we already had almost 200 meals in the freezer. So with all this going down, we do have enough food for the two of them to last them the better part of a year before they will actually need to cook again. I'll allow you to sew it, it's fine. What about wealth dumping? I never wealth dump either. Like, that's the thing. Those are the things you have to do when you're doing hard difficulties. That's the side of RimWorld I don't like. The microing your wealth and all that, where you have to be like, oh, getting too much wealth, put all my stuff in the closet and burn it. I've done that in the past. You love the colorful lights in the base? Nice touch. Well, thank you. This is the ideology color, this is the danger room, this is medical, this is the fighting defensive position, which of course we got a breach here that went right around it, which is what got us in trouble. I'm still salty about botching that flare. Does the ideology color affect mood? No, none of these lights have any impact on mood or anything like that. The only thing color-wise that impacts mood is if you're wearing your favorite color or your ideology's color on that pawn. That will give them a 1 bonus to mood. So it's just 1 hair above absolutely nothing. Let's see, so you're a newbie at this since the first of this month. You have a tribal colony and play it like The Sims. This is your first stream. I'm allowing you to spoil yourself. Gotcha. You know, this is actually a tribal start here. I actually very much prefer tribal. It's my favorite start. It's a slower start, but it's my favorite start. Alright, we got Mad Muffalo. Muffalo can get over the barricades, right? No, the Muffalo cannot get over the barricades. I believe if I start you walking this way, I can get you here in position and get you there. Alright, Muffalo's sorted out. Yeah, so you... Actually, you don't cook anymore. You cook. $16 melee? Well, that's the thing. Leafy Pew has been super juiced since the very beginning. They're a brawler who is tough with 16 melee. We've got them in recon armor. Like, they're a monster. It's just... You know, they can only melee by themselves right now, and that's easy to shut down one pawn by just hitting him with a bunch of bullets, or, you know, if you have a group that's got a mix of grenades and Molotovs, you can't really stop to deal with it very much. No problem. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're gonna go and also ahead and shove the unstable power core in the wall here. It sitting in that room is just a tantrum away from some dead pawns. Okay. Alright, we're being attacked immediately. By how much? Alright, so you have just Tox Grenades. And they have Tox Grenades. So it's two groups. You're gonna have to fight your way out. Can I get there in time to stop you from doing that? Because with an Impet in my group, I have the possibility of catching them and just breathing fire across the group of them to deal with it. Alright, I'm gonna be too late to deal with that. So we're gonna drop back. Get you in position, get you in position. Try and bait them all the way over here to the left. Because where I just mentioned having melee doesn't help me with this kind of situation. Well, that's super annoying that you just run right past. Stop with the grenades.
Because a tox buildup will get you. Okay, so we managed to hold that off. Let's get rid of you. So like we had the face masks on all it, so I didn't get that far. Okay, so you survived fast. Ah, you're a waster. I won't be able to deal with your crap. Good equipment I care about. You do, actually. Okay, so we've got that sorted. So good news, they didn't do much. They tried to take off with my components. We did stop them. We did have them drop the flak pants and all that. So Kick is going to learn to be a good doctor, or they're not. Let's have you haul those flak pants back. The rest of it I'm not as worried about, but those flak pants actually are pretty good. Alright. Yeah, now the reason I didn't take that pawn is even though, like, a waster, like, they were not a bad pawn, the problem is as a waster, you have to have Psychite and all that. And I don't have the drug lab, I don't have the people to research it. By the time I got that figured out, they'd be long dead, let alone the fact that I'd have to convert and all the other stuff, so it's like, yeah, you're better off just not being here. We can also go here, bills, smelt apparel, do forever, if it is not clean. Train medical on him? Oh, like patch him up and send him away? I mean, technically I could have done that. Alright, and this is Kick's first winter. So Kick is an impid, so Kick is weak to the cold. So that can be a problem. And that's getting broken. All right. The real bummer is we had a blind healer, and I really like the blind healer. And unfortunately they did die. So I'm real salty about that because the blind healer is so ridiculous. That's like losing a mech healing serum to a tantrum. It's just absolutely a kick. Alcoholic binge. I'm assuming someone dropped some alcohol is where you're doing that. Okay, structure. Build that real fast. Meanwhile, since that's got a hole in it now, so double up that wall. Okay. Bulk trading good ship. Who's got my highest social? Yep. We've got one versus not capable. 1 it is. So let's go ahead and call the bulk trade ship. See if we can get anything worthwhile. Probably some medicine since we don't have a good doctor anymore. Alright. Take the trace amounts of hair meat. Oh, we got a bunch of the other veggies still? Yep, that's fine. Take all of that. Take all of the bits of leather and all that we won't be using. Clear all that stuff out. Get all the drugs out of there. Let's see here. We got a bunch of mostly worn clothes. Let's go ahead and get those out of here. Been a long time coming to clear all this out. There's also stuff in here that's not particularly worn, but if they're dropping on the floor, I usually just get rid of it. Okay, do you have anything I want, though? You do have components and advanced components, which are nice, and Nutramine is also good. For right now, give me the medicine. Deal. Hey, Bonder Jr., how's it going? Where did that medicine fall? There it is. So haul that home. In the meantime, we can go to floors, because now I got a bunch of money. We should have enough silver to finish the entire room. And that did clear out almost all of our not mushroom stuff. But also struck me, call them back. And the reason we're calling them back, you still have money? And I still have a lot more mushrooms. So 5,000. Yeah, let's make it like... Give me everything you got. I don't need that much mushrooms. You're clearing out closet space, and you give me money. You have enough food for years for just 2? Yeah, that's the reason why I was giving a lot of it away all at once real quick. Because I can use that wealth for other things. It also clears out inventory space where this thing was completely jam-packed full. Now there's room in there again. Okay, so in 10 days we get ourselves a new pawn. You wouldn't happen to be interested in being romantic, would you? Oh, literally can't. Right, no social. How's your freezer work? You see that door there? Basically, by dumping heat into that door and having at least one side open, it just causes it to not have heat. Does it make sense in real life? Absolutely not, but it's just how the way they coded it, it works in RimWorld. Did not know that? Yeah, I've seen it for a while. I didn't used to use it. I kind of just recent, like it's been a very recent thing that I was like, you know what? Out of the different stuff in the game, it's a pretty nothing burger. It just works. Yeah, to be fair, from what people were saying is, it used to be the issue that you could use doors to glitch an area to keep them, like, keep a room ridiculously hot for, like, kill boxes and all that. And so what they did to fix that is they made it so the doors effectively delete heat, which of course means the doors delete heat. And if the doors delete heat, then you get the idea. So it's kind of one of those things, to fix one abuse, they created another abuse. Which is surprising to literally no one. It's one of the reasons it's kind of folly to try and prevent people from cheesing your games. Yeah, if something's way out of line, sure, nerf it.
but there's always going to be another way that people can break your games. I'm trying to tear apart the mechs for the components and all that before, that gets too bad. Yeah, there's a daze. I figured that was coming. That's fine. We're gonna just be cycling through negatives until we get that sorted, because we got till the friends die, like for all these friends die drop off. That's gonna be. I was going to see if the two could be romantically involved so they could have kids and everything, but then because this one can't social, you can't romance at all. I'm still just waiting for that Revenant to break out and kill us. Because Leafy Pew has a chance that Leafy Pew could take down that Revenant by themselves. It'd be a slog, but they have a chance. KKJ, I don't think, has a chance. Especially if it broke out right now, KKJ would die of hypothermia trying to chase it around the map. Is there anything we can do over here? No. Not really. I was thinking there's anything we could do to trigger like a small attack and maybe score ourselves a recruit, but we can do the dropship that you research. But with the wave after wave, I'm not going to really have an opportunity to go and pull people out, patch them up, do all that stuff. It'll be like maybe the first wave I could knock one down and do something. With our wealth, it'll just be 2 or 3 people at a time, and it'll be a tricky fight just to do it where we have our defensives. All depending on what shows up. Obviously, if like a pair of genies show up, we're gonna knock them down easy. But then if it's like a pair of Neanderthals show up, then that gets dicey. So we got the fast running. What else did the Impid have that we might consider going for? Exotic trade's good is here. We have fast running. Poor plants and poor animals and weak melee would be worth considering. Yeah, so you can't trade with them because you'll never do social. So go consume a meal, then get in the gene extractor. But you try to arrest Genie, don't happen to fail, the pawn just keeled over dead. Oh yeah, no, that's if you fail, you get into a fight with the Genie because they're delicate. If you have someone who's got a decent bit of melee strength, there's a very good chance when they fail it, they'll one-tap them. If they're a strong pawn. I really wish you'd stop being dazed. I also wish you wouldn't be dazed directly over top that. Colossal building. Nope. Alright, so Leafy Pew, run down here. Talk to them. Okay. So, get rid of susceptible. We don't want it. Get rid of slow. We won't accept it. The others are all fine. We're okay with all that stuff. You're willing to just give me fast healing. Oh wait, no, yeah, let's grab the fast healing, because I don't remember we have someone else who has that stuff. So bank it. Yeah, like I said, we need to score some negatives though, like bad social, that kind of thing. Because we've got all these positives. We got tons of the positives. Until we get some negatives in there. Are we locked in? No. I couldn't remember if we had ourselves restricted or not. Until we get some negatives, I can't do anything with it. All them out. All them out. All them out. So we got unhappy. That's a negative. It's a pretty rough negative to deal with. It's a permanent mood penalty. Just trying to get all the corpses out of here. So we don't constantly take the mood penalty for being around corpses. All right. Yeah, because unhappy is -5, right? Yeah, genetic pessimism -5. Okay, so we've got the drop pods. They've delivered us mushrooms. Oh, Zoomerang, you had some food? Or you had some sleep? Nice! We had a rough go of it. Colony is still technically alive. Technically. Alright, grab the last mech and process it. We're seeing if we could salvage it. So far, I've only had one raid since things got messed up. Less pawns, it seems? Oh, yeah. We lost, what is it, like 6-8 people? Just a mech raid. I was gonna flare them and I accidentally canceled out on my own flare, so instead of dropping the stun and then getting everyone into position to do stuff, no stun ever happened. The opening volley dropped one of the people, like just blew out their liver instantly, and just everything kind of went downhill from there. Because I needed my melee to tie up, you know, stuff to keep him from being loose and shooting. But because it didn't happen, it was just shooting gallery, and you're already in it, so trying to have everything shooting at you and turning your back and running usually doesn't go well. I probably need to just run people up who are shooting and just have them try and melee and just see if our one person with their spear could... Oh no, because that was right, the person with the spear went up against the Scyther and got downed in like one hit. In their recon armor. Which, I'm wrong, the Scythers are a bad time. So it's not super surprising. Just kind of sucks. Like, I botched that one by messing up my flare. I'm so sad we lost that blind healer, though. That's the per side, like, generally, like, the run being pretty much dead, that doesn't bother me much. Finally getting a blind healer to show up, having them on our side and working, and then losing them because we got a wipe because the R2 caravaned away, so I couldn't rescue them or anything. That's got me salty. I probably genuinely should have just not gotten the blind healer involved, had them run in the back corner, and just hide. Until the R2 showed up and were able to clean up, just so I could have kept him. At that point, it's kind of throwing. Once we had started taking the heavy losses, where it's like, okay, clearly it's going to be pretty much a wipe on the tile. Wasn't really worried about, like, how can I save this? Once the losses started to stack. Alright, in the meantime, you're doing your best. So marble. Doing 1,000. Sandstone. Doing 1,000. Delete that. So that way they won't do that any more than needed. Probably, it's hard to tell whether I should have the Hellcat. Like, this stuns, which is really good. The Hellcat does way more damage. But, you know, the Impid already has, like, a built-in flamethrower. So, you know, the Hellcat's under-mounted flamethrower doesn't really do much. Just leave that unsown. There's no point in that. We'll just let them both struggle at their respective roles. We do have a child who's going to be joining us relatively soon. 4 more days, we'll get a child who's got some research skill and all that. That should help. That'll be another person into the group. And we're just going to try and rebuild. Normally, I don't rebuild when we have that kind of a wipe, but I don't know. I like the colony. Let's see where it goes. Most likely it dies. I think it's likely to happen here, so we still have tons of extra power. Can I free up someone to do research? What I should probably do, this is not going to be great. Oh, that's the wrong person. I'm juggling between... Because I really should get the research. So you're at fabrication. I mean, we're not using the components, so it's not really a big rush. Like, our research is actually in pretty good shape. So it really is kind of just waiting. And when we get the kid in, the kid can take over the research as well, their main responsibilities, and we'll be able to start divvying out tasks and having, like, this person's planting, this one's doing this. Versus right now, I have Leafy Pew kind of working as our miner slash construction person, and then Kit kind of working as the planter. Neither of them are particularly cooking. I've got Kit queued up to do it, but they don't have a high enough skill to do the better meals. And I already have more enough of the lesser meals. So we're just going to kind of leave it alone. As those meals finally do start to deplete, Kick will start making their own. It's fine. Usually RimWorld will hit a point where it starts throwing pawns at you fairly aggressively, and I'm kind of waiting for that to happen. Because I have a lot of runs where I do, like, very picky about my pawns, because I have, you know, like when I'm doing the pollution challenge, my base is very limited in size, so I just cannot get much food. So I tend to turn away almost every pawn that isn't absolutely amazing. And it will just be like, drop pod, drop pod, drop pod, drop pod. This person's calling for help. Drop pod, drop pod, drop pod. And you'll be like, I get it. You want me to take more pawns. So I'm hoping we'll see that soon. Not necessarily that aggressive, but we'll get more opportunity to get more pawns. The other nice thing is we are having all these mood penalties drop off. Yeah, no, we had a mech raid, and I had a plan for doing it where it's gonna flare, close everyone in, and the stun. So I committed people, and I accidentally canceled my flare. So instead of stunning everything and then running in, we just ran in, and of course, being mechs, I immediately got my first person got one tapped, got their liver blown out, and it just, you know, it was a mess from there. These two were caravanned away at the time, and they did get back and they did finish the job on the mechs, but we lost our blind healer, which I'm salty about, and like 5-6 other colonists. You'll get drop pods, but not the ones you're hoping for. This is probably true. I might actually do it if we get into like a unrecoverable What's special about blind healer? So the blind healer gets an ability called unnatural healing. It's like a mech healing serum, except sometimes it goes wrong, and when it goes wrong, you get stuff like Flesh Tentacle. But when you look at stuff like Flesh Tentacle, they're just better. It's just, if you look at her needs, your character's like, I hate this. It's like, I hate this tentacle. It's gross. It upsets me. But like, the bad outcome is still mostly good. It's like getting, you know, a mech healing serum so you can just sit there and like just heal people again and again. We did get good mileage out of it. We did cure a brain scar and a whole thing. Is there a way to permanently get rid of the Revenant? Yeah, so I could take it off that shelf, and I believe you could, you can break the spine. Like, destroy the actual spine item, and that'll get rid of it. For right now, though, it's giving me bioferrite, and I want bioferrite. So I'm gonna keep doing it for the time being. It's definitely a risk, but that one's a fully researched Revenant that if it gets out, we can immediately start hunting it. It still wouldn't be good. Did you die? Yes, these are the only 2 colonists left. Alright, now we're getting ourselves our other invisibility detector, so we get warning if something's coming. Question you do not expect normally while playing the game, yep. Even if fully researched, that can do it. Oh yeah, now what you'd end up doing with this, though, is when it pops out, it usually won't hunt immediately. But we have where it gets revealed. Between the 2 of them, they should be able to stun. Did you die? Yeah. About the only time you won't see your name up here and that you're not dead is if I send someone away for, like, labor work. Which does happen. Alright, only 2 more days and we get our colonist. So we'll slowly rebuild. Minorian colonists. Oh, we accepted a quest. That if I protect these animals, I will get this colonist. So 2 smart sanguine who's good at mining, medical, and research. So that'll help a little bit. So I'll be able to take mining off someone's list, which I'm not really doing right now. So I guess it's not that important. But I will get research, which is one thing that I could be working on now. That would at least be advancing our tech advantage. So that I could potentially, you know, make equipment and all of that sort of stuff for us. Because we get the fabrication table on that. And then with that, I don't mind sitting there being like, okay, make the flak armor. Let's see. If you accept this quest, His enemies will set up a nearby system. There'll be two. We've got an invisible enemy. So there's one of two ways this goes. Way number one is it is a site stealer and we can manage. Way number two is it's a revenant and then this is a dead colony. And don't you dare show up while this is going on. Okay, so it's already moved on, so it moved relatively quick. Okay, it's here. Thank goodness you're a site stealer. So you're not still lit up. Was it just the two, I guess? Not complaining, but I was expecting a little bit more. Quest expires. So it won't tell me what ledge is. And the big thing, so okay. So the problem we have here is if the person shows up and they're too far away, I'm now under a psychic suppressor while all this is going on. It's two manhunting squirrels, so it's a breeze. Yeah, I know he's 7-year-old. I'm okay with it being a 7-year-old. That means it's most likely not a terrible pawn, and I can work on it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to pretend we're doing the desperation play. Ledge joins, so you're here immediately. You're greedy. Screw you, Ledge. But you can craft. So recreation, the whole schedule, and you stay at home. Alright, and we have our greedy child who's joined the colony. So welcome, Luxray. Meanwhile, we're going to check where is the point you put. Oh, please, where's your spot? Oh, it hasn't appeared yet. Okay, that's fine. There it is. Be close. Oh, thank goodness. Form caravan, go there, come back, accept, do this. Leafy Pew is going entirely by themselves. They're bringing the food with them. Good luck, Leafy Pew. Because I feel 100% confident you can knock that out by yourself. I need you to grab a weapon. So, for right now, you grab that bolt action. We're also going to need to go to the tailoring bench. We're going to need to add kid pants. %. Kid shirt. 80%. And kid parka. 80%. I don't know when it's gonna happen. Doesn't you get one tap by a squirrel? If Leafy Pew gets one tap by a squirrel, then I'm accepting that's just Leafy Pew's fate. That Cassie's decided we're done with this.
Okay, in 11 hours we get another person in the colony. Okay, you just have individualists. That'll be easy to... Like, even if I don't have the person preaching or whatever, that'll be easy to knock. Prolicizer will chip them down. What's the time for join? We're down to hours. 7 hours. It's fine. We already made a rehab. We've done daycare. Oh, we've done daycare places plenty of times. That is nothing new. Shuttle has arrived. Okay. So carry them, carry them. I'm really happy that was only 2 Sight Stealers. Normally, by the time we're at this point, it'd be like Sight Stealer, you knock down the 1 or 2, and it'd be like, they scream or whatever. Alright, we got our next person, who's a 14-year-old, so we've also got a teenager. So welcome in, JD2V0. Sanguine and too smart. So you can go to use schedule. You have just your regular recreation block, work. They get to be an actual for realsies doctor. But they are terrible at most things. They get to mine. But more importantly, they will do that. Okay. So JD is going to go in here and grab the assault rifle. So get you all equipped. Dirt Mole Researcher good? Didn't see anything standing out. Alright. We will have them pop in to continue to do the genetic stuff. Oh, is that the unhappy one? I actually don't care if that rots. It is a negative, but having a permanent -5 is not one I want to really deal with. There's way better negatives we can get a hold of. Because you have the Dirt Mole, the intense UV sensitivity, I can go with that. That'd be a good one. We do have the Dark Vision and Nearsighted together. Getting the Nearsighted alone would be good. Because I need more negatives that aren't unhappy. Oh, you put on Tainted Armor? I mean, that's a choice, I guess. I'm actually willing to put up with that for now. No, it's just a cool combo. They said a researcher that could actually do other stuff. Yeah. I'm honestly okay with as long as we can mood manage them. Just Nearsighted. Don't I already have just Nearsighted? Fast Dark Vision. No, I don't. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and bank that for me. Okay, they left and immediately we got a raid. Alright. They're attacking immediately. We're going to give them a minute to do that. So they are rolling in with lots of grenades, so we can rolling retreat this one. Leafy Pew is too far away to do anything. This is done either way. Oh, whoa, whoa, there's 2 more? Okay, they're also grenades.
So there's only one that actually does real damage directly. The catch is those other grenades are gonna cost us a lot. Most of my people did get a chance to put the masks on, but not everyone. That is not what you hope to see immediately. Okay. Stop breaking my stuff. Okay, up. Oh, you're imped. Oh, it's just that one happened to be imped. Why? How did you go down? Okay. They did destroy my EMP grenades. And the reason I'm holding here for right now is because that room is superheated. I'm probably going to lose most of the stuff in here. That is just what it is. Because going on the superheated air and then getting burned to death is a surefire way for us to die. Did you cool down already? Just getting hotter and hotter. Oh, don't burn into my freezer. Just continuing to get hotter and hotter. It's up to 800 degrees and climbing. We're gonna lose literally everything in there. 900 degrees. 1000 degrees. 1200 degrees. Holding at 1200 degrees. Various animals that were in there slowly dying to heat stroke. We're gonna lose our entire storage room. We're gonna lose our whole stack of like 70-some components. We're down to 1000 degrees. Down to 700 degrees. All of the food's going at the same time. Still at 1000 degrees. That food's catching the temperature back up. The hallway in here is starting to get to 200. Hey, I need to put that out.
caravan has arrived. Zoom in. Well, we can at least work on one thing. Don't count as leaving the area when I step up there, because I am pathing the other way. Don't you dare count this as me leaving the area when I go to the border trying to get around this rock formation. Alright. Okay, how's the temperature in there? Still at 500. It's dropping down to 200. We're almost to the point I'll feel safe getting them out of there. I don't think we do the sanguiphage craft. No, the problem is, in vanilla RimWorld, there's no way to do the sanguiphage practically without blood bagging everyone. And I just don't enjoy that gameplay. Like, the sanguiphage themselves are a lot of fun and cool, but I wish there was a way you could have them target your own pawns kind of thing. And just be like, hey, automatically, as you need blood, top off, or like, have some schedule, you know, something you can work around there. Just grab the components. Don't worry about the rest. You have limited food. Yeah, so I don't... Like, if we vote to do a sanguiphage run, that's fine. But I generally try to play RimWorld like, you know, a fairly reasonable person in, like, would genuinely be if they were in that situation. And so lobbing off someone's leg so that you can just drain them of blood constantly is the only way to play sanguiphage that's not super frustrating. Let's see, give us an ideology mean that focuses on sanguiphage and lets us auto-feed from the colony, bonus getting blood? Yeah, because there's always a sanguiphage ideology. There's like the bloodletting or whatever. No food. We had 1,000 food. We literally just had the entire area got lit on fire to 1,000 degrees. So we did lose all of our food. And so now we're trying to recover. Because you'll notice all of that's burned out and all that. Like the whole room got burned out. We had a raid that just more and more fire. So anything that wasn't stone got destroyed. Has our wealth updated? Yep, so we dropped about not quite 20,000 from those fires. Our base is pretty nice for a while. All those glowing. Yep. The downside is we lost all those components too. So good news is there is compact machinery. We haven't gone to mining yet. Not much of it. There's apparently just a pile of components just laying around here. Alright, so there's steel over here we can mine to replace that which got destroyed. There's steel over there. There's steel over here. Got steel in there. Steel over here. Steel down there. There's no one able to send food to get it to you, Leaf Pew. So you either got to make it on your own, or let's just say you really should make it on your own, because the alternative is basically death. All right, wildlife. Hunt everything not flammable. So you're working on that. Right now we need an immediate food situation. So let's run down here and, you know, manually hunt. Alright, that gives us a little bit of food. Don't you still have a ton of fungus? Nope. Oh yeah, I do, actually. Right, I don't have a stove because it burned. Okay, so we do actually have food on the tile. You have 1.3 days estimated time to arrival. Hey, JD. I need you to travel supplies. Take with you, like... $200. Oh, you can't carry that much. 100. 50. Oh, did I not actually choose you? Oh, I didn't choose you. Okay, I was about to say, it's like, wait a second. I don't understand. 200. Yeah, so 100's probably plenty. If I drop down to 50. Let's make it 100 because Leafy Pew's gonna be hungry. Grab that, get the heck off this tile. Do it now. Yeah, no, I thought I had ticked JD. So we're gonna try to meet Leafy Pew to bring them food real quick. Which they are relatively close, so it shouldn't be too hard for them to meet up. And then now get Leafy Pew a little bit more food. I don't think that was bad for getting Luxray into the colony. Even though it wasn't great timing and all that, it's fine. I do wish there was a don't sleep, keep going. You know, and you'd risk the mood breaks from not sleeping. I know there's mods do it, but... Yeah, pond and full recreation schedule? Yeah, the small child. Because I'd rather invest that they learn than just go for the other stuff. The good news is our research lab and our medical stuff survived. The bad news is our crafting stuff didn't. That's gonna be a big thing. It honestly, it might be one of those things that I don't let them work on that. Okay, merge. Go home. Oh, and they instantly appeared. That's even better. That feels like it should have worked that way, but that's okay. Yeah, so our child is doing that. And Frank, that isn't even a mod that really breaks balance. Because you still have the concern of breaks and such. Yeah, that's a thing. So, what I'm thinking, though, don't worry about the smelter for right now. Don't worry about the bioferrite shaper. Don't worry about the electric smithy. The electric stove we need. That doesn't use a component. Don't worry about the machining table right now. Don't worry about the butcher station right this second. Honestly, just don't worry about almost any of this.
And the reason I'm doing that is I want them to focus on trying to get this done real quick. Oh, I just realized. That's fine. We've got mushrooms. So anyone has an animal, run in. Okay. So you're our crafter as you have time. You're our researcher. Right now you are our grower. And you are... So you're our grower, you're our construction person. They all have crafting set. We could take you off research. Anyone who finds any time to haul and clean, just focus on the cleaning for right now to avoid food poisoning. We can consider stuff later. We do have a ship passing by. Do we have anyone with any social to speak of? No. Fine, destroy the stupid billiard table. Oh, our trade beacons got destroyed. Just cancel trade beacons for right now, too. Yep. Mm-hmm. Make you feel better? Please stop breaking everything. Alright, so I don't really have anyone I can reasonably make into the social people. Because literally these two, social 1, will not social. Social 0, social 0. So we're kind of counting on the small child getting some level of social. But for the moment, what can actually happen is because our ideology for the colony is a prolicizer, they should be able to slowly pick away at the other two by just talking to them constantly. But that's just where we're at with all this. Oh, right, and like all our wood got torched as well. You gave me a smoke launcher. You know, honestly, that is actually a really good thing for us to have. It's a shame our EMP grenades got destroyed in the fire, too. Because, like, everything that could get destroyed got destroyed. Also, you don't use tool cabinets? Sometimes I do. I mean, at the moment, they would have gotten burned down. We actually weren't doing very much crafting. Like, it would have helped with the tailoring. Because I'm trying to remember, it was just speed that it was what it gives us, right? It was under MISC. Yeah, it's just speed. So we honestly didn't have... Like, it wasn't even a speed on crafting. They just didn't have an availability for it. Please stop eating all my plants. Kick is really bad at farming, so you know it's not going very quick. Yeah, so you're managing your learning from now. So we finished learning Summon Flesh Beasts. So we'll do Draw Shamblers next. Pretty soon we'll be able to go in here and not have to worry about that anymore. That sucks. That's a hospital now. Just do your best.
Wish you could double-click those and select them and choose chop. Not urgent, but we'll get all those queued up, so if we end up with any availability somehow, that'll happen. Okay. So I've got 11 components that are sitting around. Like I said, what I'm trying to do... Oh, we lost our advanced components. Boo. I was gonna sit there and be like, let's rush the fabrication table. We had like 3 or 4 advanced components. And like, cool. How'd the River Gorge run end? Which one? We had one that died to a Revenant because we had the Golden Cube and was immediately followed by the Revenant. And the Revenant, when it first showed up, caught one of our pawns by themselves, so we didn't even get the flesh thing, and, you know... It means us basically trying to take it down with like 3-4 people right from the get-go, and you can get how that turned out. I don't remember the one before it. The runs all do blur together after a while. Okay, so... Alright, so I'm not going to be able to ignore this. So let's go to production, electric stove. We'll go here. We need a butcher table. We can do that. Furniture. Honestly, it'll be easier for me to get the cloth than it will be that. I will allow sewing that again. We can let them keep working on all of this. Keep working, bring it back on. We can go to production. We can have that one right away. Any other production things we want to get set up right away. So we've got the basics for cooking and for cutting stone, because those don't require components and all that. I will... set the tailoring bench there. And we can also go in here. Let's get a school desk, make it a sandstone. Actually, what stone? We have both stones. We can make you out of marble. And then we can go over here to this. And try and get that all set up. Let's see, what's the funniest way you've had a colony die? You bond an animal, go manhunter when their person died. Oh, we shot an anti-grain during a fight. Yeah, no, I've definitely had one where we had a colony, like, on the edge, and I had the person manage to get up and recover and bandage themselves, and then I had a squirrel go manhunter pack right next to them, and that one little nip of the first hit, despite the person having, like, bionics and everything, was just enough to push them over the pain threshold to knock them back down. And so everyone just starved to death, and all that. Leafy Pew going on a tantrum is really bad with all that melee skill and a ridiculous weapon. Stop breaking stuff. You've already broken a lot of things. Get over it. Oh, did you target? Oh no, you were attacking the shelf and then you grabbed the book. Oh yeah, yeah. That was a really dumb way to die. We had a fight that we were handling perfectly fine. We had like 4 or 5 cataphracts that were given us to protect a handful of dogs. And so the shuttle landed, and I was kind of just doing a silly meme where I was like, all right, let's, while the fight's going down and the mechs are going in here, get all the dogs loaded in on the shuttle and, take the shuttle off to, like, get in the chopper kind of thing. The problem was when I did that,
instantly all the cataphracts stopped defending themselves or anything and started walking off the side of the map. So instead of having, like, a really substantial force to hold up against these mechs, my force instantly got cut in half. And just like, oh. And just, then the mechs kind of rolled over me. Because, 4 or 5 people wearing cataphract armor using, like, endgame equipment is a pretty substantial amount of your force to just suddenly lose in a fight. Transport pod crash. Trigger happy, good at plants, intellectual, and shooting. They do have ambrosia addiction, but I'm gonna be real with you. They're perfect just the way they are. We're gonna try to rescue them and see if they'll join us willingly. If not, well, you probably can figure out what the if not is. Please hurry, that person's bleeding very rapidly. Actually. No, I have no social. We'll try and get them to come willingly, and the only reason why I'm not going straight to prison is I don't have, like, any social to speak of. So if I were to immediately try and do that, it would just take so long for me to bring them in that likely we'd have to keep them from multiple rounds of, like, berserk, jailbreak, that kind of thing. So that is going to be a struggle. If you're ravenously hungry, go eat. A huge assembly? No, I'm busy with my own fires, thank you. Chemical starvation, that's... You shouldn't care about... You're tunneler, you shouldn't care about darkness. Yeah, because if we get Morton in here, Morton can take over doing the growing stuff. And then we can start working on other things. Oh, we can, swap that out for that. So they build that quicker. Surprisingly, the wood hoopstone ring survived the fire. Okay, so Morn is no longer incapable of blocking. I haven't seen it say that they have or have not agreed to join. I mean, if they have, it would just pop up here on the right. But they haven't seemed to make any kind of decision yet on what they're doing with their future. I'm low-key hoping we have an exotic goods trader, because I believe there's a bunch of silver out here. Yeah, I've got a ton of silver down this map. Chimera's approaching. If it's more than one... Okay, it's just... Oh, no, it is two. Alright, well, that's probably bad for us. So I'm trying to bring the silver in so it counts as in our inventory. Because if I do that really quick, if we get an exotic goods trader, for example, we do have the chance of being able to just buy the advanced components real quick for ourselves. And with that, that would be enough to, manage the art stuff. I am going to need you to very soon stop and get food. Just get your food per minute. You're hungry. Get your food per minute. Yeah, so bring in the money in. We also are able to construct that floor, which I'm fine with. They'll still have money left. But the point is, I could buy with that the components I need to make the advanced fabrication, or the the fabrication bench. And with the fabrication bench, I would be able to make our own components. And then the challenge would be the fact that so much of our steel got destroyed, which granted, there's plenty more on the map, so I'm not super worried about that. Okay, so with that, schedule, everyone's restricted to the home zone for now. Insulting spree, Luxray for being entombed. Oh, well that was... Did you just one insult? Okay. So Luxray went into Insulting Spree, went, "You duty head!" And then went back to just being a kid. I'm assuming that's what the insult is. They are 8 years old. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm really surprised this thing has not broken out yet. I'm not wanting it to happen, but I've been waiting for that message this whole time. It's a shame these doors aren't here, because what we could have potentially done to make this encounter much easier is waited for them to pop in here, fired a round or two, got them to pop their buffs, run to the doors, cutting them, like closing them on the way by. It would have taken them a little bit to get through those doors, the buff would have fallen off, and then with the buff down, I would have been able to do a lot with it. But without the buff, it is what it is. Now, we're definitely not engaging on them over there, which is why we're hanging back here. Don't do that. Don't have a mood break. Like, this is already a bad fight with what we've got. Oh, Luxray, why are you doing that? Don't go over there. No, friend. Get back inside. I need to go back to keeping that mod that lets you change between the cleaning zone and the putting out fire zone. So you've gone berserk. That's really bad because you're going to beeline to those Muffalo and they're going to rip you a new one. And their whole lore is they will attack you at your moment of weakness or whatever. They'll attack you just over time. Alright, let's get ready to rescue JD. Oh, that actually is kind of the best case scenario. Leafy Pew rescue them. Grab that. Schedule unrestrict kick. Go grab that. Oh, good, you're still dealing with food poisoning, so it took like one bop to the leg to drop you. Like I said, that's probably our best case scenario here. Because if JD managed to get a couple of good proper hits in there and got them to go Manhunter, then JD would just be dead. Also, please bandage JD. Please feed JD. What can we still get for you? Oh yeah, poor plants, poor animals would be good to get out of you. And then your assault rifle is right down here. You got downed by mild malnutrition.
because food poisoning. Manhunter pack. A bajillion raccoons. We still have the Chimera up. That's really not going to be well. Nope, feed them. We have to try and hold it here. Luxray? You're gonna have to wait, JD. Screw you, Cassie. Okay, you immediately go over there. Grab your gun. Grab your gun right now. You get close to the edge there. You get over here. How badly are you hurt? Just some nicks? You're just gonna have to hold up. The goal here is I want to land the stun on the first one that gets in here to try and slow the... Oh, you move so slowly right now. Food poisoning is the absolute worst. Yeah, as slow as you're moving, you may not even get here in time to assist with the fight. No, actually, they gotta go over the barricades. You'd probably be alright. Okay, so get over here. Oh, I really need you to hit that stun. Okay. There's the next stun. We're just trying to buy time as long as we can. That may have backfired. That really backfired. I can't have you in two places at once. That's not how that was supposed to play out. You get back here, because if you get hit at all, you're dead. Oh, thank goodness you went down. Okay, so how bad? You just got bruises, you just got some cuts. You lost your ear. Oh, never mind. It's fine, I don't really care. Who is our other person who could doctor? That'd be JD. So go deal with that and go feed them. Meanwhile, unrestrict everyone for a moment. Because I need you to start hauling a lot of raccoons out of the hospital before everyone gets blood rot or whatever the crap it's called. Thank you. That was... If that hadn't gone down when it did, that fire may have completely backfired on us. Because the whole idea is I wanted the fire to CC them, and when it ran straight past my melee line into the back, it's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. That's not how it's supposed to play out. So you grab those 3. Yeah, we're trying to split the load, because if we have those corpses nearby, people start getting, lung rot or whatever it is. Medical treatment needed you. That's just bruises. I can live with that. Okay, so the corpses are out of here, so we did survive yet another mess. Yeah, so we've got those. We've got compact steel like everywhere. Yeah, we got our components in our storage ready. That's fine. That's just the way it's gonna be. We're just gonna have to hope for an exotic goods caravan, or I think bulk goods might also carry it. We also need wood. Yeah, it's fine. We won't worry about that yet. Morton is fully healed. I don't... If I try to arrest you, what are my chances? Well... I don't know if we'll be able to get there in time. My hope is their drug addiction will make them easy to deal with. Oh. I thought that was one that was not aligned to someone. Oh, goody. We dropped 101 for kidnapping one of their members. You know what? Honestly, right now, I'm okay with it. That's not what I'm looking for. So it's gonna be JD is gonna be the one dealing with it. Alright, well. Oh, you can't. You have to be at least 10. Aha! That's fine. You can. Can you be a warden? You can. Okay, you're the warden. Good luck, Leafy Pew. You got a lot of work to do to convert them. And my place is just full of rats and squirrels and all sorts of wildlife that needs to be dealt with. Oh, all that mushrooms are going to be spoiling soon. Well... we're doing what we can with what little we got. It's always a challenge when you have a big existing base and you're dealing with colonists at that phase. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that's just gonna struggle to do anything. It's empty, it's bioferrite. Okay, so you're back into it. In the meanwhile, we can have Kick pop in there. Let's see. You have an unarmed, let's see. 11-year-old child. She said there's 3 turrets, 1 mortar, and 2 pigskins, and an unknown threat. Alright, hear me out. I've been willing to take some risks on these, but an 11-year-old with all of that, I'm not feeling too great about that one. Like, it's probably doable, but it really depends on the equipment and how far away it is. I'm going to let that one slide. Because that's also one of those ones that depends, like, if it ends up being, you know, a 10-day trek away, then it is just what it is. Or actually, is it one that we can look at? Jump to prisoner camp. Oh yeah, that we can't do. Yeah, that might as well be on the moon. With our current situation, no. Can you accept or just fail? It's not one you accept. It's one you either go and do it or you don't. Did we get the dirt mole? We did. Weak melee damage. That's actually one I want. Can we do some good stuff with that? So for our ranged people, we could go weak melee damage. I don't really want that. Okay, so we don't have much to work with yet. I mean, we could get strong immune system. I don't think that's worth going through the time. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If we can get ourselves another negative, like bad social or something like that, then that's when we can work with to try and do good stuff with it. This run? Yeah, no, I'm still thinking we're just, the moment RimWorld throws another actual major threat at us, like a mech cluster that, it's probably just going to finish the job. But we're trying. We'll see where we can go. Okay, so we finally got you back online, so do this. Just start, well actually we'll queue up the whole thing. We'll do this nonsense all over again. Cook fine, actually it needs to be Sad Wander, I can live with that. And vegetarian fine, or lavish meal. Cool. Did you eat yet? I've mostly finished my food already. Probably the next break I might sneak in a little bit more. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I love you more than I love puppies.
That's a lot.
I know.
Love. Okay, Rival can put serious, can pull serious weight, especially in night on a dirt mole. Can you prioritize fixing the freezer? I can. The problem is I don't have the wood, so it's actually need to prioritize cutting wood. So we're just kind of running around and just letting it happen. Like, I'm actually not super worried about a lot of that. Like, one of the big things I actually need to get them to hunt the things inside here. Restrict you back to the home zone. That's one thing we could even do, is if we have animals in the home zone, we could have Luxray hunt them. Don't hunt the boom rat. There's just so many. The other thing we could also do is just have Leafy P walk around and start slapping them all. Make doors have another material? Right, but then the doors open and close super slowly.
It's not that urgent. We don't have that many people here who can do that. So we have our kid training their guns. If nothing else, we're having them just go through and thin out the rat population. Cool. And just like that, we have evicted the many, many animals that have been making their home inside our fridge. Well, inside our growing space. If we had wood, I'd even butcher them. Actually go here and say misc, or sorry, production, butcher spot. Just work on it. Copy color. Paste color. Paste. 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 Alright, so got all those lights change their colors again. So as you can see, we are getting these all done little by little. That's all good. We're starting to get things stabilized. We're getting our various forms of recreation built. We're working on recruiting Morton over here. Yeah, so you're still butchering, you're praying. Go ahead and haul these out of here if you're doing that. Just trying to keep the corpses from rotting in here and people getting sick to them. Okay, and you're working on getting the mushrooms and all that done. The problem is all our people have low skills because all our really skilled people died. If we get Morton here, then we can get ourselves an actual dedicated planting person. The other issue is literally no one with any social skills in this whole colony. Good, we got a whole lot of people getting food poisoning. Not surprising, we don't have a competent cook in the whole colony right now. We're just doing our best with what we got. Okay. With the plant cut, we can get some more wood in here and keep stuff moving. But yeah, so like the freezer doesn't matter because we're eating everything first. So it's not really that important for the moment. JD's genes have regrown. What do we still want from you? UV intensity. UV intensity would be a good one for us to get from JD. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so literally everyone has food poisoning. We don't really have food to do anything with that, so that's great.
Alright. That's what's happening, is we got all the rodents running in here, we're just killing them one by one by one. And JD's just trying to keep the research rolling in. You have tattered apparel and everything, that's not going to get sorted anytime soon. Sleep suppressor. Frenzy inducer. Okay. So Kick seems to slowly be getting there. Entity escape. We have that. How hard? Ah, you got major food poisoning. Let's get everyone in position as best we can. Aw, man. You are barely moving at all. The good news is it's barely doing any damage at all. Please. Shouldn't have gone so uppity. You might have still been alive. Okay. Mysterious cargo. You're willing to give me Neural Supercharger book, an Animals book, and Plasteel. Yep. Cool. Allow study toggle. Make sure that's not set to take their corpse. Okay. Alright, so cool. So we got some goodies. So go and we will haul that. We will haul this. And that's stuff we care about hauling right now. Alright. So we got some books which will help with recreation. Low Psychic Drone is going to absolutely drive our people up the wall. Because the issue I'm running into is we don't have the ability to really convert anyone with any meaning. This is going to be a mistake. We're going to make Leafy Pew in charge of our ideology right now. Because it's Leafy Pew or Kick, and Kick can't socialize. So, Leafy Pew is going to be in charge. I can't. I have to actually have higher social. Never mind. Or I think it said I had to have 3 people. So basically we just got to wait for Prolicizer to slowly pick away at people. Alright, your investigation of the unnatural corpses revealed more about the body. An Architect's shard at its core physically links it with Kick KJ. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Kick KJ. JD2V0 thinks they might find a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but will need farther study. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so we're slowly getting Morton brought over. Hope we can get them on our side. And Leafy Pew is trying their absolute best to keep things being built and moving. Alright, so your next age up is at 10. And you're about to be 9. So we're working on it. We're not going to get that many passions, unfortunately, but I think that's okay. At least they've got crafting. I would ideally like more, but, you know, we're going to deal with what we can deal with. Yeah, all of these negatives because of ideology things that I can do nothing about. If we're lucky, they'll have a crisis of belief, and that'll make it easier for me to deal with that in the future. All right. Okay, so it won't be too much longer before we can start working on actually convincing them to join the colony. The one downside we did have is because I accidentally angered that other faction. It means they're not going to get trade caravans from them. We also don't have a trade... Well, actually, that's something we should probably fix. That's something that's worth spending a component on. Let's put trade beacon in here. And it probably won't matter for a little while yet. The trade beacon in there. So that's probably worth burning the 2 components. Because that way, if we get a trade ship in here, we can potentially get more components anyways. Because we've got money, just don't have a whole lot of anything but money. What faction was it? That is a good question. Yep. But that's because we kidnapped Morton. I'm just gonna have to live with that for right now. It's fine. I thought, like, when I saw it, I thought they were one of the ones that wasn't aligned with anyone. So I kidnapped them when they went to run away because I'm like, I need a plants person, you're a plants person, you'll do. Morton's not a bad pawn. The ones that are amazing. Trigger happy with good shooting and plants. That's certainly nothing to complain about. They had ambrosia addiction, but the good news is it's already dropped off. Decent int. Yeah, we already have one who's doing research. But that also could easily be one of those things that if we do find someone else, then I can swap people around. It's good to have the option. Right now, we're stuck at just trying to recover what we had. Because that'll make it so I can actually have Kick work on trying to get multiple things done. Oh, weird. It's actually giving me the chance. With no social, I wouldn't think it'd let you. Versus you, it's a nah, actually, weird. Because before it wouldn't even give me the option. Maybe one of them was downed or something, I missed it. Alright, chat, bear with me. We're about to have an ad break, and I have got to use the bathroom in a big way, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. But, thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid.
First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. All right. Of course. Of course. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. And since there's two sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see. All right. Yeah, no, that game was Hard Space Shipbreaker. It's a good game, really good game. Has a decent story. The game mechanics are nice and like really well set up. Doesn't kind of overstay its welcome. Has good news. You only need one outside tile orbital. Good news. You only need one outside tile for orbital trade caravans. However, you need at least an empty 9x9 space for a ship landing spot. Yeah, I mean we got those. We're fine. Alright, so working on the hospital. Getting our research done as well. Pretty soon we're going to run out of basic research to do. Or basic anomaly research to do. And then when that happens, we will disable the research on the, actually we could probably do that now. So I don't really care about the other stuff. Put those two on maintain only, because that'll free up more time for them to research actual research. The advanced one I still want. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. I'm genuinely surprised, because we're getting a bunch of these lower ones now, but not the upper ones. We haven't got the Gore Hulks and the Ghoul. Go ahead and haul that out of my base.
We got our Manhunter pack. 10 hares. Alright, so for the hares, we're going to kind of go to doing this type of tactic again. We're going to block you here. We're going to put the other right behind. And actually, we're going to line them up this way. You should be in combat. You should be in combat. Oh, okay. That's the reason I was like, they need to be in combat, so they don't stack all. You can see there's like 8 or 9 of them shoved on one tile. Being in combat means only one can take up a tile at the same time. If you get where like 8 of 9 of them reach here, they'll like pop out when they can, and they'll like shoot out to the sides and overwhelm you. Like, it's the way the game is. I know it's the way it's designed. I would still argue it's 100% a bug. Like, I get why it is the way it is. But to me, it's like, yeah, but that's not acceptable because it just bypasses the way you expect the game to function. Alright, so nothing that got a bleed, so no worry about infection. And that's a decent number of them didn't instantly rot, which is good news. I think it's for pathfinding though, right? It's just when it comes to the pathfinding to try and get through areas, if they're all colliding into each other, you would have all your armies like single file across the map kind of thing, and like there's a pragmatic reason for it. My argument is when you have a colonist like within a certain range of any colonist, it should just assume that you're in combat if they're they're hostile of each other. Haul it, haul it, haul it, haul it, haul it, and haul it. Get the rotten ones out of there. Yeah, it tries to do that, but you think the zones of the games are weird? Yeah, no, it's, I believe it has to do something with it tries to see if you're, like, within a very close range of each other, or line of sight, or that kind of thing. Right. Oh yeah, UV intensity. We were going to do that, and then I can't remember what showed up. So eat and do all your stuff. Distress signal. How far? Ooh, that's right next door. Still 5 days. That's the only downside that with this deep tunnel kind of base is everything is like, oh, gotta go there, 5 days. Makes it really hard to do much of anything with it. Oh man, I forgot the other colony that we were recovering and we got into the fight with the Revenant one, and one of my colonists died. I put down a trap to see if it would work on the Revenant, and my own colonist touched it once, instantly triggered, instantly killed. I was like, okay, game, I see you. Just tell me you don't want me to play anymore. I understand. You don't have to be this way. Okay, so slowly Leafy Pew is getting decent at construction. Still a long ways to go. Kick is also slowly getting decent at plants. I'm lying, they're still absolutely terrible. But great mining. So great mining we already have. So we're not going to auto-load that one. We'll sell that if we get the opportunity. Alright, we're so close. It's only 3-4 per shot. But yeah, little by little we're getting that room sorted, that's fine. Starting to get our food going. Oh, you have the poor plants gene. That's why. I was like, man, you are not leveling. Right, that's what we're dealing with. Everyone's terrible at it, so. I don't really have another person to spare, they just get to live with that. But we get Morton, then we get some of the good plants, we can keep that moving. We don't have the poor plant gene in here yet, do we? No. The only negatives we have is nearsighted, and we have weak melee. So we can put the two of those together, but the problem is that means we penalize our ranged people or our melee. Because we get the fast wound healing, that is well worth the investment. Fast wound healing and robust together is an amazing combo. The very fast runner is also amazing. Nearsighted on Leafy Pew? Yeah, the problem is I don't really have something else I would have put in there. So we could go ahead and do the nearsighted, and that's good. Well, right now, if we do the poor social... Yeah, actually, nearsighted and fast wound healing on Leafy Pew. You're not wrong, that's actually a good one. Well, that's going to start pushing us to having an increased hunger rate. But yeah, not that one. Yeah, because I don't have poor social here. But nearsighted fast wound healing on Leafy Pew is probably worth it. Alright, so we're having a Neanderthal raid. All melee. Well, Leafy, we get to see how good you are. Cause this is gonna be another one of block the door and hope for the best. All right. Why are you being so weird about wanting to line up straight? I want to check one thing real fast. We might have something we could do here. No. I was hoping I'd be able to cheekily, like, sneak fire down along the lane, wait for them to bunch up, and then blast the fire across the line. First contested. Relatively low melee skill. You're only supposed to be one at a time in there. Oh, come on. Fine. So far you're holding? I'm glad Leafy Pew is an absolute monster and has good gear. And honestly, having that really high quality nerve spiker is doing work. The fire break collision? Yeah. It's just another reason why I don't really like the plasma sword. That said, the plasma sword hits hard, so it's worth. Alright, that's fine. Like for the collision, it should be, though, they run away kind of thing, if that's the way it's gonna be. Which they probably will try if we weren't stunning and doing all that stuff. Attending to you. Cool. Did I mention Leafy Pew is an absolute monster? Yeah, hate how fire makes them run towards you, to be honest. Yeah. Keep working on the advanced stuff. Where's he got a natural body these days? We didn't destroy it because it gives you a message saying that it'll be like back or whatever. Ah, there it is. That's a little concern that's missing most of its bits. Oh, it's the raccoons are running in here and eating it. All those animals kept running in there and eating chunks of the body. I'm glad the body didn't get destroyed, because that could be a real big problem. Okay, so we're actually getting a little bit of food in here. And JD is now officially making the Xenogerm for Leafy Pew. So that way Leafy Pew, their eyesight can get a little worse, but they can heal extra fast. The only extra bonus would be to try and get robust on Leafy Pew. Getting robust on Leafy Pew would be real strong on top of that. Alright, order implantation into Leafy Pew. Would nearsight be good for melee pawn? Yeah. That's the negative. It's still a bad thing. It just doesn't really bother melee pawns much. Okay, there you go. And so that's gonna knock out Leafy Pew for a little while. Let's see. 2.3 days, the Leafy Pew gets back up. Would be fun if nearsight pawns threw way off when they use the horseshoe pins. Yeah, I could see there being some silly stuff with that. But yeah, nearsight mostly just penalizes your ability to aim. Oh, Leafy Pew is the one doing the wardening over there. Well, that sucks. Nothing I can do about it now. It's fine. It's just over 2 days is what they're down. That's not that big a deal. So I can get Morton converted, because it won't let JD attempt to... It won't let JD go over here and attempt to actually convert them and recruit them and such, because they're deemed not old enough. Pods and hives. You do 3 hives for stuff I mostly don't care about. Like, there's a really nice book, but I'm gonna leave that alone. We'd be getting almost the same number of hives as we have people to fight them. So, that's fine. And 2 of them aren't actually adults. Or Janissaries? Yeah. That's not nothing. The book would potentially be good. The honor, I don't really have anyone I want to put it on. Let's leave it alone. It also depends on where it drops, because like it drops in here, then a whole lot of stuff's gonna get trashed before I can do anything about it. Like 4 Janissaries would probably be fine. I'd feel a lot better if Leafy P wasn't down for it. We can actually... How long do I have to accept it? Okay, so we can undismiss it. And we'll leave it there. When Leafy Pew gets back up, we'll see how we feel about it. Because we can throw the Janissaries in there, and I feel pretty comfortable that Leafy Pew could take out quite a bit by themselves. Unnatural corpse study complete. Destroy it immediately. Thank you. That gives us a shard, and it removes the threat of a corpse. I'm not super worried about, like, honestly, most of the stuff over here, yeah, they're nice to have, but none of them I'm like, oh man, I need that right away. The bioferrite generator was the big one, and we're not even using it. Let's see, yeah, sometimes the Empire throws some good allies. You've had 7 troops, could take out like 50 cougars by melee blocking. Yeah, sometimes you also get it where they give you like genies and all that. Or some that are just like so volatile by the time the thing arrives, like 4 hours later, they've already social fought each other and downed each other. That's always the calculated risk of all that. All right, well. Oh wait, please hold up before people get sick. Why are things always priced at 0.99? You mean in real life? Because in real life, it's a psychology thing. That your eyes still only see the first digit and ignore the fact that it's actually basically $1 more than you mentally want to align it. Like, don't get me wrong, the moment you realize you're like, oh, it's actually $5, not $4.99. I mean, it is $4.99, but it's not $4, it's $5. But psychology-wise, if you don't think about it, your brain just sees the 4 and kind of scrubs the rest. So it's a psychology thing. It's not as effective as it used to be, but people still do it. Is it not like it doesn't work at all? What's really weird is when they do it on very high dollar items. Exotic goods trader ship. Okay. Well, we don't have a good person at this. So, small child. Do our very important and mission critical things. Now you have the opposite problem. If you made it even $5, people would think it's $6. You don't... Okay, so you do have components and advanced components. We're going to take all of them. Take the seed. I do have the spare great mining in there. So you get deathless, great construction, and all that. I would love that. There is no way I can make that happen. The other things, I can probably live with without worrying about too much. Oh, take the beer. The telescope in that would be nice, but it'll just get destroyed outside. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. So where did those land? Usually, oh, there they are. So I'm gonna have them immediately haul those in. But with that, I should, the moment this research gets done, be able to build the fabrication bench. And with the fabrication bench, we can start making components happen that we can just keep building up our stuff. And then that's where Morton comes in. Sorry, that's not where Morton comes in. That's where having... Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Oh, good, Leafy Pew's back up. Alright, so let me go ahead and do a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer. For those who don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Also plays a bunch of RimWorld, was playing today according to Twitch. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Welcome in Bib Rofi, and Hackerman Lex and everyone else. I really do appreciate it. We are bringing a colony back from the brink. You did, let's see, 500% no pause, very lucky start. 2 vampires, lots of psi stuff. How's yours been going? It went really bad, really fast. Like, things were amazing. And then I had a thumper raid come in towards my hospital, and I'm like, cool, I've got my plan. They're all here. We pop the corner. We drop the flare. I've got an EMP. We can run that in, pin the ones down that get caught up there. I got 3 super juiced melee. We could run in. It'll be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I accidentally canceled my flare. And then the first shot, of course, instantly killed one of my people, because that's just what happens with mechs pretty much every time in my experience. And we basically had a colony wipe, except these 2 were caravanning at the moment, dealing with something. And we're seeing if we can rebuild. And so now I've got a teenager and a child in the colony who are people that have joined us with quests, and we're just trying to make it work. Lancer? Yep, Lancer. Just pop, liver gone, dead. But it was just one of those things that it should have been a pretty breezy fight, and then just accidentally canceled out of my own CC, and then just, instead of rushing in where everyone was stunned and getting all 3 of the dangerous things locked up in melee, EMPing the thumper and the other one and just blasting away at them with my other 3, 4 pawns, it was just, 1 lancer, 1 pikeman just in the back popping shots into everyone as things fell apart. Has you been busy? How does all the endings run work? Is there an order that you do it in? Yeah, so the only one that absolutely has a non-negotiable order is Arco Nexus has to be last, and that's because Arco Nexus is the only ending that is a true ending. But usually a lot of people go Anomaly, the ship, like Save Our Ship, Royalty, like the order you do those doesn't matter. There are cheesy strats you can use with the Royalty, Anomaly, and the ship launch on your tile that you can basically brick 2 of the endings so that they can't do their raids and only fight the other one. Because normal raids can't happen while the Anomaly ending is going on. So you get where this is going. You deliberately drag out the Anomaly ending in an unreasonably long amount of time. And then usually the Save Your Ship, you put like 1 pawn over there, like 2 pawns over there with as little as possible to keep the wealth to basically absolutely nothing. And then, abuse something like a fire kill box. I'm not doing that. I'm going to do them like I am trying to do normal endings versus the speed run. So I will be doing Anomaly, then the ship, then Royalty. I actually haven't set that. But Arco Nexus has to be last. There is a way to cheese Arco Nexus as well, where you can very rapidly finish it. But I'm not going to be doing that one. That's going to choose a tile like jungle or whatever, start here, say cut down trees, and you'll have your 350,000 very quickly. There are people who do it all in one day stream. Yep. There are people who do that, but that's definitely leaning into the cheese. That's definitely, like, they usually, from my understanding, they don't think they run on any of the harder difficulties, which is totally fine. I don't care about that. But, they do lean into cheese, because, I mean, you're speed running at that point.
Like, it's not about trying to do a challenge. The challenge is, can I do it in, like, a very short window? But yeah, so we are trying to recover the colony. We don't have people capable of doing 90% of the stuff I really want to get done. Because we lost all of our main people. Leafy Pew here. Leafy Pew does one thing in this colony. Leafy Pew wrecks face. They're a tough brawler. They started with something like 14 melee. So, Leafy Pew's only job here is Leafy Pew ends things. We had a blind healer too, so when we had the place wiped, we lost the blind healer, and I'm still salty. Yeah, they do one thing and they do it well. They technically have also picked up the task of crafting and construction and everything else, because when you have only 2 people, congratulations, everyone does everything. Such as we have an Impid who is currently doing our plants. Yes, I know Impids are terrible at plants. Look, it's been a rough year in RimWorld. Let's see, do you have the damage reduction gene for Leafy? Not yet. We did change Leafy to have the fast healing and nearsighted. Let's see, you've seen Adam versus Everything and Mortal Smurf both complete all endings, and they both exploited the hell out of the run. Oh, you have to. If you're doing all endings to, like, if you're doing it where you're trying to do it in just like 1 or 2 streams, you have to go full cheese. Like, you need the stinkiest, over the top, you know, teary-eyed levels of cheese to do that in 1 sitting, or even like 2 sittings. So I'm not going for that. I'm trying to just go for, like, just standard stuff. So, like, I've already had people like, are you gonna do this cheese? It's like, no. Smurf is doing his solo Neanderthal run, all endings run. I thought he finished it. I know he was getting really far. I thought he finished it though. But yeah, I can't imagine. Smurf Records is 8 hours. I'm not 100% confident he finished. I know he was very far the last I saw. But yeah, Smurf's record is around 8 hours, which is absolutely bonkers for doing all of the endings. Okay, so we're about to get fabrication, and you might be like, wait, fabrication? I didn't even see a machining bench there. These used to be full of components and all sorts of stuff. This was overflowing with food. Then we had a really bad raid after that, really traumatic raid where it was these 2 trying to hold it down. No, I'm sorry, it was these 3 trying to hold it down. Okay, so with that, we're gonna drop all the way back over here because I gotta fill in things. Deep drilling, we're gonna get that. Cool, so he converted you, so now it's time to work on recruiting you. Okay, so, production. Fabrication bench. Put it up there. Furniture. We'll just keep putting that. You were explaining the lack of stuff storage benches? Yeah, so what ended up happening is we had a really bad raid, and they were rolling in with the toxic grenades and Molotovs, and we did a rolling retreat and managed to defeat it, but, like, this area was full of fire, so we slammed the door shut because it was already up to, like, 400 degrees and all that, so we slammed the door shut and hid in the back room, and just kind of waited it out, and this area got to, like, 1200, 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, and you can get what happened. Everything in there got burned that was flammable. So it's telling me how to get advanced components. I've already done that, because you only need 2, right? Yep. Quest expires. If I wanted to do the 3 hives for... So the uranium's kind of nice. I'm going to pass on it, though. We're still in recovery. I don't think it's worthwhile. Let's see. Yeah, there's 5. Yep, exactly. Yeah, so there's 5 endings, and only one is what I'm saying a true ending. It's once you've done it, your run's kind of over. There's no really good way to continue your run, and that's Arco Nexus. Just with how it works. I do wish you could repeat the anomaly ending without dev moding. I'm sure there's a mod to do it. Because to me that sounds like kind of a fun, ridiculous challenge. Okay, so make components. That's fine. No one can do it yet. I'm okay with that. Always keep 20 components in stock. So we got the fabrication bench. We got that. We're waiting on wood for a lot of these other things. That's fine by me. But now I feel comfortable going, okay. We will want... Actually, with that, get rid of the wooden tailor one. Get the electronic bench, tailoring bench, put that back down. Because we used to have all these things. They just all got destroyed. Do you still get any anomaly events after the ending? I believe so. I don't know that one for sure, actually. Okay, so we've got you. Alright. So let's start going in here. We need to make pants. Button-down shirt. Parka. Face mask. We're at the point we're going to be using helmets. Children's pants. Children's shirts. Children's parka. Do until you have... all those listed. I only want one spare of each. And at least 80% quality. Okay. Pretty soon a lot of these we won't even bother with. We'll just be doing flak. But so you never managed to do the Arco Nexus. You tried Royalty, you said. Just try it at some point? Yeah. Arco Nexus is a really fun one. Like, if you got yourself... like, the Arco Nexus was ones, it's worth taking the time on your first reset to just really get yourself juiced. Just really, really get yourself to... Let's see, Smurf had a mod made that lets him go to the credits at any time, so he could roll credits on a colony wipe. That's actually pretty fun. Alright, so with this, we can go here, bills, add. Alright, so shred mechanoids forever. And let's go black pants, black jacket, black vest, black helmet. Because now we can make components. I don't mind being pretty wasteful on a lot of these. Because that'll make it so we're a better chance of surviving getting shot at. Oh, yeah. No, I mentioned that earlier. It's like you want to know the fast way to get the 350,000. You just go stop, like, top left, cut the whole map. Get someone with, like, the plant cut, you know, claw or whatever, and just delete the forest. Okay, so I want to hold off and worry about that. Oh, you're not researching. Right, you are researching. So we want... It's fine. Because we don't... like, I could get them set up with a assault rifle. Otherwise... that's it. They're a child. We're keeping in the back anyways. They suck at shooting, so we're not going to worry about too much. Their job, if you want to know what the kid's job is, when the rats get in, they hunt the rats. Okay. Can I make that fire happen? We can. I don't know which one's ours. Social, do this. Real celebration, that's right. Real celebration. There's not enough wood. Well, we will not worry about the real celebration then, will we? Do pounds count towards Arco Nexus Web? Did we take in the hives? We did not. It was getting to the timer. Entity Escape Revenant. We knew this day was coming. I think we're in good shape to deal with it, though. Everyone rally. It's already a fully researched Revenant, too. Get the shot. Nicely done. Get in there. So you all get there. Leafy Pew, jump on it. Okay, grab everyone. Yes, I've already knocked it down like 15-20%. That's fine. You chose a bad place to choose to stop, friend. So don't fire at will yet. Get over there. Alright, so fire at will. Leafy Pew, get on it. I should have flared. Okay, its claw marks are up here. Ooh, you circled back. Got some moves on that Revenant. Do they still go through doors and all that? Yeah, that's the whole idea, is they bypass defenses and all that. Like that's their whole gimmick, is they don't attack you, they don't use a lot of stuff, they just, you know, open doors, let themselves through. Stop going serpentine. Insulting spree, that is not useful right now. Do not get me into a social fight. Where did you go? Oh, you're over here. There you are. You must have just gotten your sprint up. Oh, that's of course the person who's got her stun. Kick. Stop. You're supposed to be stunning it so you can get an extra round of hits in. Alright, so it's at less than half health, which is why we're catching up to it so much easier now. How much health does it have left? A lot. Revenants just have all the health. Okay. Yeah, so reaching the point that what doesn't have its sprint up, Leafy Pew can keep up. Yep, there's its sprint. Which only lasts for a second or two. All right.
When you did this, your whole base is a mess, just had your main bedrooms a mess. Luckily, the zombies don't seem to eat babies. Yep. And I'm trying to avoid using all of my flares. Meanwhile, let's clear that, because I'm trying to watch those moods to make sure we are not getting others at breaks. One thing I think that's working is I think because we're running so much, the insulting spree isn't mattering. Okay, your sprint ran up. We caught up to you. Let's run back here in case he loops back. Nope, he's still going. That's your sprint again. Should be about up. This would be so much easier if we had Kick dropping that stun for me. Instead, he's just chasing us around, insulting us the whole way around the map. No! Not right now, I'm busy. They fixed Bio being super OP? Not that I'm aware of. A mangled figure is trying to come by. Alright, so pretty soon I'm gonna lose it because of the ghoul. Okay, so everyone needs a mode to deal with themselves. So you didn't take any actual injuries. I lost track of it. Wait just a moment. Okay, we're so close to having it dead. Because it doesn't actually have to hit 0%, it just has to be something important hits 0%. Okay, that'll work. Luxray, get in position on this side.
You're still in this insulting streak. Okay, finally. Alright, so let's go deal with that. Oh, don't haul it. I want to capture it. Yeah, so capture that. And everyone needs to deal with their minor injuries and all that. Cool. You, of course, put into one of the few rooms that doesn't have one of these. So thanks. Let's just go ahead and move that up there. So we're at least getting our bioferrite while we're at it. Okay, well that was a whole lot of running everything around in circles for a bunch of time and whatnot. Okay, so we got the billiard table to make. We are slowly bringing our production room online and all that. I've got where we're going to start making our flak armor and all that. We'll get there. Prisoner-wise, we got a lot to work to get Morton brought in. A squirrel has decided it wants to die. Good for you, squirrel. Oh, wait, who are you? Oh, right. I totally forgot you're even here. Talk to Moth. What are you? You are Chemical Fascination, Release Dead Life Dust. You have lots of injuries, but you can cook. And you know what? For me right now, that's good enough for me. Welcome aboard, Moth. So we can go here to work. Alright, so you can cook, you can craft, and you can research. That's excellent. So with that, we can probably go to Kick, and you are going to become our dedicated crafter again. So that's good news. That's not how that works. I still need you farming. What am I thinking? As soon as we get Morton in here, then we have a farmer. And then Kick can go back to being our dedicated crafter, which is what we recruited them to do in the first place before everything got not good. Hey, JD's managed to reach 2 in social. We're getting there. I really need you to be planting. I don't know what's happening that you're not doing it. I mean, you're harvesting, but you need to be planting as well. Alright. So meanwhile, Moth here is blind and wants to melee. I don't really have much in the way of good melee weapons, so you're gonna go out there and grab that steel spear. And the only reason I'm not naming them is I've gotten to the point with the people like this, I don't usually name them until we see what's up, because a lot of times they'll be like, oh, they betray you, and then they just die. And it can feel pretty bad for people who, like, you know, they sign up, they get a person named, and then immediately that person betrays and dies. We've had a couple that have been, like, within the course of about 30 seconds, they get a pawn named, and then they don't have that pawn. Fibrous Mechanites on Morton individually. That sounds like a you problem. Yeah, it's all set to queue, just... we don't have anyone who's actually good at growing stuff. We're trying to get there, that's what Morton's here for. The reason why I went ahead and got a friendly faction to hostile just to start recruiting. Manhunter Pack. 3 cougars, drop pods, smoke leaf, okay. So, get that off my screen. Alright, so you two. And then you 3. The kid, I mean... Okay, so should be in combat now. Oh, I don't have that position right. Back up. Back. Need you back up? I guess that's just what we're doing now. Okay. All right. And you immediately haul the rotting corpse out. It looks like we've got a little bit of meat on the menu. Help float us till we get some more of these mushrooms grown. Major break risk on JD, which is just going to be their entire existence until we start converting people. Because none of our people even have enough social that they can really do conversion at all without involving prison. And I can't spare putting more people in prison right now. Now with the size of the colony and all these things locked up in the back and all that. So you should heal really fast because you have the fast healing genes. Alright. This is a bad idea, but go ahead and attune it. We're at that phase. Never mind. Don't attune it. Well, maybe you'll eat all the food poison food and spare everyone else the food poison food. It's that stack right there. Oh yeah, double down on the food poisoning. Let's go. Go for a 3-fer. So you remember having to save someone, had a kid save someone bleeding out and taking them to a pod after an epic battle? It was a pretty amazing moment. Everyone else is traveling away from home. Oh yeah, stuff like that happens. Hey, so JD ate all 4 of the food poisoned meals. Good for you, buddy. You've earned a not food poisoned meal to go with those other ones. Everyone else is like, oh man, they're picking out eating what little food we've got left. And really, JD was just taking one for the team. And then one for themselves. Alright. Do we have anyone else who could pop in? Yep, so climb in there. Keep getting those genes. Looks like you gained 2 animals. How'd you gain 2 animals? Oh, you're reading a book? Oh, yeah, there's a book on animals. I didn't realize I had one. Oh, nope, I guess I missed one meal. There's Morton. Feel a beat in the game using just kids? Yeah. You have to be on the older end of kids to do that, though. The younger kids, they physically can't do most of the jobs. Oh, nope, we just had multiple sets of meals that were food poison. Well, that's unfortunate. Plus, all of the limbs and on that. Crumbling mine on moth. You know what? It's fine.
It's not really what I wanted to use it for, but we've been saving this from the very beginning. Hey, Moth Buddy. Go ahead and fix your crumbling mine. Alright, with that, that was the negative thing, which means Moth is staying, and so Burning Sun. You get to actually be proper member of the colony. You're a dedicated cook / crafter now. Yep, and you're blind. And you have surgical scars. Oh good, you extracted beardless. Don't put that in there. Gunner Rock Moth gets a named after a light. Yep. Yep. Alright, that said, chat. Part of me really wants to go long, but I really cannot do that thing. Can Lucy fix that as well or not? No, the blind I'm pretty sure it can't. The surgical scars it can, but I'm pretty sure blind you got to get the Archotech eyes or whatever, bionic eyes. But yeah, so with that, what's going to end up happening, chat, is if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have enough subscriptions over there to host yet. But for all of you over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone for us to raid. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed